I am pagan, and I'm proud. I am pagan, gonna shout it loud. I am pagan, want the world to know that I follow the goddess 'cause she rocks my soul. Don't need your Bible, I got the wisdom of the crone. Don't need your heaven, into this life I'm reborn. No 10 commandments, one fills the bill. And in harm none, do what you will. I am pagan, and I'm proud. I am pagan, gonna shout it loud. I am pagan, want the world to know that I follow the goddess 'cause she rocks my soul. Don't need your churches, the world's my sacred space. Don't need your angels, I got fairies in their place. We raise the spirit most every night when we dance the fire in the pale moonlight. Are you pagan? I am pagan. Are you proud? Are you pagan? Then shout it loud. If you're pagan, let the whole world know that you follow the goddess 'cause she rocks your soul. Will you take your path and I'll take mine? A little tolerance and we'll both be fine. You keep an open mind, it'll set you free. And God is blessed, so mote it be. Are you pagan? I am pagan. Are you proud? Are you pagan? I am pagan. Then shout it loud. If you're pagan, let the whole world know that you follow the goddess 'cause she rocks your soul. Come on! Are you pagan? I am pagan. Are you proud? Are you pagan? I am pagan. Then shout it loud. If you're pagan, let the whole world know that you follow the goddess 'cause she rocks your soul. One more time, sing along. Are you pagan? I am pagan. Are you proud? Are you pagan? I am pagan. Then shout it loud. If you're pagan, let the whole world know that you follow the goddess, that you follow the goddess, that you follow the goddess 'cause she rocks your soul.
Well, welcome to Pagan Central West Virginia Pagan Pride. I swear we got the longest tongue tire. Hey, we are online and safely in our lovely Covensteads, taking off and enjoying the day. I am Ethan Knight. I'm going to be your MC and cruiser through the day. And of course, today with us we have Lady Gwendolyn, who is the runner and the organizer, and I don't know anything else we need for West Virginia Pagan Pride. She takes off and does a lot. How are you, honey? And what's up?
Well, welcome. We're so excited. Ethan, thank you very much for everything that you have done to make this possible. Tacky Joe, thank you very much. I know you took a big part in this. Just super excited to be able to do this in our homes safely this year. The spirit is where you make it. I've heard a lot of people say that we lose the spirit if we don't do it in person. No, spirit travels. It's within all of us. So if we're reaching out and we're connecting to each other today while we go through these classes and our fun, then we can show them that, energy. Magic happens.
That's a common misconception, is that people think that you have to be there, you have to do things, you have to assume things. No, you don't. You are where you are. You are going to be exactly, Spirit Goddess reaches wherever we go. She's with us in a car. I'm quite sure that she can kick Uranus's butt and say, "Hey, hand over the stream because we're going to be rocking it."
Somebody be.
Okay, so definitely. So you've got some announcements. We've got some special
Yes.
mentions, and kind of tell everybody what we're looking at for today.
Okay, well, we've got some great presenters and teachers. Miss Byron Ballard, the Appalachian Witch, is doing 2 different classes for us. We'll have Dreamcatcher. We'll have watercolor. You'll be paint your own phoenix here shortly. We have Mid-Ohio Valley Pagans doing rituals, and we have the wonderful pagan panel with the amazing Ace and Knight over here. Well, there. And as well as Mo Cummings of Earth Magic, and who those 2 are our Pagans of the Year, so they have their award ceremony here later. Tommy Artist will be representing Christian paganism in a class and on the pagan panel. So if you have any questions for these individuals, then hop on during the pagan panel and ask away. That's what this is for. Something new we're trying out this year. Shout out to a couple of shops that have helped out along the way. Crystal Lotus in St. Albans, Earth Magic in Morgantown, and Portals Metaphysical over in Berkeley Springs. They've all taken part in making this and our vendor show successful events. Coming up, we may have chosen to do online, others have not, but we want to get that information out to you about where you can still go to connect with people, but safely. Charleston area Pagan Pride is going to be September 26th. That's on the private property of Colin Letcher. So if you're interested in that, it's a simple search and you'll find the information for that. The Samhain Festival by Barefoot Gypsy will be October 31st at the India Center in South Charleston. So they're supposed to have readers, vendors, all different types of things there. Now, psychic fairs happen, at 2 different places. The Haunted Heyman House in Sutton does theirs on the 2nd Saturday of every month, and they do them by appointment only due to certain, current conditions. Psychic Saturday at Crystal Lotus is always the last Saturday of the month, but they will begin back once all of the quarantine and everything is over and done with. Is that correct?
It's after that the whole determination for it is actually because of me, and it is when the infection rate is below 3% for 2 weeks. Then I will be there, and Psychic Saturday Taste of the Lotus is what we call our Psychic Saturday, because it's not just me doing readings. We've got Reiki in there, we've got massage in there. We've got the wonderful Stephanie doing herbalism and, working with, different things. So we have a lot of different things that go on at the Crystal Lotus shop. You can check them out at clswv.com, and that will kind of let you know when those events are happening.
Okay, that's it for announcements.
Awesome. All right. So up next, thank you, Miss Gwendolyn. We will be seeing you pop out through in and out the day. We have Kayla from
Hope you guys have fun.
Pagan Pride. All right, Kayla, it is your show. Take us through open ritual, please.
Hello, guys. It's going to be a little different. I think everything's going to be a little different today, but instead of moving around the circle like we're used to, I'm just going to stay stationary as we call the quarters and the deities, so that you can see everything, and we'll do it right here at the altar. So we gather here today, separated physically, out of love for each other, but together in our thoughts and spirits, like Gwen was saying, to celebrate Central West Virginia Pagan Pride 2020. Challenges came, but the pagan community has stepped up and adapted so that we could still gather to celebrate our community and the rise of the phoenix. Today, we celebrate our incredible strength, resilience, and power to transform ourselves and the world around us. We call to the powers of the north, element of earth, grant us your roots and grounding, your patience and wisdom. We call to the powers of the east, element of air, grant us your clarity and inspiration, your fresh ideas and communication. We call to the powers of the south, element of fire, grant us your will and passion, your renewal and transformation. We call to the powers of the west, element of water, grant us your love and healing, emotion and calm. We call to the god of the hunt, wild and powerful, he who rules the forests. You show us the parts of ourselves that are primal and raw, those we hide from polite company and sometimes forget to allow to surface. We ask you to grant us your presence here in this circle today. We call to the goddess of the harvest, wise and bountiful, she from whom the fruits of abundance flow. You show us that putting in effort and hard work to our goals will lead to our goals coming to fruition. We ask you to grant us your presence here in this circle today. From Greek mythology, we know of the phoenix, a bird with grand feathers of red and gold that can live to be hundreds of years old. When it decides it has reached the end of its life, it ignites itself, bursting into flames and burning to ash. All is quiet and still, leaving only a pile of soot with smoky tendrils wafting out of it. Moments later, birthed from the ash itself, appears a baby phoenix. It grows quickly, magically, and a few moments later is a new bird just as before. Its feathers as bright red and gold, as long and soft and grand. Out of death, the phoenix transforms into new life. We will now undertake a path working in which we'll experience this power and transformation for ourselves. We will listen for whispers from the other world, guiding us forward to our own personal path of transformation. So wherever you are, get comfortable. Sit in your chair or lay on the floor, whatever feels good. Relax your muscles and take a deep breath in and out. Allow your eyelids to close. You find yourself standing in a field at dusk. Darkness is growing and the coolness of early night nips at your skin. Across the field, you see a large bonfire, its flames dancing and licking the air. You see no one around, but decide to walk to the fire. As you come closer, you can hear the soft crackling and begin to feel its warmth. You hold your cold hands out and warm them, feeling a wave of heat wash over your body. You look into the flames, white, yellow, red, orange, dancing, jumping. The summer fire, perhaps the night air, stirs a longing inside of you. You look away from the fire and up into the black night sky. So many stars out here away from everything. You are tiny, infinitesimal in this giant universe. Looking back down into the fire, you startle. In the dancing flames, you suddenly see the faint image of a bird. The image grows more bold and begins to move with the flames. The bird's feathers of red and gold flap into the air, and its eyes look into yours sharply, knowingly. The longing comes back, stronger this time, for a place or a person or a time. What is it? You know now that things go into this fire, this funeral pyre, to die. But that is not all. They transform. They give birth to new life. The bird looks off into the distant sky and then back at you one final time. Then suddenly its wings flap and the flames roar and it disappears. From the ashes, left behind falls an object, clattering to the ground. It is a gift, a symbol, the phoenix's message for you. You crouch down and pick it up, holding it in your hand, turning it over. What is the meaning of this gift left behind by this strange and powerful bird? The heat of the flame warms you while you ponder it over in your mind for a moment. Begin to come back to the present, to your room. Move your fingers slowly in your toes. Allow your body to wake up to the ground underneath you. When you are ready, open your eyes. In our pathworking, the Phoenix left you a gift, a symbol that's significant to your life journey, your own coming transformation. In the second part of our ritual, our closing ritual at 6:30, we will release what we need to transform in our lives in a burning ritual. You have the rest of the day to consider what your symbol means for you and what you would like to release in the Phoenix's transformative fire. If you would like to have something personal written on the paper we will be burning, let me know. And what you would like to release and transform in our comments here in this chat or on our Facebook event page anytime today. Anything that's listed before tonight will be written on the paper to be burnt, and that's at 6:30 again. We will now release the elements and deities to end our opening ritual. Elements of the West, spirits of water, we thank you for your presence with us today. Elements of the South, spirits of fire, we thank you for your presence with us today. Elements of the East, spirits of air, we thank you for your presence with us today. Elements of the North, spirits of earth, we thank you for your presence with us today. Stay if you will, go if you must. Great Goddess, we continue to hear your wisdom whispering to us in the bounty of the earth and the coming womb of darkness as the year cycles inward once more. Thank you for your presence in this circle today. Great God, we continue to witness your playful authenticity in the flames of our summer fires and in the dancing leaves of the coming fall. Thank you for your presence in this circle today. May our circle be open but unbroken. May the peace of the goddess be ever in your heart. Merry meet, merry part, and merry meet again.
So mote it be. Michaela, where can people, if they want to get involved with Ohio Valley Pagan, how do they get connected with you?
We have a Facebook group, just called Mid-Ohio Valley Pagans. You can search it and find us. We're based out of Parkersburg, West Virginia, and we hold a lot of our events at McDonough Park in Vienna, West Virginia.
Awesome. Okay, guys, check that Facebook out, and we will see you at 6:30 for closing ritual.
Thank you
so much. Right. So up next is David. Hi, David, and you're going to be talking to us about tarot today.
Yeah, I'm going to try to help new people who are beginners at it to learn on how to read.
Okay, awesome. All right, bud. You enjoy your time. Enjoy your class. Are you taking Q&A later?
I don't know. I might be able to if my net holds up. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm here if you need me, and if you have Q&A, I'll come and join you, okay?
All right.
All right.
Then they try to read the book and try to understand what now is going on, and then sometimes that gets confusing. So I got a different method, and I would like to share it with you. But one of the things you're going to need is a tarot deck that is Rider-Waite friendly, and it could be any type of deck as long as it's Rider-Waite friendly. One that I use is the Arcanum deck. So let me get started here and try to show you. I'm just a little bit up out of my element right now because I usually have my phone doing this and have it down on the table where I can flip things around. But let's start off with what I like to call silent movies. So what we'll do is like you're watching like a movie, then you pause it. And this is what you end up pausing it on. And then you say, well, what is that card about? Well, if you look at it, you got a guy on this side. Let's see if I get the camera right. If you got a guy on this side and a guy on the other side, and there is a rope in the middle, and you see them pulling, it's like a struggle. So this would be like a struggle card. So what you got to do is you got to let the card speak to you when the person asks you the question. So this one would be like a struggle. Let me show you another one. Now, when you get this card here out, it could be like with any card. It's what we call picture reading. I guess that's what some people call it. I get my camera right. I just look awkward. All right. Now, when you pull it out, first thing you do is that you just look at the card. You look, see what's going on. You think of a movie that's being paused, and if you walked in, and if you've seen this on your TV screen, what does it look like? Well, here we got a woman that is blindfolded. She's surrounded by swords. So here we can see also that this woman seems to be in trouble. So when someone asks a question about, let's say if they're asking a question about their relationship, well, then this card looks like, there might be a problem within the relationship, or something. Or this could be a person that could be feeling trapped and can't see their way out because of the blindfold, so they can't see. So let's try another one. We get a little bit more happier cards. Try this one here. Now this guy here, if I can get it centered, he's got a set of scales on this side here. You can see the scales, and the scales are balanced. But he's also giving out money and stuff to other people. So this person, he's pretty much balanced, but he's not only balanced, but he has a good heart. So if somebody, again, was asking about a relationship or something, and then they say, so I pulled this card because I want to know about it, my boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever, and just what kind of person are they? Well, this one here shows it's a balanced person, and it's a giving person, and it looks like that he's investing in other people, and stuff too. So this would be a good guy. So now that's what we do starting off in the tarot reading, is that we learn on how to picture read. So like this person here, you see, he's carrying a load. So just by looking at the picture, you can already tell something about it. This guy here, he's carrying a load. It looks like he's kind of struggling a little bit because some of it's getting ready to drop. So it gives you an idea on what's going on. So now the method that I use, you don't need a lot of memorization, but yet there will be some memorization. So now you pull a card, you just look at it, study your cards. That's always in. As soon as you get a deck, really, look at all your cards and study it. And then let the cards speak. Do not try to force a meaning, but just let it speak. You can see in this one here, that the girl, she looks like that she's kind of, she's kind of sad. She's got problems here. So now, let me see. Just trying to get everything situated. Now here, you can see that this is a Two of Cups. Now what does it look like? And that's what you do, is that you look at it. So what does it look like? It looks like somebody that may be starting into a relationship. Maybe they're getting ready to take the relationship to the next level. So this is one of the things that you do. And you look at the picture and let the cards speak to you. There's so many people who try to force a meaning and try to understand it. Now, I'm going to give you a tip. If you're at the little book that you have, mostly at what it has the key words. So what you do, if you are a beginner, you can write a key word on the card if you want to, and then that would help you in like trying to figure it out as well. You know, like you turn it over, go, oh, that's the key word, and then that would also help. But right here, you can see it. This is like a relationship thing. Now, let's say, well, let me show you another card, and then I'll show you on how to put a couple cards together. So now right here is a guy. Now this guy, you just look at the card, and then you can almost tell what's going on. He looks like he's been a little sneaky. He's got one foot out the door, and it looks like he's grabbed up a few swords, and he's trying to back away. So now this is like, I guess you can call him the thief. So let's say that if a person was talking about their relationship, or it could be a job, but most of the questions that you get is usually about the relationship thing. So if they're talking about a relationship, and then you've got these two cards, well, see now this looks like something, but over here it looks like one of them might only be in it to get whatever he can out of the relationship, and then they go. They ain't in it to win it. You know, they ain't there to stay. So now you can see. So now you can look at that. Let me grab another card. Let me see if I can find. See, I got all of this. Like I said, I'm a little bit out of my element. Then let's try this card here. So now when you put these cards together and you look at this one, what does this one look like first? That's always the first thing. Now we already determined this one here is like a relationship. So what's this one here look like? Well, this one looks like a guy who is working. You see, he's working hard. He's paying attention to what he's doing and everything. So this one could be someone that's working on the relationship, or maybe the relationship may need a little work. So you put the cards together and you let them there speak. So they say, so how's my relationship going? They say, well, it looks like it might need a little work, but it looks good. You know, it's not bad. It just might need a little thing, you know, just a little something. So it's stuff like that. But now let me show you here. Now, let's say that a person pours it out like that. If I can get it together. Now, this looks really good. You know, you just let the card speak to you. See, you got your relationship card, and here now you got a family card. See how that looks? That looks great, you see. So just letting the cards speak to you, you could get a feel of what's going on. I'll give you another one. Now, this one here looks kind of bad here. You see, you got all these swords stabbed into this person. This is what I would call the betrayal card. This is where someone was betrayed. So you can see that because she didn't stab herself. You know what I'm saying? All righty. Now, let me see if I can grab a few more things here. All right. Now, another thing to remember in tarot reading, if you want some things to memorize instead of just looking at the picture and trying to read it like that, is another thing is aces. Aces always means a new start. I mean, no matter which ace that you pull out, it's always a new start of some kind. So you gotta keep that in mind. Like every time that you pull an ace, it's like a new start. But also with the ace, now this is things that you can write down. Also with the aces, you got different ones. You see, you got the ace of pentacles, the ace of cups, wands, and swords. Now, when you're looking at these, they have a slightly different meaning because of their elemental dignities. which this will go a little bit deeper in, but I'll mention it in passing. And swords, if I can get it out here. Swords, the easiest way to remember swords is communication. Now which there's a lot of different, you can go a little deeper with it, but just keeping it simple is communication. So just keep it simple. Wands is like fire. It's lust, love, desires, stuff like that. Just keeping it simple. Okay. Pentacles. This is like earth. This is like your money, your job, your house, your car. It deals with material things. And then with cups, well, that's back to relationships. It deals with emotions and stuff like that. All right. I don't know if I'm going too fast for anybody or not. All righty, let's try this. All right. Now, now let me take you a little further with it. My mouth's getting a little dry. But these are the simple things. And another thing that you want to do, like I was talking about studying your cards, is sometimes you get cards to where they got like balconies and stuff. So whenever you see like a balcony, you can look at that as a barrier, something that is hindering you from going forward. So now you can look at it like it. You have to use your intuition. Now starting off, you might not have none, but as you keep reading and keep practicing, it comes. I mean, it does. It comes slowly, but it comes. But then once it comes, well, then you'll understand whenever you pull a card, well, then you'll be able to look at it, and then you'll see like barriers is blockage. So if you're feeling like that's the question, and your eyes or whatever draws you to the barrier, then maybe there's something blocking the person from fulfilling their question. Let's look at another type of barrier that a person can have right here. You've got a person that's he's in a defensive mode, and then here is another barrier. So sometimes you just got to look and see, what's going on in the card. The guy is defensive. There's also a barrier that keeps him from going forward. He's, and he's defending the door. So, and now in each deck, it's a little different, but that's what you look for. Like right here, we got the Emperor. You see, he even has a barrier. He might be one of the strongest people as a leader, but even he has limitations. You see, so he can't do like everything that he wants to do in this particular deck. He's got a barrier. So that's stuff that you have to look at when you're doing your cards. Now, like I said, you could take and put keywords, because if you're brand new, I mean, you could put keywords right on your cards, which would help you. And you can, like when you flip them over, you can go, oh yeah, okay. And then you have something to help trigger your memory of maybe of what you read in like the book. But for the most part, for when you start out, just start out by doing picture reading, silent movies, see what's going on. Like here we see a struggle, the people with the tug of war. And then you start putting cards together, and then you can start seeing it more clearly. Let's see what else I got. See, I got the... Well, if I can quit. Got to get my throat straight. Hold up. Now, if there be any questions, you all could ask, and we can try to figure out some of that.
Well, I'll go ahead and jump in with what I get all the time. one of them being, what about the devil card? Ain't that all evil?
No, but that is one of the things that there's some bad cards, or seem to be bad cards, that is in the deck. And some people are scared of, let me find it here. And just because you see a bad card, it doesn't mean that it's always bad. I'm looking for the devil card. Now, in some decks, they don't have a devil card, like the Witch's Tarot. Because why? Because witches don't believe in the devil.
Right. And a lot of them have been classified as the Pan card, or I think some of them even have transferred it to the High Priest card for that.
Yeah.
What's your feelings on how to start reading spreads or putting cards together?
And now what now?
How a lot of the little books, have like the Celtic cross and the 3-card, and then, and a lot of beginners do this. They see this really cool spread online, and then they try to put it together, and they get all frustrated.
Oh, man. Well, the best thing to do is really just start out with maybe like a 3-card spread, and, try to do what I was talking about, like the silent movie. Well, here, let me get to that and then get to this here too. Hold up. Let me grab about a couple of them here, and we'll put them together and we'll let them see. I usually have my phone and I'll be over on my table where I can put things together. But just to try to keep it simple, because now I don't want to make it too hard. Now, what some people do is make up their own spread. But let's just say that you got 3 cards, and then you're trying to put it together, and you're like, man, what in all is going on? Well, you start off one at a time, and then just look at and see what's going on in each card. Like right here, we already see a struggle. Here we see a relationship, and then here we see another man that is kind of struggling with what he's carrying. He's got like a load, like maybe a guy with like a lot of baggage. So if you really just think about it, once you understand what you're looking at, then it's easier to put it together. You can say, well, look at here now. You got a struggle here. You got a guy that seems like he's struggling there, and this is a relationship. So if the question deals with relationship, when this is a struggle, you just put it together. You let the cards speak. Now on my Facebook group, I got called Smoky Wisdom Tarot School. I cover a lot of that in more detail. It's really hard here. I just don't.
Wonderful. And with that, share out your links. You've got a tarot group running.
Yeah.
Do you take readings? If so, how do they contact you for that?
Well, I do readings and all that. I do it in the tarot group. Sometimes I just do it up on my page because I get really excited and just want to read,
Right.
But here lately, it's been really hard for me since this virus thing and everything has came out. My daughter's not working, and then when she's on the computer, I can't be on the computer because it kind of like it fights with each other.
Right. Well, I'm going to throw this at you because this is a question I love to hear from another tarot reader. As you know, the tarot itself is a reflection of our history. Cards start forming, like, the death card came when England overthrew the Catholic Church, that type of thing. Do you think that there's going to be another card added to the tarot because of 2020?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have a clue, really. And you can, it could be an idea for somebody, because of 2020 to just make up a whole new deck and say, look at here, we're going to have us a Corona tarot card.
Well, you've seen the 2020 new tarot deck and it's all towers. And why don't you talk about the tower a little bit? Because a lot of people freak out with that one too.
Okay. Well, I like to get the tower out and be able to look at it. So now, like the tower in this particular deck, this here's what it looks like. You got it looks like a tornado or something just going through there and just tearing up something, you know. So now, whenever I see the tarot card, at the tower, it puts me in mind of like somebody's foundation is having some problems. You know, like it's really shaking the foundation right here, and it's kind of a destructive card. But at the same time, now this could be a good thing, because let's say you're in a bad relationship anyway, and you need to get out of it, and then now this card here comes up and says, "Look, you're going to be able to get out of it because this is fixing to fix itself." So so now that's how I see the tower card, is that this is something that's shaking the foundation, something that's it could be good, it could be bad. It really depends on the question and what's going on.
Right. And how it's going on.
Yeah, and that is the other thing. You have to talk to your query or client, because sometimes that you can look at something and you might think it's bad, but after he talks and lets you know what now is going on a little bit, well, then you can say, oh, well, then this should go this way then, instead of looking at it the other way.
Right. Something that I love your opinion on is and this is a problem I see with a lot of new tarot readers, is they're doing a reading on a relationship, and everything's coming up money.
Yeah. Well, now what you got to do is now this just going just a little bit deeper with it. And once you learn, like, swords is like communication, and then you pull out a bunch of cards on like a relationship, and just like you said, it was all money. But then what is missing? Well, you don't have the swords, which is communication. You don't have the at the wands cards. You know what I'm saying? And there's certain elements which is missing. So you may want to talk about that, because sometimes people can be focused on money too much and not really focused on the other points in the relationship.
What for you makes a good beginner's deck? What should they be looking for?
I think they should start out with the Rider-Waite. To start with something with a lot of pictures, to start off with. You don't want to start off with the Tarot Mon City or whatever. I can't even pronounce it now.
The Tarot Monsanto. Yeah.
Yeah. You want to start out with something with pictures, because the Golden Dawn had the Rider-Waite done, and it was done for a purpose. It was done to help.
Right.
So.
Yeah. And understand that what we're talking about today is Rider-Waite tarot. Soft tarot is a whole different level.
Oh,
great.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. So now, if you get Aleister Crowley's soft tarot card, that's just gonna. It's got a lot of colors, and the pictures are way different. You're gonna have to learn some numerology and some astrology. And
some psychology. I read it. I use soft tarot all the time, but that deck is total psychology for me.
Yeah.
And since we get two readers on here, something I see a lot of newbies doing is trying to compare their card readings to something I do online, or maybe something you do online, and go, well, I don't get that. Why is he getting that? Why is it? I must be wrong. You want to address that?
Well, and there's like whenever you read the tarot, it's your reading, and it's what you see. Now, not everybody's psychic, and not everybody can see what some other people can see, but you do what you know. You know what I'm saying? And then don't step up out of that until you have practice and is ready to step out of that element.
Right. An example of that is a lot of times I see the Three of Swords is starting to pull things back together, especially if it's reversed in business and stuff. And other readers a lot of times will come in and go, "Oh, well, that's a heartbreak."
Yeah. And then they might not even know what the question was.
Exactly.
They think it was, man, there's a heartbreak. You're going through a bad time. Well, you know, but like I said, as you get into the elemental dignities, and then you step out of the picture realm and then start looking at, like, okay, swords is communication, but now you're not looking at a heartbreak, you know. But now you're looking at communications, and then you put that with the other cards, which is out there, and you could get the feel for it, you know. You just got to listen to the question, and then you're going to have to ask questions too. Because somebody, you know, like come up and say, well, me and my boyfriend, we just broke up, so we're going to get back together. Well, you gotta ask, so how long have y'all been together? So let's start there, you know, because if you all just started dating last week, you know.
Yeah, it may not be as bad or as different as it is. But that's important to not just sit down, especially when you're a new reader, and a lot of people want to run into general reading first off. I don't recommend it, especially not when you're just starting out, because you need to understand what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I see, that's why I said that, like, for like beginners, that they could write key words on like their cards to get them, you know, to get them used to it. But if sooner or later you're going to have to put the book away, you're going to have to put the key words away, you're going to have to go with your experience with it and then how you understand it, you know.
Well, what if if you're a beginner and you buy a ticket, it just ain't talking to you?
Well, my suggestion would be, first, before you go buy a deck, go look at some YouTubes and where people are showing you what the deck looks like, and then just make sure that it speaks to you. Because there's a lot of people that they'll look at the cover and they'll go, man, that's a nice cover, and they'll grab that and run off the shelf with it, and they say, I don't know nothing about it. It just might be a deck of playing cards, and they're like, well, I don't know nothing about this. You know?
One of our commenters said individual energies for individuals. I think they were talking about where we were talking about, you know, two readers looking at the same spread. Another same commenter said ease into it, don't go blindly into either. What do you think about when people get past the beginner stage and then they start adding in like or deck is added in the astrology, the numerology? You know, they've just piled everything into the tarot, and then they get overwhelmed. How do you suggest they fix that?
Well, now, first off, just don't overthink it. Whenever you're looking at it, sometimes that they say your first impressions are probably right, you know. But if you try to sit there and try to force a meaning, you know, like you can pull up and you can go, okay, this here is like a relationship. But at the same time, twos is choices. Then at the same time, cups means emotions, you know. And then when you're trying to throw all of that in there, you're going to have to first just listen to the question. The question is what you're going to have to go off of, you know. And now just before you try to add emotions and choices and all of that, you have to listen to the querent.
So another standard questions I get, and I always love hearing it back, is what's your favorite card?
My favorite card? Well, this one here. I like that one. Every time I see that, I'm like, man, that's awesome. That puts me in mind of happy times for people, you know.
What was the hardest card for you to learn?
Oh, Lord. Well, the hardest to get into was the majors. Oh, man. To get into any of the majors, you know, because, oh, Lord, I have one that was picked out here. But, yeah, the major cards is one of the things you really need to read the book, and you might want to write your keyword on it you know, to get started with. Oh Lord, I can't even find it now. But you know the I call it the resurrection card. You know, like where they blow the trumpet,
Mm-hmm.
judgment. I think is what it's
Yes,
called.
Judgment Day or Judgment, or some have it labeled as renewal if they went really artistic off of it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that one was hard for me to get to because I was like, Revelations? What's Revelations doing in the tarot?
yeah,
Uh,
that's what they do.
we have a question. The question is, what about the court cards? Do you have any tricks?
Any tricks for the court cards? Well, all right. Let me get out a court card here and give you an idea. All right, I got you a trick. All right, let me grab something here. Just grab a couple cards. Okay, let's say we got the King of Coins. He ain't doing nothing, just standing around. You know what I'm saying? In this particular deck, in the original Rider-Waite, he's just sitting. He's just sitting up onto the throne. So if you get to where you don't know what it is, or you can't read it, or you're having a hard time, well, pull out another card as a clarifier. Now, it's hard for me to do because it's all standing up here. Let me see. Okay, and then imagine this card, this guy is doing this. So if you can't figure it out, you can pull another card and say he's doing this. So now this is what this guy is doing. If you're having troubles in that aspect. But once you learn the elemental dignities and stuff, then this here would start becoming a little bit natural to you.
Mm-hmm.
But starting off, you're like, okay, we got this king. So what's he doing? He's doing it. You know what I'm saying? So like if they're asked about, just what does my boyfriend think about me or whatever, you can say, well, here he is, and then this is what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? Now that's what he's saying.
And what about when using a significator? Doesn't it have to be a card?
That's when now say what now?
When choosing a significator, you know how something will have you go through and choose a significator, which I think is what this questioner is talking about. How do you choose a significator? Do you go off a court card, or do you just pull the card you feel is right?
Well, there's a couple ways on how people do it, and you can. There are some people will use the major arcana cards, and then if they want to go through the America, and then sometimes you can just let somebody look at them, and then see if they want to pick one or something. But if you're trying to pick one for your client, which that's a little bit above just be now beginner things, you can size your client up and see what they're like. You can ask for a birthday and stuff, and you can go out and then do your numbers and stuff, add everything up to numbers, and then try to figure out the card. But you can size them up and see if this is a money-oriented one or an emotional type person or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or you can match the hair colors. That's another way out.
Yeah. To match it up with what you see in front of you. You know what I'm saying? Say, all right, but now that's what you look like to me. You look like this kind of person.
Yep. Yeah, and you love listening to someone else teach tarot and talk about tarot because it's one of those arts we've got to keep alive. In my opinion, you can take 100 tarot classes and learn something different. And I really love that deck. What deck were you showing everybody?
That was the Arcanum.
The Arcanum? Yeah. Nice box, too.
Yeah. And it comes with a small book.
I find those are wonderful to keep tables level.
Yeah.
That's about the use I use for them, and that's always I always suggest. How do you keep your cards? Do you keep them in the boxes, or do you keep them wrapped? Or
well, I usually wrap them up, and then let me show you. Now, you can order pouches to put them in, But then if you ain't got no pouch to put them in, but if you got some old jeans that's tore all to pieces and you're going to throw them away anyway, you can cut the pocket off of the back of it like this. And you put your cards right down in there.
Very cool. Because I know a lot of people say you have to ripen in purple or um, green, or it has to be 100% silk, and you can't buy your own deck.
Oh man, it's all preference. If there's some people says that you can't read tarot cards unless somebody gives you a deck. I mean, that's a lot of superstition stuff. Like here when you know, anybody can learn to read. If somebody wants to give you a deck, great, but that deck might not even speak to you. So how is that going to help you? You know what I'm saying? You're going to pick that up and go.
Right. Another question that we got in the chat is: do you have to pick a significator if it's in spread?
Now say what now?
Do you have to pick a significator if it's in your spread layout?
It's really a preference. If you want to pick one, well, then you can. You don't have to. It's really a preference to you.
No. And it's totally preference, and I think that's something a lot of people get stuck on. It. A lot of things in tarot is preference or personal style.
And there are some people who don't read upside down cards. They turn them around and they read upright. Some read now, like the reversals.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's all still your preference. Just what are you comfortable with, and then how is it working out for you? If you read them all upright and you're right about 90% of the time, well, then there you go.
Right. And 90% of the time you're going to be able to do a read. It's going to take a little work, but you'll get to where your cards and you talk a lot. But I always see it as a friendship with my cards. I have to learn to be friends with them, and they have to learn to be friends with me.
Mm-hmm. And you should practice like every day. I mean, like maybe ask a family member, "Hey, come over here, let me read for you," or something. Or maybe a friend or something like that. And then once you get good enough, or you want to step out, but then you can try to go like sit over there in like the park, and then maybe ask some strangers, "Hey, y'all want to have a tarot reading?"
Mm-hmm. What's your area though? Because we do still have areas in West Virginia where that's illegal.
I don't reckon. Sure.
Yeah, no, we do. Vienna, West Virginia, it is illegal to read tarot in public. Huntington, West Virginia, it is illegal to read tarot in their city limits.
Well, I didn't know all that. See, now, when you get in with the law, I mean, you wouldn't think, I mean, like, these people who go to church, that they can read their Bibles and prophesy and everything right out in public. I mean, that's crazy.
I know and it's things that's old laws that we have to change. But you just got to be, you know your stuff. But no, get out there and practice. Practice as much as you can. I totally agree with you on that. I really want to thank you for giving a really awesome class. We have shared your Facebook out there, so you may get a lot of friends requests. What do you charge for your readings? Do you charge for your readings? Are you doing events?
No, I do it to just be doing it. Basically, I don't charge. It's just something to keep me in practice.
Okay, awesome. All right, so guys, if you look in the comments, you'll see that we've shared David's Facebook out there. Thank you very much, David. You have a wonderful day, and hope to see you at 6:30.
All right, you too.
All right, guys, our next one up is Two Tinkers, and we're going to be doing a painting of the Phoenix. Hello, Rebecca from Two Tinkers. How are you? Is there sounds on yet? She's getting ready. She's frozen. All right, guys, I think she's frozen. We're going to let her set for a moment. Hopefully she'll unmute and get moving with it. Oh, there it is. It's in frame. Awesome. Right. Looking at the ruler. So you're going to draw it out. Wow, that's a very nice phoenix. And she's starting to sketch it in there. Okay, hopefully we'll get her unmuted. I know we can't hear anything on their end. They're working on it. I've asked them to unmute now twice. But Two Tinkers is down on Lee Street in Old Main Plaza. They have a lovely shop with a lot of art. Not Old Main, I'm sorry. It's Lee Street. And we lost her. All right, so she may be back. She may be not. That's okay. Give me a minute to get this worked out. All right, we'll see if we can get it. All right, there we go. Hi, Rebecca. Are you back? Nope, honey, you're still muted. Check and see if you've got yourself connected to a Bluetooth.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh gosh, all right. Well, sorry about that. It was acting weird. I had it all set up, and then all of a sudden it just stopped working as soon as I wanted it to. So
Yeah.
what I'm going to be drawing, I'm so glad I figured that out. Yeah. So what I'm going to be drawing is this right here. This is a baby phoenix coming right out of the fire. Okay. And my headset wouldn't work for some reason. That was the problem. So I'm sorry about the echo. All right. So just, if you had printed this out, you simply just take it and you tape down your paper with the blue tape, just like that. Okay. Then you take your number 2 pencil and you just rub all over the back like that. Okay. And once you've got that all rubbed out on your little 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, you can simply just lay it down in place. And I put a little piece of tape at the top. So this has already been drawn out previously, and I put the traceable up on Facebook for everybody to grab. Hopefully you were able to find it. So whenever you're drawing something, I usually start with the face and then work my way out. And now that you have this on the back, it's not a problem to just start drawing. I also use something I call magic paper, which is carbon paper. But I didn't think everybody would have that. But as you see, the lines are really faint and it'll pick up right on the other side. So you want to kind of press a little hard and just trace around. And you can do this with just about any drawing. Okay. So this is just a good technique. You get your drawing down real good before you start a watercolor. And you just kind of trace it on out. Just like that. Now this is a little baby goose that I found. I was chased by geese the other day, and it kind of inspired me to use the baby goose. just like that. You can see that the lines are coming through. And just keep drawing. You don't have to necessarily draw the tree unless you want to. I put it in there because baby phoenixes, old phoenixes, whenever they do their time and want to start over when they're getting too old to be healthy, they will go back to their tree, their original tree, and they will make a nest of different herbs and spices. I believe it's cinnamon and myrrh and a couple other things that they bring. But the myrrh is important because then whenever they get done, they take their ashes and they put them in an egg of myrrh and take it to the sun god. That's the Egyptian myth. So the phoenix is a messenger of the creator. And that's what the purpose of the phoenix would be, is to bring down the messages from the creator and the other side. We'll just call it the other side of the veil. Now this has a lot of like every part of the phoenix is magical. There's many different parts of the phoenix that are magical. The tears can heal, and the feathers were prized for to be made into a potion for immortality. So, and there's a lot more on the phoenix. It's just really hard to research the phoenix because it's so embedded into culture that if you go to look for a phoenix information, you will go down different holes of where people have from different cultures have used it as different things. And it's one of those things that you have to actually put a little bit of time in and to try to find a good source of information that's not been turned into part of the culture. Now this here in the center, this is the spark of life, all new. So I draw that in too. And then before you lift the tape, you definitely want to check and make sure you got all of it drawn. Like I missed this hip right here. I missed that. So then that's good. Everything's on there. Now it's really light on my paper, so I'm going to just darken it in so you can see. But if you were painting this at home, you wouldn't do this step. You would leave it light like this. We have a couple different brushes that we want to use. We have a big brush right here. And then we have a pointy brush. And I have an angle brush. I like to use the angle brush a lot because it gives you an edge whenever you're coming into the sides of the crisp part where you want it to be crisp. The colors that I'm going to use, the phoenix is always these certain colors. They're red and like a yellow gold and purple. So kind of colors of fire. So I'm going ahead and finish tracing this through. Just like that. And the more you add into it, you can see the cute little squiggly legs. See, the phoenix actually doesn't stay tiny for long. So this is like the moment of innocence. It almost grows into a full bird within the day that it's born. So it's only innocent for a short while. like this little tiny baby. And I'm just kind of giving you guys a chance to get caught up with me by tracing this twice. I figure, I mean, I'm kind of fast when I draw. This might give you a chance to get yourself caught up. But you can see that we're going to have some really nice areas that we can do the flames in. So this is all going to be flames in the back. All right. And so I have this tree, which it'll be black and charred, because even though it doesn't burn down because it's the phoenix tree, it probably has a name that I did not find in my research, but the tree doesn't burn down. It just gets reborn too. In nature, there are trees that that's the only way the seeds for the tree will grow is if they've been in a fire. So forest fires are a natural thing, and this is probably like that tree, like those trees, where you get you know. Okay, so now we're going to put water on the paper. We're not going to put paint. We're going to put water. And I got this larger brush here, like that. And I'm going to put it in a tub of water. I got clean water to start out with. And I'm not able to see what people are saying. So if
any questions pop up, you don't have to worry about that. I'll take care of them and bring them in.
okay, great. I couldn't see the questions. So
yeah.
Basically what you want to do is you want to take your clean water and you want to just wet this background and not paint the baby bird. We're not going to paint the phoenix. We are going to paint the background first. We want to have that contrast in. Now you can do over the tree because the tree is going to be black, so it doesn't matter. But you don't want to paint the baby bird because there's parts of the baby bird that you want to have light, and you don't want your colors to bleed into that. So I'm just putting a nice heavy coat of water like that on the background. So the fun part's going to start real soon. Whenever you start dropping color in, it'll spray out and kind of run with the water. And the paper's going to start bubbling because we're putting this much water down. That's why you have to tape it. I don't tape it just... once you pull the tape up, it's going to have this nice pretty border. But that's not the reason I tape it. I tape it because whenever you add all this water, the paper's going to start curling. Okay, so we've got the water laid in. And if you're having trouble seeing any places you miss, you just look at it on the side and there will be a glare and you can see where the water needs to go. All right, or where it shouldn't go. If you get water where you don't want it to be, you can use paper towel. Paper towel. That was on the list. All right, so I'm going to start adding the reds and the yellows of the sun's blazing and hot fire. I'm going to start out with this color here. This is my color palette. It's a koi palette, but there's also, you can use just your simple pod palette from, just colors won't get as dark, or you can get the tube paint, which those do get dark. But for simplicity's sake, all right, I'm going to just pull this color, and as you can see, as I put the color in there, that it starts spreading out and gives it that nice watercolor effect. See how it goes into that puddle of water? And And I'm just putting paint. I primed my brush. Priming your brush means just wetting it. And then you want to take and you want to get So we're starting out with the red, but I don't want to go too high because I want to put some yellow in there too. I'm going to blend it backwards. So I'm getting this vibrant red started for the flames. And I'm going to go right up this tree and follow the tree like a flame would. And not do the wing. And just come right past that. Just like that. Okay. Now at the top, I'm going to do yellow. And I'm going to pull that down. But I got to get the red off. So I'm tapping that off. Priming my brush with some fresh water and hitting that yellow. So it's hard to see watercolor on your brush though. It's really hard to see the watercolor on the brush, but you get the idea. So you just start at the top. And if it feels like it's a little dry up there and it's not running, just add a little bit of water. A little bit of water, no biggie. We're fixing that. And if you see, I am going to be just coming in a little close to the hair. I mean, to the top of the feathers. And I want to blend that red. Bring that yellow down into it. Just like that. All right, so now you've got a full background going of the colors that we're going to use in the bird. And down at the bottom, I'm going to put the purple in. If I can find my purple. Oh, that's blue. There's the purple. All right. So down at the bottom, I'm going to put the purple because his legs are going to be yellow. And I want to just have a high contrast right here. So I'm going to put a lot of purple in here at the bottom. And a little bit of red in between this leg here. I didn't put as much water here because it's kind of a tiny spot and I didn't want it to get out of control. And I'm going to dab that up a little bit because that is a little bit too much water and it'll just get into his leg. And if you see, I can just dab that up. When this dries, it'll be a couple shades lighter than what it is now. So putting it on a little heavy at first might seem like you're going overboard, but you're not. You're not. It's going to dry lighter. All right, so now I've got the background all in. We've got this blended, fun. There we go. Now, on the legs and, yeah, we're going to, on the beak, we're going to put the yellow, okay? But we're going to switch brushes. I'm going to switch to one of our skinnier brushes, a little pointy brush. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to get the yellow. I'm going to bring it up the legs like that. I'm going to come on up the leg and the claw. And then I'm going to do the beak like that. Now I'm going to get a touch of the red with the yellow still on my brush. I want to just tap it up here at the edge like that. Clean my brush off. And I don't have any water or paint on here. I'm just going to pull this out.
Okay, we're getting a few
Just like
comments about what about the eyes. Looks like we're getting votes for blue eyes.
blue eyes. I can do blue eyes. I can get the eyes are something I think would change because whenever babies are born, they do have different whenever they grow up. So I can definitely do that. So now we've got to put a little bit of red down in here while this is still wet. And I'll just bring that like that. I got too much water, so I'll just tap it up. I'm going to pull that along the edge. That is shadowing when you do that. You kind of got to do it while it's still a little damp so that it's not a hard line. Watercolor tends to give you hard lines. All right, so now you want blue eyes. I can give you blue eyes. I have a cerulean sky blue that I like to use on almost all my paintings. It's my color. So I'm going to put that in his eyes. So notice how I put my hand. This is all wet, and I'm left-handed. If I put my hand down in that, I'm going to drag it all over the place. So I'm coming from the edge, and I'm resting my hand on the tape, and I'm putting that color in. With a pretty, this is called dry brushing. And if you just do the bottom edge, like that, then take and wipe your brush dry. You've got plenty of water on there. You don't want it to get out of control. You just can kind of pull it around, drag it along like a puppy on a leash. Come on, puppy, get that color around there. All right. And then I'm going to come over here and do the same thing. Depending on the look you're going for, you want to leave a little bit of glare. So you got to leave that white. You don't want to fill in the whole eye. You want to leave that little bit of area white, because the whiter the paper is how you get white. And if you painted something over and then you decide later to put, you want it white, you have to use a different kind of paint. You have to use gouache or acrylics to fix it. I mean, you can fix it, but I don't tend to do it that way. I tend to just leave the white space where it needs to be. All right, so where this is going yellow and this is going red, I'm going to go yellow, red. I'm going to go opposite. It's going to be a little fun reversal. So down here in the tush area, I'm going to do like an orange, yellow orange. I'm not going to do straight up yellow because his claws are that golden color. So I'm going to pull this color in around the edges, just like I did on the eye. That way I have control of where it goes. And I just added water to that. I didn't add any more paint. I'm pulling that in. And this is how you get, it's called modeling. Can you see that? Oh, I can't tell if that's blurry or not. Hopefully it's not too blurry.
It's not blurry. You can see it really well.
So we got a little bit of orange over here. We'll pull that up. Now I'm just following that pencil line, that real light pencil line. Your line should be light. Mine's dark so you can see it, but yours should be just a real fine light pencil line. You see, and I'm adding that little bit of orange to that yellow. So I've got two colors. I've got yellow and orange. And I'm just going to pull that up and get my brush wet and just kind of let it flow towards the middle. All right, so we don't want to paint this though. That's going to be a different color. Yellow and blue make green. So if I want to make this blue, I don't want it to be green. So I don't want to put any yellow under there. So I want to keep that white so that can come back later, paint it blue when it's dry. All right, so we've got this yellow coming quite nicely up there. I think I'm going to do the tips of his wings yellow too. yellow orange, of course, not just straight yellow. And I'm going to go right along the edge there, because this is kind of a back glow from the fire. This is where the light's coming from, is back here. And so this top part of the wing and probably the top part of his head will be a glow. The rest of him, we're going to go dark red now. We're going to go dark red. So I'm going to take a little bit of red and mix it with a little bit of the brown. Now this is going to make it like a dirty. He's going to be dirty coming out of ashes. Just saying. But I'm going to put this dark color under his chin first. And I'm going to, I wiped off all that excess, and I'm going to pull that down. And this here's part here is dry brushing. But see, I wanted it to be slightly different color than the red background. I want it to be a little darker. So we're getting that in there. And now I'm putting water on my brush to just smooth that out and pull it down into the yellow. Smooth it out. Now I want a hard line under his chin. That's going to define his jawline. So that's why I didn't do a blendy there. But I do want a blendy down here. So we've got this painting almost done, just like that. Watercolor can be done quickly, or you can just keep going at it and going at it and going at it and put layers and layers and layers. All right, I got a darker color going here. I added more brown and more red, and a little bit darker brown there. So I'm getting like a darker, the darker tones of the red, because underneath here is all shadow. There's not going to be any light coming down under his wing. This is the crevice. This is the dark place under his arm. And we want that to be, I want that even darker. I'm not happy with that color. It needs to be darker, darker, darker. There we go, darker. Of course, you can always tap out anything that you don't like. All right. So this has got a little tinge of purple hue to it. I think I got a little bit of the blue in there, which is fine because I needed to add a little bit of purple now because we're going to put that on the wings, some purple. Just like that. You want to kind of blend those together a little bit, just soften that line. I took my brush and I just got a little dab of water, dab, 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 and I just blending that in together, just like that. I'm going to blend this in together too, so that it's not a real hard line. All right. So as you can see, these watercolor paintings can come together pretty quickly. I'm going to go ahead and do his face now. I'm going to do it with a red orange and not the dark red. So I cleaned my brush. I used my paper towel. I got a lot of paper towel here. So I'm cleaning my brush and I'm getting this like a red orange for his face. And I'm going to come right to the edge of that yellow and then pull it in down here. And I'm just going around just like that. And this gives him kind of a brighter face than the rest of his body. And I'm trying to get rid of the white between his eye and his head. So I'm doing that. And the same color, I think I'm going to touch in these little places where I left space. I think I'm going to put a little bit of that yellow there too, where I left the space, because this is kind of like he's on fire. He is burning it up. Burning it up. Just like a summer. Just like the summer. Oh, that's my, if you're wondering what that noise is, that's my steampunk bracelet for I dressed up. You're only going to see my arms, so I only dressed up my arms. I bought these at the end of Halloween sale for half off. And I said, I love these and I want these. They're the last pair. Okay, so we've got plenty of little places that we could play around with. But we're going to let some of this dry. And, oh, I missed a little red spot here. Yeah, right here. We're going to let this dry in some areas. So that I can use the Sharpie to bring in details. All right. So my plan for the edge of this baby bird, maybe, oh, I know, there's some purple down in here. We can go ahead and put another layer of purple down here, I think. Get that red and blue make purple. If you don't have purple, red and blue make purple. All right. So I'm just going to add a little bit of scorched earth here. And scorched earth here. Just like that. I'm just adding a little bit of flame action in the air. Just there's a fun thing I like to do. It's called splatter. So I'm going to get that dark blue I just had on there, and I'm going to, so there's paint on here, and there's about to be paint on these. So you take your finger and your brush and a little bit of water with that paint on there, and you just lightly tap. And you want to come to the edge. And this kind of gives that ashy sparkle randomness. Like if you sat there and drew all the dots, they'd all be the same size. But if you do it this way, they're different. They're different sizes. Now I'm going to get red. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to get a wet red brush. Just lightly, just lightly tap. And, oh, this is going to be the fun little added bonus sparkle. Okay. I don't like the drips right here on his face, so I'm going to take my paper towel and I'm just going to tap. It's gone. Magic. This is magic here. All right, so now it's time to put the spark of life in his belly. Hopefully this isn't going too fast, but this is, you know, just how it goes. It just kind of keeps flowing. So we're going to put that bright blue that we used for his eyes, whatever blue you used, and we're going to just kind of trace this shape. Trace it like this. Okay. We're going to pull that in with just a clean brush, a little bit of water. And there's his spark. Spark. Now we come back to the eye that is over here. And we're going to put a little bit darker blue. It just, oh, I don't even know how to tell you. Okay, let me try this. I'll put a little bit of that blue purple color here. And I'm going to scrape that off. I don't even want that much on there. And I'm going to take the point. And I'm going to come above his eye like eyelashes. And we'll just trace the outside of his eye. This should be dry because I played around all over here to let this dry. You want to do this with this completely dry. And this kind of is like eyeliner, which adds the dimension that his eye is in the socket. And then he's got a little nostril. So I'm going to add that right there. Notice I didn't use any black on this. I don't normally use black, except for with my Sharpie. And I'm just going to smooth that out a little bit. Right there. And over here. Just like that. And that gives his eye a couple different colors. And I think that I'm going to put a little bit of red glare in there for the flame. I'm just going to do like little dots of red. When you look at an eye, it's an iris. It's round ball inside it, and then you have the iris in the center, and it's a focal lens, and it closes and opens, and so it usually has striations around the pupil. And so when I put the red in, if you put the red in and do it like lines, you don't want to do a lot or he'll look like he's got bloodshot eyes. And then I want to take some purple. I'm going to add that in there. This is just going to give his eye a little bit of life, because if you noticed before with it just being blue, it was sort of kind of coloring book level. And all you have to do is add a second or third color in there, and it gives that eye dimension. Now, for the most part, this is dry. I got a little crazy in here with the water. It all kind of like absorbed here, but for the most part, this is dry. So that's whenever you want to bring in the Sharpie. Just like that. We're going to add the flare to this. So there's several layers to doing this. You want to take the pointiest point of your Sharpie, and just hopefully you don't have a fat Sharpie like this, and you just want to kind of come down and draw in your phoenix. Little baby phoenix. You should still be able to see your lines since you were using them to paint by. But I can see mine really big time, so I'm going to have to trace over it so you don't see the pencil lines. And that's his little chest. Now, if you get to a part that's not dry all the way, just skip over it, because the Sharpie won't work as well on wet places. Like this is my wettest place, so I wasn't sure if that would work right there. Then I'm going to come down and I'm going to get his little spindly legs, which to me is the funnest part of the... This also cleans up where any of the paint might have went over and blended into there. It'll clean that up. And there we go. We're doing a little hip. Now we're doing a little wing. We're coming down under the armpit. There's a baby bird. Now I'm going to put a little pupil in there. Since I put that glare, he kind of needs it. And then up at the top, I'm going to give him a little fun swirly cue because I want to. And I'll put a little, this is the fun part. I'm just adding now. There's the little flames coming off his, this is where I added that yellow. So I'm just kind of making it look like flames coming off of him. Now you have your tree in the background, which was optional, but I'm gonna go ahead and pull that tree in, being mindful not to drag my arms through any of these wet dots that I got going on. And the tree, you know, just kind of just have fun with the tree. Make you some jaggedy, sharp lines in places, and some crooks. You want to have a place where the nest could sit, though. So my nest sits right in there, and it's on fire. And I'm just kind of adding branches until I get tired of adding branches. Over and over and over again. Trees have lots of little twigs on them. And this tree's on fire, so some of those twigs will be burnt off. But we're just going to go ahead and have fun with this part. And hopefully while you're doing this, your heart rate has come down. You've forgotten about your problems for a minute. You've focused on the phoenix and what the phoenix means and how you can use the phoenix for rebirth and renew in your own life. Notice this phoenix isn't looking back. He's forgotten the past and he's moving forward, and he's not even ashamed of it. He's excited to start afresh and anew. He's practically like one of those action heroes where they blow up the thing and walk away. Don't look back.
Well, we've got some comments. One, we got a question. When are you going to name the babies?
So I don't know how close I am to time, but the painting's pretty much done.
Cool.
You might want to add your little name on there. So Hemsworth.
We still have 15 minutes, and you've got some comments and questions waiting for you. You still have 15 minutes, and we've got questions, and I've got some questions too. One of our people said that he's totally into the authentic idea of that the elemental colors of the flames, loving it. Another one commented they understand about keeping your hand over on the tape because they do stuff with gel pens.
Yeah.
Another commenter wanted to know what you're naming your phoenix.
Well, this one is New Beginnings. So this one, that's what this one is named.
Okay. Well, what happens if you get too much water and it starts diluting your colors?
You use paper towel and you just dab it up, and then you reload. You take the brush, and see this has got like a drip of water coming off of it, and you just kind of lay it like that, and then go back at it. You can actually use the brush itself to suck up water. So say you've got a dry brush and you put it down, it'll pull the paint up and remove it from the space. So like if I had all that water there and I wanted to it's like a basting brush, like a baster. Well, that's what the bristles do. It sponges it up. So there's a couple different ways. So if you didn't have a paper towel, you could use your brush clean and suck up the water that way. There's several different ways to do it.
Okay. And what if people haven't worked with
Now,
water
notice when I
before? Any tips?
well, it's a forgiving medium for the most part. Just don't. Okay, so the worst thing you could do when you first use watercolor is misuse your brush. Don't go like this, or you'll rub a hole in your paper. If you get too much water in an area and you start rubbing it, you will just make a hole in your paper, and there's no fixing that. That's the only thing that I can't tell you how to fix, is if you oversaturate your paper and then rub it real hard with your brush. The best thing to do if you get a lot of water, soak it up, let it dry a little bit, and then go back at it. And that's what I recommend on that.
Wonderful. And how long does it normally take to dry? Do you have to seal it or anything?
No. I do recommend, now your paper's going to look like a little wavy thing when you're done. So some people will lay like a newspaper over it and iron it flat. But for the most part, watercolors are framed behind glass. And that's just how they're presented, because it's paper. So you don't need to seal it. There's no need to seal or anything. Once you're done with the paint, and like this is already done. This is already dry. I could go right into this and do another layer. If you let something dry overnight and go back at it, you'll get a better, so say you don't finish it the first day, you can go right back in it. It's workable. You can go and do more to it the next day.
Okay. And flip the camera up and tell us a little bit about your shop, where it's at, other things that you're doing.
Okay. So, oh, there I am. This is my shop. We've got a lot of different vintage items going on right now. I got a hoard of figurines. I just got some teacups in, and we have paintings all around. We've got 2 rooms. We're on the 3rd floor of the Oddfellows building, and we're doing shirts now. This is for this particular thing that I'm doing right now. We have artist therapy shirts. They're $15. I designed this and screen printed it myself. We have records. We have a lot of old-timey records, $1 each, which is a great deal. Some of these are really nice. And we have a record player, so you can even listen to them before you buy them. Now we have the corner. This is called our Witchy Corner. And this has got just about everything you would want, except for tarot cards, which I'm working on a deck. But so we've got like the feathers and the paper. Then we have candles and oils. We've got, I really love salt, so we have a lot of salt. I have pink salt, and I have black salt, and you can get that by the scoop. Like the scoop is like a little scoop. That's 50-cent scoop. I have rocks. I have so many rocks. I just got a big mess of flint, and I dug this myself. I harvested it myself in Ohio at the Nethers farm. So this could be turned into either arrowheads or whatever, or you can use this as an altarpiece, or you can strike it to start fires. But this is part of the element of fire that I have in the shop. We have sage. We have some homemade hats. We've got more vintage stuff. We got so many different things. And people usually get overwhelmed. They usually get overwhelmed when they come in here.
Yeah.
Because we have so many.
And where are you located at?
We are in Charleston, downtown Charleston. On corner of Lee and Capitol is the Oddfellows building. We're on the 3rd floor on the Lee side. So across from Davis Park, if you know Charleston. You can Google us. We're in the Google system, so you can find us that way. And we do commission work. We do, we constantly have paintings. We've got a sale going on today that if you come in with a mask and gloves for the tea party I'm doing later, you can have a free print, and you get to choose a print from this wall. I have 8x10s here that are originals. So anyways, that's what we got going here.
Good. Very great. And what's your normal hours?
How is everybody doing? Excuse me?
What's the normal operation hours?
Oh, we're on COVID crisis hours. So we have Saturdays and evenings after 5. And hopefully Mary, the other tinker, will be being able to open the shop. But we are having, so we're here by appointment.
Okay.
Necessarily. If you want to come in here, I can find somebody to open the shop for you. But I have a lot of people who have health issues that work for me. So I don't want to risk their health. But
exactly. Clearly understandable. That's why we've moved Pagan Pride to virtual. But no, and what are some of your favorite watercolors or your favorite subjects you've done?
I do a lot of animals. I have my very first series of watercolors was this tarot deck. It's not a tarot deck; it's oracle cards. And I've kind of lived with these for a long time, and they've always made people happy. So I finally made them into a deck. There's about 16 of them, and they're different animals, West Virginia wildlife animals. And I like to do contemporary themed things, so TV shows and other fun things like that. But my class, sometimes my students will pick what I want to do. They'll teach me about things, and then I'll learn and I'll investigate, and every part of it is research. All of the stuff I do, I research before I dive into it. But like, here's a little Bigfoot I did. Can you see it? Here. Little baby Bigfoot, because somebody was interested in cryptids. So it's just how whoever takes my classes, they get to have a say in what they get taught.
Cool.
It's just how I like to do things.
Yeah.
Because I can paint anything.
Yeah, you can. You do a lot of great work. The shop looks really nice. Thank you so much for coming and joining us today. We'll see you again next year.
Okay, well, hopefully we get to see each other in person. You do a great job, Raven, and enjoy the day, okay?
You too, darling. Bye, darling. All right, so we have some things to talk about. Lady Gwen, you are up on live stream. Unmute yourself, darling.
Okay. So I didn't mention this morning. I did forget. So I did post it out there. Anybody who is commenting, and sharing the event gets your name put into the little cauldron here. I have already started a list, so I am on it. Let me just show you a few of the items. I can get into frame here.
There.
Okay. So yeah, it does. It is a necklace, and it does move. It is very beautiful. Mm-hmm. Phoenix pin.
There you go.
These are all Phoenix related items. And I actually have 2 of these little Phoenix Rising necklaces. That is beautiful. The bracelet that you have all seen before. There's blues and purples and green in there.
That is good.
And then the necklace, I'm not pulling it out of the packaging, but it It appears to almost be onyx, I believe it is, in the center, and then with the green stones.
Very nice.
So these are our door prizes for the day. Also, Shelly and Draven had donated a candle and 3D printed Phoenix Rising. The candle is made out of dragon's blood scented, and it's got herbs and stuff in there for uplifting and positive energy. And the 3D image is a 5x8 in size and weighs 16 ounces. So if they have those, so if you win that main door prize, then they will be sending that out to you. Otherwise, if like I said, I've got the list started. If you want to confirm that your name is on the list, go ahead and message me. It's perfectly fine. But I'm getting you. But yeah, every name goes in here. Everybody's got an equal chance. Like, comment, and share.
Exactly. And of course, if you get the magic broomstick out of here, you won't be entered in any of the drawings.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right. So, we are having a great time. Now it's time for some kitty time because, Pagan Pride, we do include children. So we are bringing up Sacred Yana.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sacred Yana, you're added in, and we'll see you in a little bit, Gwen. Hi, guys. Check and make sure you're unmuted. Should be down in the corner. You may have to tap it. Okay. Or allow microphone. It may be an option that you needed to check when you came back in, when you come in. Yes, we're working with audio. We're trying to get it to pull up. Okay, Sacred Yana, can you pop out and pop back in? And when it comes up, it'll ask you to test your mic and test everything else. And I'll pull Gwen back up for a moment. Hi, honey.
Hi.
Yeah, Sacred Yana's working on your audio. We are, again, guys, we're using multiple devices, multiple streams. You're all over the place.
Mm-hmm. Well, just a little something about Sacred Yana. They are located in Weston, West Virginia, and they've only been open a few months. They've been having full moon gatherings. I've personally attended a few, and I take Lydia there actually for the mindfulness for the kids class, which is what they were getting ready to do. They are a great couple, and she does readings. They are working hard to open up the shop and get it up and running really good. They've got big ideas, and I'm really looking forward to watching them grow.
Right. Really amazing. And we're just waiting to come back. I love that they've brought in, the mindfulness and the mindfulness movement.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very nice to have the spiritual aspect. It really helps boost your spiritual self, and see yourself better.
Right.
And yeah. But I can't talk enough good about them. They're doing really good. They got big plans for the upcoming months as well.
Right. Yeah. So I'm sure we're back. Let's see if we add them. Are you guys back with us verbally too? Oh no. Okay. When you're coming into the studio, it'll say test mic, allow mic. Did you always do that? Okay. Are you on Bluetooth or anything connected to your voice that's not allowing it? And we're in Chrome. Yeah. Please try to go to make sure that you're in Chrome and that you test your mic before you come in. Yeah, because we have the echo, but that's going to happen. Try this. Try it now, honey. We're there. I mean, you sound really low, but you're there. All right, so I'm going to take Gwen back out. She'll be back. Okay, now talk. This is going to be fun. I hate to put you through this. Can you please come out of Chrome, close Chrome, and then come back into a fresh start, and then come back into the studio? Okay. All right, so let's bring Gwen up here. Let's talk about mindfulness for a little bit, because this is a new to us term. You know, here in West Virginia, we've not really done it.
They've been having it in the school system for quite a while now, which I think that's done a major job in helping the students. A couple of times, what she uses now, I'm not sure what she's using today, but it's an animal, and like say the lion, the courage of the lion. Or as today, the phoenix and rising from the ashes, like what we're doing. How can you incorporate that into your own life and focus and project yourself forward? So say you've been down and you've been depressed for a long time, but you're like, you know what? I'm about to set this on fire, and I need to get out of this headspace.
Exactly.
So you start making the movements toward it. You get it in your head. You think about what you can do, and then you just go for it. It's like jumping without a net.
Right. How's that different from meditation?
Mm-hmm.
How is it different?
Okay, well, focus, and this is my view of it. Hers is her own, because everybody has different perspectives on things. But with meditation, it'll open up and take you to places that you normally don't go. It may show you what steps you need to take. So you're getting that from the spiritual side. Mindfulness is kind of like looking at yourself. It's taking the knowing and the spiritual side and bringing them both together. You can do that. Now I can't hear you.
I know. That's because I'm muting myself to try to improve your volume, because sometimes we have that issue, and I just auto mute because I've been in Zoom so much. But what I find about it is it's not that hard to get into. So this is great for children to start getting into. So I hope that Yana comes back.
Yeah.
If not, we'll talk about meditation for a little bit.
Okay. I just want to say that I have the stream projected onto the TV, and it is very vibrant, and it looks beautiful. The painting that Rebecca just did, the colors were phenomenal coming off of the TV.
Oh, yeah. I love the quality. All right, come in. Let's see. Hi, guys.
Hi, can you hear us?
There you are. Yes. Awesome.
Okay.
All right, Gwen.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
We had to get the microphone troubleshooted, but I think we're good now.
Awesome. And that happens a lot. So don't be worried about it. Don't let it freeze you. Come in. Tell us about mindfulness and how it helps children and adults.
All right. So I'm Nicole, and this is Adam. We're co-creators and co-creators of Life in Sacred Yana. We opened our doors here 3 months ago amidst the pandemic. We felt a calling. We are parents of a 5 and a 6-year-old, and we felt the impact firsthand of the effects to our children's lives from this. So, of course, there was no more school, no more sports. There was nothing left for the kids to do. So despite the luxury of social media and our sole connection to everybody in person got cut off, Sacred Yana has decided to provide children with mindfulness classes that help to fill the void, give them something to look forward to, and aid them in handling the emotional toll that the pandemic has done to us and continues to do so. So hence Mindfulness for Kids was created. Children who practice mindfulness become more aware of their present moment. They are without conscious thoughts able to pay attention more attentively in their daily lives and be more aware of their surroundings. These practices calm the mind, aid children in sitting still, and are able to focus for a longer period of time than children who do not follow these practices. Statistics show that children who practice mindfulness handle all emotional situations better, and they can easily find and be accepting of situations and other people, and their ability for self-love evolves, and it turns into healthy behavioral patterns as they grow older and their changes in age and circumstances occur. Mindfulness has been linked to helping children with disabilities from ADHD to autism and many other disorders that affect their full function and their learning and communicative skills. So each Saturday at Sacred Yana, we meet at 10 a.m. and we hold the class for about a half an hour to an hour. It depends on the attentiveness of the kids as they become more accustomed to it. We incorporate activities that focus the mind, such as yoga, learning to be aware of our breathing and our feelings. We talk about their week and go into discussions about how the activities pertain to mindfulness and how we use them in different ways to practice the same. Every week, we always do something different. Sometimes we do yoga. Sometimes we make nature journals. We practice our breathing. Every week, I always use it as a way to channel what I feel we need to do, and that's what we work on. We do have 2 new exciting events coming up at Sacred Yana that we want to share with you. But in the interim, if any parents have their kids tuned in today, I would suggest grabbing a coloring book or a plain piece of paper, some crayons, colored pencils, markers, whatever they like to draw with, and we'll give them a little taste of what we do here on the weekends with the kids. First, in line with the pandemic and the changes that the schools have made this year, Sacred Yana has decided to add additional classes for mindfulness for kids during the week. So on Tuesdays and Wednesdays throughout the school year, we'll be taking a group of no more than 5 kids at a time. These classes, though, during the week are only for students who are being homeschooled or virtual schooled, and they're not attending a physical classroom. The same groups will be held together. This is just a way to help negate the issues of COVID. These classes run $20 each. However, if you're paying for the full month in advance with us, each class will be discounted by $5. And then if you have more than one child being enrolled, we offer additional discounts too for that. You must sign up prior to September 8th so we can ensure that we have the same groups of kids together. You can see our Facebook page, Sacred Yana, for any additional details, and we'll be posting those soon. We are looking forward to providing a space for children as an outlet, a creative outlet, so that they have more capacity to tend to their mental health during these times. Secondly, Sacred Yana and Adam, he was great about figuring this out. We've decided to host a trick-or-treat. We are concerned that trick-or-treat is not going to be a thing this year. So we're going to do it here at Sacred Yana. There's no cost to attend, and anybody, we're looking for 15 to 20 businesses or even just individuals who are interested in setting up tables here to provide candy and other creative items. I'm not just so much on the sugar there, but we want to make sure that the kids have some really awesome things to take home in their trick-or-treat bags. We intend on having some small food items for sale, a fire, and we're currently working on some small activities and perhaps photo ops to have available for the children as well. We do ask that anybody who attends these events please be respectful of others and their personal space, just as, again, another way to eliminate the COVID issues. If you have a station here with us and decide to set up a table, we do ask that you provide hand sanitizer at your station. It's our goal to just ensure that the children are not fully deprived of all the things we all look forward to each year. Right now, we have this event scheduled October 24th, which is a Saturday, from about 5 to 7. We'll make any additional changes come closer to the time if we need to. So at this point, hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to grab coloring books, pages, something to draw or color with. First, we want to introduce our friend, the mindfulness jar. We use this for every single class, and we shake this up. So this jar, Adam's got it, simply has glitter in it, and we shake it up to show the kids what chaos and things that occur during the week for us that maybe make us frazzled, make us feel busy. So as we show the kids this jar, we encourage the kids to stand up, shake their heads, their arms, their legs, and shake the sillies out for the day. We sit the jar down, and as we sit the jar down, all of the glitter settles down to the bottom. At this point, I would instruct you to instruct your kids to take a deep breath in, encourage them to breathe in through their nose to the count of 3. So 1, 2, and 3, and then breathe out through their mouths to the count of 3 again. So 1, 2, and 3. This would be repeated one more time. So a deep breath in through the nose. 1, 2, 3, and an exhale through the mouth. 1, 2, 3. This glitter jar is simply a representation to our children of their own emotions on a daily basis. When we're over busy and overstimulated, we are distracted. Our judgment, just like the jar, can be cloudy, and we are out of tune with who we are. If they did all that. So for adults too, children alike, this is often, we call this the pause mode.
Oh no, go ahead, you're doing a good job.
Okay, so now they can go ahead and begin to draw or color whatever they're choosing. As they begin to do this, parents, since I'm not there with them, this is your job, is to teach them to be cognizant of what they're doing. Ask them what color they chose, why they chose that color, the picture that they chose, what representation to them does that picture particularly mean, or if they're drawing, why are they drawing that particular picture? Since they're so young, they're not aware of how to ask themselves these questions. That's where you come in. You know, again, we ask them all of these questions, and as they continue to pick another color or look at or focus on another thing, asking them to be aware of how they feel is the best way to go about that. So you can ask them too. Sometimes we have kids who'll be like, I don't know how I feel. So it's, especially in small children, good to cue them and ask them, does it make you feel happy, sad? Does it remind you of something? Is this your favorite character? If it's a favorite character, what does that character instill in them? Do they like that they're superheroes, or they're happy, or they're pretty? It helps to balance a line of communication too between the child and the parent. Simple little tasks like this help them to be attentive and hone in on their feelings. I personally noticed a huge change with my daughter. She's always so busy and missed the simplest things like a cow or a deer standing in the field. Kind of silly given their size, but it just goes to show how easily distracted our children are, especially when they utilize technology. Now she notices everything. When they begin to pay attention to the external things, they're much more apt to pay attention to the internal things. Now, when my daughter says to me, Mom, look at these clouds, this bug, the veins on this leaf, I again encourage the senses of her tuning into her emotions and how seeing these things make her feel. Each moment that these simple things are practiced, not only does it bring awareness, but it also expresses gratitude. I personally can't imagine a better way of living than to live in gratitude. These simplistic things and skills not only aid your children emotionally, but again, it strengthens your bond with them, that they are getting to be heard and they are being listened to, but it also promotes self-love and acceptance of who they are. It becomes a matter of going back to the basics of life where nothing is complicated, nothing is convoluted, and we are not yet preconditioned. All of the practices that we teach utilizes the imagination. For children and adults alike, our imagination is key to everything that we do. We cannot breathe life into anything without using our imagination. Every idea we have goes to show how beautiful our imagination can be. Just as we asked our children to simply color this morning, adults, this is not exempt for you because we're older. Grab an adult coloring book, some colored pencils, crayons, markers. Be cognizant of your own feelings and your own emotions while you do this. Tune in so that you can release to whatever is uncomfortable going on while you're coloring or creating. Do you feel tension? Release it. What does that picture or that particular color represent to you? What you're holding as you color or create? Do you feel tension? Are you gripping down on the pencil? All of those things are keys and triggers to us to make us recognize what it is that we're dealing with emotionally. While for something like coloring may seem childish or irrelevant, but the matter of the fact is it stimulates the creative mind regardless of age. It encourages you to be creative. I personally am a visionary. You get to create and see it instantly. And for children growing up and expanding spiritually, and for adults trying to fine tune or become more spiritually and aware of this process, expands into the law of attraction. There is no process in spirituality that does not slowly lead into other things. You cannot create without imagination. Children are our greatest asset because they teach us that childlike wonder that we as adults have become preconditioned and have forgotten about. Our kids believe that pigs can fly, they can fly, superheroes can fly. And two, if you've ever truly seen a child in dismay due to adult fighting, they will often say something to the effect about everybody getting along or giving each other hugs. Simply, I use this word a lot, but the reality is everything is very simplistic. They do not tune into the rational, conscious mind. They see things innocently and want the world to be a better place for them, and that's our responsibility to provide that. This class, while it's not complicated, it does give them incredible tools to develop this love outwardly and inwardly. We look forward to this class every week with these kids. Our children personally participate. We have seen wonderful groups of kids here. They have built friendships, bonds, understanding of the world around them. And just last week, we practiced bubble breathing. And they each in their own time mastered it. The excitement in their eyes and the instilled belief that they had in themselves for trying and not giving up was absolutely beautiful. I encourage you and your children to come and see us. Take a moment for time out and practice your skills. We are currently getting in some children's books on mindfulness. One of the items we got into Sacred Yana this week was a meditation CD for the children. And we are also working on currently getting cards in as well for the kids. We have mindfulness cards for children. It's got that glare. I don't know. It's a meditation CD for kids. But we're working on getting some decks in. So I know my daughter always likes to play with my cards, and his son likes to play with his. And they're really just not tailored for them to be able to understand. So a lot of the times the children's cards are associated with animals, what the animal represents. We use them every week here, and the kids really seem to enjoy them. So hopefully we'll get to add that here into the shop very soon. And please come in, grab up a deck for your kids. I'm sure they would love them. And again, we have this class every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. We'll continue to make announcements on the children's items that we get in, coming in. And again, we look forward to seeing everybody on October 24th for what we're hoping to be a first annual trick-or-treat event that we get to do every year. We hope that this segment that we did was useful to you and your children, and we hope that you have a blessed weekend. Thanks for making time for us for the kids this morning.
Thank you, and you're actually up next again, and this time you're back-to-back today, but you are going wonderful with this. Now, again, can you give how to connect with this, and do you do an adult version of this?
We do a lot of different adult classes. I first kind of dug into it and started doing like 3-day classes where, excuse me, they would be a couple hours, a couple weeks in a row. But I think we're going to break it down. We have calendars that I sit down and schedule out every month. So we work on chakras. We work on, one I'm excited about in September is working on dreams and what they mean to us and ways to hone in on that. We have a lot of different things. Law of attraction, we're big on that. We always go back to the basics and the fundamentals. Also working on a class for meditation. I've had a lot of people come in here and talk to us about the fact that they don't know how to meditate, if they're doing it right or wrong. So we do a lot of different things with the adults as well. We have our full moon cleanses. Every full moon, we get those up and running on the events part of the Facebook page. We do the new moon gatherings for manifestation as well. We always have something going on. We love to see people stop in and take a look at everything.
Awesome. Okay. So why don't you go ahead and talk to us about the adult side of this and chakra talk?
I love it. It's one of my favorite things, that and the law of attraction. So this morning for the chakra presentation we're going to do, just a heads up, we are located in Weston, West Virginia. We're on Old Mill Road. If you have any questions about getting here, feel free to shoot us a message. Our numbers are both on the Facebook page. We have email at sacred.yana@gmail.com. We are also working on a website. Hopefully we'll have something up and running here before too long. So in this segment, we're going to discuss our chakras, what they do for us, ways to understand if they are open, stagnant, overactive, and ways to heal them. We also have a lot of items here in the shop as well, which will show that we utilize and are available for purchase here as well. So our bodies have a total of 114 chakras or energy centers, and stemming from these, we have 72,000 energy channels where prana takes place, and also known as energy channels. So you can imagine that when our energy gets stuck, how debilitating that can be to our emotional, physical, and spiritual needs. So today we're going to go back to the basics and dive into the 7 primary chakras, being the root, the sacral, solar plexus, the heart, the throat, the third eye, and of course the crown. So our first chakra is the root, and this is located at the base of your spine and is associated with the color red. This particular chakra sits in an upright position that can be referenced by imagining a trumpet with the sound hole facing down. We use this chakra to draw energy upward from the earth, just as we do when we ground. The root chakra is associated with our hips, legs, genitals, and all of our lower extremities and organs. The life association to this chakra is stability, security, the sense of grounding ourselves in our basic needs for survival. When this particular chakra is balanced, we find ourselves being very comfortable in our own skin. We feel stable and we're connected to the earth. And if you hear a cat in the background, we have our holistic kitties that are sitting out. We threw out for the moment because they're a distraction. So
I might go get them here in a second.
So when our root chakra is unbalanced, we have a tendency to feel flighty, we feel insecure, we struggle to provide for our own daily basic needs. Some of the physical symptoms can include weight issues, knee problems, depression, and immune-related disorders. When this chakra is overactive, you might find yourself not being able to complete projects. You have no consistency. You're often scattered, and it's very typical to be depressed and sleep a lot. To balance, you need to connect to nature, cultivating plants and crops, physical activity, yoga and meditation. Move your body. You're going to hear me repeat to you yoga, meditation, over and over as we go through these. The tree pose in yoga relies on stability and is an excellent practice to bring the root chakra into balance. Your diet, along with your chakras, and all of them are key to changing the balance and what's going on. So you eat foods that are high in protein. Of course, you're going to have beets, strawberries, tomatoes. Anything red is fantastic for this chakra. With every chakra, you can incorporate yoga and meditation practices along with essential oils, incense, and crystals. For the root chakra, myrrh, sandalwood, and patchouli incense and oils are great for that. The root chakra utilizes any kind of red stone, grounding stones such as ruby, garnet, bloodstone, obsidian, black tourmaline, red jasper, onyx, and hematite. I'm very strong, so pretty, I love these. I'm very, very big on affirmations because it's about training your mind, reprogramming your mind from the preconditions that we have been taught to know. And the affirmation for our root chakra is, I am. So we move on to the second chakra, which is our sacral chakra. This chakra sits right below our belly button and is associated with the color orange. This chakra is the first that has a front and a back. So if you're standing, on a sideways angle, you can imagine that end of that trumpet shooting out from the front and shooting out from the back as well. This chakra is associated with our kidneys, our bladder, and our reproductive organs. It pertains to our sexuality, creativity, sensuality, and our emotions. When this chakra is open and balanced, your creativity, it flows. You have a healthy sex life. You are open to feeling motion. When it's closed, you're closed off from the world. You feel withdrawn. You are not comfortable in your own skin. your sex drive is low, and you are not in tune with your creative processes, i.e. writer's block. But it can be anything. You don't have to be some performer to make this work. You're also associated to this too when it's blocked is guilt and shame. Some of the physical symptoms associated with this chakra are sciatic, which many of us have a problem with, lower back pain, reproductive issues, bladder and kidney problems as well. When the chakra is overly active, your emotions are unhinged and you may be over-sexual. To bring this into balance, here we go again, meditation and yoga. The child's pose and downward facing dog are great yoga poses to help bring this into balance. Eat anything orange. So of course, oranges, peppers, cantaloupe, anything along that realm that you can think of and enjoy. Any fruits that produce a natural sweetness is helpful. You're going to want to stay away from anything that is produced with sugar and man-made sugars. Those really don't serve us any real good purpose. Water. So our sacral chakra coincides with the water element. So water and lots of it. Your sacral chakra needs that water to purify. For this chakra as well, using oils and incense such as ylang-ylang, lemon, patchouli, and sandalwood are extremely useful. Crystals to have on you and meditate with are carnelian, sunstone, orange tourmaline, amber, and moonstone. Our beautiful sunstone we have in here. We have a big basket of it. I love it. The affirmation associated with this chakra is, I feel. So our third chakra is our solar plexus chakra. And this chakra sits right above the belly button and has both a front and a back. So again, that trumpet's shooting out in the front and out in the back. It is associated with the color yellow. Beautiful, the sun is shining. It is associated as well with our personal power, our emotions, our self-esteem, and our ego. The physical associations are our digestive system, our bladder, liver, stomach, and spleen. When it's balanced, you're confident and you're humble. You step into your power. Excuse me, sorry about that. So you have confidence in yourself. If it's closed, you feel powerless. You lack the boundaries that you need for healthy relationships and for yourself. Digestive issues are absolutely going to arise. You're sensitive to criticism. And you care for others before you care for yourself. When it's overactive, your power overrides all. The ego is in full gear. You're not listening to anything you need to. You're very self-centered and it becomes all about you. So let's balance this. Again, yoga and meditation, starting off. So you've got the cat pose and the boat pose. You eat yellow foods such as pineapple, corn, bananas. Reconnect to earth. A lot of the times when there's frustration with this particular chakra, go out barefoot, no shoes. Take your feet, stomp them into the ground. Get rid of that anger, aggression, and anything associated with power that's no longer serving you. Write and journal about repressed anger, trust issues, fear, and utilize Ho'oponopono. If you're not familiar with that, stop in. That's a whole other day right there. So essential oils and incense associated with the chakras: lemon, lavender, rosemary, and Roman chamomile. Our crystals that you can utilize are yellow citrine, tiger's eye, which is my personal favorite. I love that one, and we have beautiful pieces of that in here. And rutilated quartz and amber as well. Affirmation to this is I can. I'll do a quick preaching that I do at, I think, every moon event that we have. Can't is not a word. Don't is not a word. Don't ever let anybody or anything tell you that you can't do anything, because you absolutely can. It's a matter of will. Fourth, our heart chakra. This is my favorite chakra. Love it. So in the midpoint between the bottom of the bottom three and the midpoint of between the bottom and the top three, our bottom three chakras are our physical life needs, our demands, and our emotions. The top three come into connection with the divine, life, our intuitive, and our spiritual needs. The heart chakra ultimately is the portal to all of them. Without love, nothing is possible. This chakra has both a front and a back as well, and is centered in the middle of your chest, being associated with the color green, but it is also supported by the color pink for love and our heart. These associations for the body are our heart, our lungs, and our thymus. When your heart is in balance, you express love openly and you're honest with yourself and others. You sense gratitude and give gratitude. Compassion, healthy boundaries, your relationships are healthy, you're in flow, and you are absolutely connected. When it's closed, we have no empathy or compassion for other people. We're shut off and we're very cold. We lack boundaries. Negative self-talk occurs. We are shallow, and so are your relationships. Heart issues and pneumonia and allergies are very common with the heart chakra. If you're too open, you have terrible boundaries, yet again, kind of in line with the closed off area. You take on the weight of everyone's problems and you forget to care for yourself. You must be healthy for yourself to be healthy for others. To heal, breathing exercises aid your lungs. Again, hence meditation and yoga. But when you're doing the breathing techniques, when it comes to your heart chakra, you want to make sure that you're breathing not from your diaphragm, but from your lungs and your chest. So you'll feel the difference. We are terrible breathers in life. We really do. So when you're breathing from your chest instead of the diaphragm, you're going to feel a difference. If you do it till you're dizzy, you've gone too far. Slow it down. For the yoga aspect of it, you can use the camel pose or any pose that you prefer that opens and widens the chest area. Foods, of course, anything green, so collard greens, asparagus, lettuce, Swiss chard, broccoli. Incense and oils, rose, neroli, lang lang, bergamot, lavender, and lemon balm are fantastic for this. Crystals, rose quartz, of course, jade, emerald, green kyanite, and green tourmaline are great. And of course, the affirmation for this is I love. So next is our fifth and our throat chakra. Our throat chakra has both a front and a back, but the energy is taken from the back and put forth through the front. So again, imagine that trumpet at the back. It's open back here because clearly we're projecting from the voice and it's coming out and forward. The color associated with this is light blue. It is connected to our throat, our ears, our shoulders, our thyroid glands, and many other glands in this region. I personally have had bouts with thyroid disease over the years, and it's really something that can be worked on. When your throat chakra is open, we communicate very clearly. We mean what we say. We come from a place of compassion and love. Not only do we speak, but we listen. A lot of people instantly think throat, you're talking. That's not all. It is the case, but it's not the only thing. We have to really pay attention and hear. Silence sometimes is best because if we're quiet, we get to listen, not just hear what's going on. When you're listening, you're taking in the true vibe of what is being expressed to you. You're better able to understand, empathize, and communicate, not from a place that you just want to speak back, but from a place that you're understanding what is being expressed to you. So we come from a strength of will in this as well. Our capacity to make judgments are sound, and when we're healthy, we avoid criticisms of ourselves and others. Your throat chakra is closed, our shoulders and our neck take on the stress. I personally always carried the weight in my shoulders, always ached from it. We feel that tension. We feel as if we have a lump in our throats and do not speak, and we are repressing our feelings and what we need to say. We become judgmental. We face addiction issues. Addiction issues are profound when it comes to the throat chakra because when we face these issues, we stifle everything and all of our creativity, all of our feeling, all of our talents. We just shut them down. So when we take and we use things and substances to quiet those, we're suppressing what we need to address. You may have a raspy voice, sore mouth, gums, TMJ, again, and thyroid problems. When it's overstimulated, we are harsh. We do not think before we speak. We lack in following our dreams and desires, and we fail to step into our personal power. We lack faith in our own abilities at that point. To heal this particular chakra, yoga and meditation, of course, again. Poses for the throat chakra in yoga should include the bridge pose, the camel pose, and the shoulder stand. If you're not real great at yoga, shoulder stand can be a bit challenging. So take a look at some other books, different ideas and techniques that you could still stimulate that particular chakra. It's not so much for the foods when it comes to the throat chakra. There's not a lot of naturally blue foods. There are some flowers and herbs that you can ingest. Primary one to this is eat blueberries. Can't not love blueberries. Drink teas. Chew on peppermints. Singing and chanting are a very helpful way to open these chakras and balance them. Mean what you say. Stick to your words. Let your actions meet your words. Limit small talk. I personally, again, we're both this way. We don't enjoy the small chitty chatty. We like the deep, stimulating conversations, and it's a great way to go to open that throat chakra. Incense and oils for chakras, in this particular case, lavender, rosemary, frankincense, and chamomile. Crystals you can utilize are turquoise, lapis. We've got some beautiful, absolutely gorgeous lapis in here. We are very blessed to have it. Aquamarine, iolite, and sodalite as well. The affirmation to this particular chakra is, I speak. The sixth chakra, the third eye. The third eye is between our eyes, but slightly up, but not in the middle of our forehead. So we're looking right about there. The physical side to the chakras are going to deal with our brain, our nervous system, our ears, eyes, nose, and throat. This chakra brings insight and wisdom and dives into our intuitive side and helps us see the past and the lessons that are associated with it. This chakra is associated with the pineal gland. When the chakra is in balance, we are open to our intuitive abilities. We are aware of our present. We trust. That's a big one. We trust in our inner wisdom. We see beyond the physical realms. We are comfortable taking in messages from our spirit guides and do not let the rational conscious mind interfere with those messages. We are open to receiving. When the chakra is out of balance, we cut ourselves off from the divine and the messages that we're being given. We then begin to rationalize what we're being given. So, of course, brain kicks in and goes, wait, this doesn't make sense. Go back to reality. Doesn't work. We do not trust nor are we aware of our present moments. Physical ailments that can be associated with this particular chakra are strokes, learning disabilities, spinal difficulties, seizures, and headaches. When this chakra is overstimulated, we again do not listen to our spiritual side. We become know-it-alls. Then take that back down, and it kicks in with the ego. We sit ourselves on a pedestal and we feel that we're above all others. To heal, yoga and meditation. All poses are very helpful, but when doing any of these, you want to keep your eyes closed. This takes away the physical ability to see, and you're being reliant on your knowledge and your intuition as well as your ability to hear. So the idea here is to feel with your senses, not to see. Become aware without the physical eyesight, but rather take it all on in the sense of feeling and tuning in to the world around you. Here, you need to listen. Eliminate things like fluoride. So your toothpaste or whatever other supplement or whatever you might be using, check it for fluoride. Fluoride will absolutely interfere with the third eye. You're going to eat foods like blueberries, blackberries, eggplant, black currants. Crystals that we have for this also, lapis is great, amethyst, fluorite. We've got a beautiful piece of fluorite in here. Clear quartz and sapphire as well. The affirmation to this, even though you're not supposed to be seeing with your eyes, is I see. The seventh chakra, the crown chakra, is the final of the primary seven. This is at the top of your head, known as the crown. This like the root chakra, takes an energy in one way. So again, we have the trumpet, but the trumpet sound is coming up from here. So we're taking in the divine sound and the gifts that we're being given, and it's coming down from the heavens. Our wisdom and insight is brought into us from the light above. Oftentimes when I have folks here and we're working on meditation or whatever, I ask them to envision a white light coming down from the heavens. At this portal in the top of the crown, that light's shooting down through. And when it comes down through, it is illuminating every single chakra straight down your spine to the root every single time to balance, clear that energy, and protect you. Again, the trumpet, trumpet, trumpet. It's a very easy way to imagine this. Our wisdom and insight is brought into us from this light above. Colors associated with this chakra are white, gold, and purple. Our physical associations are our pituitary gland, our muscular and skeletal systems, nervous systems, and even our skin. There are many more that are associated with the crown as well. When this chakra is in balance, we acknowledge unity. We're connected to ourselves and those around us, including to the earth and, of course, our spirit guides. We trust in the divine connections that we're given. We all have got, you don't have to be anything, but you need to tune in. You really do. We are aware and comfortable that our lives transcend beyond the physical realm that we exist in. When this chakra is out of balance, we feel disconnected from source energy and the divine. If you're not in connection with yourself and source energy, it's going to be a real hard time utilizing the law of attraction to manifest your desires. We have difficulties with this when we're out of balance and trusting our path. In general, we struggle with life as a whole. Everything becomes difficult. We shut down, we disconnect, we want no parts of it all. We are depressed, we're unsatisfied, we cling on to anxiety like it has become our friend. We live in fear. COVID, prime example. Everybody got shut down to some extent for a little while. The physical aspects of imbalance are depression, chronic exhaustion, sensitivity to light and sound, alienation, and constant confusion. When this chakra is overstimulated, we live in a constant dreamlike state and cannot connect with any sense of reality. We close ourselves off and hibernate, only ever wanting to be outside of our natural state. We have no balance. We find the need for intoxication because that numbs us. So this too is also associated with any addiction-related issues. It can be anything from nicotine to heavier drugs or whatever it is that you choose to do. We don't have to feel. That's why they do it. You don't have to feel. So to heal these, yoga and meditation, again, headstands and shoulder stands. Like I said, with the third eye though, for someone who's not, real into yoga or anything like that, there are other ways to go about opening the chakra, but you can always take a look at some yoga books or beginner's yoga. There we go. And we've got some books in here on different things like that as well. Welcome to come in and talk to us. We'll gladly give you a hand. Chant Om. Wear the colors purple or white. Practice gratitude. No better way to live, and set the intentions for what you're trying to do. If you're following the dietary practices of all the other chakras, you are in balance for the crown chakra when it comes to dietary needs. Eating a balanced diet in these foods helps all the chakras. Can't go wrong there. Essential oils that you use and incense, frankincense, peppermint, sandalwood, and lotus. Crystals, amethyst. We got labradorite here. Everything's all backwards. It's beautiful. We got labradorite, moonstone, selenite, clear quartz, and amethyst are great ones for this. The affirmation to this particular chakra is, I know. These are the basic tips and tricks on working to balance out and heal our chakras. We could truly go on about this subject all day long. We have a class set to start in September for our chakras. It's a one-day class. It's an introduction. We would go over many of the same things that we went over today, but far more in depth. And if we would have to add time to that, we could definitely do that. We encourage you to check out our Facebook page for the latest updates on all of our classes and many other classes and future events coming up. Since we are actually a little ahead of schedule, we can show you a couple of the things that we have in the shop that pertain to our chakras. So in this particular group here, and I know there's a glare and I'm not real sure how to get rid of that. These are energy healing oracle cards, and this particular deck has a card for each one of the chakras, and they're pretty awesome. There we go. There's that one. So there's our 7th one, and here is our 6th one. So if you're really interested in the chakras, this is a great way to go. They focus on all of them. This is a deck that we can get in here to the shop. We've gotten in touch with a lot of publishing companies, and they've been wonderful with us, and we're getting so many wonderful things in here for divination. Another deck, here you want to show? Another deck we have in is Kim Kranz, and these are the Animal Spirit Tarot. They also have one for each of the 7 chakras, which these cards are, so are the other ones, but these ones are some of our favorites, and they are absolutely beautiful. And the messages contained in the book, which the book is a great thing, but always use your own intuitive skills first and foremost for any kind of cards that you're picking up and practicing with. So let's go. Got the dragon, the eye, the ever-watching eye on us, the sea serpent.
That's my favorite card, I do believe. Yes.
And perfect for this year, the Phoenix, which is the root chakra in the animal spirit deck. We do have some additional bracelets that we have in the shop right now. All of these particular ones, we pulled them and left the other ones off to the side, are great for the chakras that we talked about today. All kinds of things. We're always getting new stuff in as well. One of my favorites is the turquoise, the throat chakra. So there you have it. Another thing we have in right now is the Hem Hex packs as well. These are also for the chakras. It's very nice. They break it down. So you have, it's totally designated to which chakra in the pack that you're looking to work on. So it's a great way to help balance your chakras through
And
incense.
they smell good too.
They do. They're awesome. They really are. They're some of
good.
my favorite. They're probably my favorite overall. They really are. We were able to get some really awesome items. We have a beautiful, I'm going to let Adam, we've got this beautiful singing bowl. I love this thing. Let Adam, he's better at it than I am, to get it tuned in.
I can try. You put me on the spot.
I know you can do it. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I can hear it. We do also, we're very, very cautious about where our products come from.
The bell. I can ring the bell.
Go ahead, ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Yes.
And deafen everybody.
I can do that.
All of our products we're very cautious with. They do come in from places like India, Brazil, Nepal. We are working with some local people who do their own handcrafting of different items as well. We like to stick local as much as we can to support small businesses in the area. I don't know. Is there anything else?
Did you tell them where they could find us on Facebook? What our tag was?
Sacred Yana. Find us at Sacred Yana on Facebook. Again, we're working on getting a website put up. We're a little. I don't like technology, so the fact that I got into this today and we did all right is an amazing thing. I'm old school. Give me pen and paper. So
yeah, we've actually got some questions here. On comments. I didn't want to interrupt, and we're going to hold Q&A until after the presentations.
Gotcha.
For y'all watching. All right. They love the glitter jar. They think that's amazing. Now, I've used the glitter jar before in ritual.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for mental consciousness.
Uh-huh.
And solving issues. Yeah, I've used that before.
The kids love it. They think that's the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, and it's a great way to time out too.
Yeah, exactly. We use timeout a lot around here.
Yeah. But it's a great way. Shake the jar up and say, you sit there and calm down until the glitter settles.
Exactly.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Another viewer says, finds this interesting and wish that it had been around when she was younger. Very hyper. Children need something to help them because centering and grounding, since it's chaos all around. Thank you for offering this. Love the glitter jar. Going to use it on the grandson. Dottie's public, so I'll say her name. Dottie says she loves the classic, is her homework. Heidi asks, what's a good meditation music?
For kids or for adults?
Both.
Both. Okay. So you know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't want to say that. Well, the CD. What did we do with that? We're kind of got a small space. We're working on expanding. So this particular CD that we have in for kids is Meditations for Children. We have one disc available here for sale in the shop. This one is for relaxation and imagination. For adults, if you're in tune with yourself, you know, like there's a calling to anything that you need. I like to channel my energy. That's how I get my messages. I do card readings. I do aura cleansing, chakra balancing. I do all kinds of stuff. But I always just go for what calls to me. And that's how I've always done it. I don't think you can really ever go wrong if you follow your intuition. So I think it really depends on the person. You know, flip through YouTube and see, like, listen to, 10 seconds of it. You'll know in 10 seconds if that's what you're supposed to be listening to.
I like the Celtic meditation music.
Yeah,
that's
those are
good
good
to look up.
Yeah, those are good. I like the binaural beats too. I'm a big, because all the hertz in the binaural beats are all for something different, and I think that's a great way to start. We have a list on our Facebook in the our post somewhere I think maybe in the last couple of weeks, you could scroll through that, take a look at the hertz levels, and it tells you what each hertz level is meant to do. So that'd be a great place to start.
And they're looking for a link, so I will be putting out a link to your page here in a second.
Please, thank you.
Other question is, are you open today?
We are. We're typically open from 9 to 12, but since the Pagan thing is going on today, if they all want to stop out, we'll be here. We'll be happy to see them. Also, a little quick, to know, our business is separate from our home, but it's still on the same property. So typically someone's always here. Anything outside of our retail hours, feel free to message or call or shoot us an email, however you want to communicate. And, if I'm available, which I typically am, or one of us are, like I said, usually here. So they're always welcome to stop out, even if they just want to take a look around or discuss anything. It's not a problem.
Yeah, and they said they are open today. They're not sure how late. You guys are till like 6?
We typically up until 5.
Till 5,
yeah.
But also, I have a question for you. What do you recommend about someone that's never done yoga? Then that flexible. I can't be a pretzel.
Well, first off, let me tell you something. This gal right here, I have terrible back issues, which I've gotten better over the years, but I was in a bad accident when I was younger. But so we have a meditation and yoga class Saturday mornings at 8 o'clock. And you could ask Gwen. Gwen's been here. We have a beautiful space here, and you get to watch the sun come up. You get to watch the moon come up. I mean, you can't ask for a more peaceful, beautiful area. But we have a spot where I do yoga and meditation on Saturday mornings at 8 a.m. I'm no yoga pro myself, but I do know the basics of all the things. So if you're not a pro, come out and see me. We incorporate yoga and meditation. We do very basic, simple things. We won't be pretzels together, I promise.
We can get the beginner books too for yoga.
We have
they need in like beginner stuff.
Yeah, one of the big things that we're working on right now is, like I said, we've gotten in touch with a lot of publishing companies that handle the Oracle, Tarot, everything from Pagan to Celtic to spirituality, horses. I mean, all kind of stuff. And we're getting those products in here. So we want to get a lot of the beginner's guides to help people, because there's a lot of people that just don't know. And again, like
Give them the basics. And everything they need to know.
I always go back to the basics to begin with. You start complicating and convoluting stuff, and it's like you just can't. You always go back to the simplistic aspects of everything to begin with. So come out and see me.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
What's your address? Where can they find you?
So we're at 834 Old Mill Road in Weston. When we're open, so we have a driveway out here. We have a blue rock with the numbers 834 in yellow painted on it. And we also, when we're open, we have a big yellow metal sunflower that sits at the end of the driveway.
Awesome. So it's a great way to tell when you're open, when you're not. There's a lot of attractions in Weston. You've got the asylum right there.
I was just going to say.
You guys have a lovely little restaurant, because I've actually been there. It was a lovely one.
Was it the West Fork Eatery?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and some great coffee shops. I mean, it's a whole day trip if you are not locally close to Weston.
You know what? I grew up in Pennsylvania. I moved to Bridgeport last year. Adam and I, we do what we do together. That's life. But I love it here. This is home. This really is home. I was always told, if it feels like home, be cautious, because sometimes home from childhood could be a little, it could be a little too familiar in some ways. But this home here has been beautiful. I think West Virginia is fantastic. I have been totally blown away by the folks that I've met coming here, their hospitality, their kindness, their simplistic way of life. I was up in the city of Pittsburgh for 6 years, and this place has soothed my soul for anything that I felt that I needed to work on. And I'm really excited for us to be able to do this with you all today, to get to meet the people that we get to meet and know through our business. We've made wonderful connections. I'm really excited about everything we've got going on.
Just like help.
I'm sorry?
So, just like building and growing things, I'm so glad to see something spring up in that area.
Well, I came here and I said to him, because he's lived here his whole life, I said, where do I go for this stuff? And he's like, well, there's not too many places to go. And I'm like, well, what the hell is that? Like, how do we not have places to go to? I worked in the oil and gas field and got laid off, and then put this on a vision board, which we work on vision boards. Come on in, let's work on this.
Traction.
And we put this on a vision board in February, and by June we were open. So, I mean, it just goes to show how, and we started this with $60. That was it. $60.
That's impressive. That's showing that you're doing something right. Well, thank you for coming out, and thank you for doing the 2 classes. It's been very informational, and it's been a really great day.
Okay, thank you so much for taking us on. And Glenn, thank you for inviting us. We really enjoyed it.
Yep, thank you.
I'll be out to see you soon.
Sounds good, honey. Take care.
See you.
All right. Okay, guys, so the next one is actually a pre-recorded one, so I'm going to get that set up for you. This is Colin. He's presenting Pagan 101. And let me get that going. And I believe he's in comments to take questions. If he isn't, that's okay. I'm sure that we can talk about it a good bit. So here we go. There we are.
Howdy folks, this is Cullen, and this is Pagan 101. I'm going to break this into 3 separate videos, simply to keep the file size down, and we'll work it from there. This first one, basically I'm going to cover what paganism is and is not. Probably the is not is more important for this one. But we'll get to that in a second. Besides this video, I have in a prior time written another set of missives, basically a Pagan 101. I sent these to Gwendolyn, so they're available for you to acquire. And if not from her, you can get them from me. It'll cover slightly different stuff than what this is doing. And enough of that. On to what paganism is. The term itself comes from a Latin term from the time of the Roman Empire. Basically what it referred to is the country folk. And the people in the cities, just like today, consider themselves to be smarter, more cosmopolitan, and just better than the hicks that are out there in the country. So it was basically a derogatory term, which, like I said, you can use the term, modern translation of hick, and it would apply. But it meant country folk. Nowadays, paganism more or less falls in the category of any path that does not fall into the 4 main monotheistic paths. And so it could be pretty much anything. Sometimes the term heathen is used. Some people like to use heathen rather than pagan. I put it in the same category as with Star Trek fans. Some want to be called Trekkers rather than Trekkies. It's all semantics. It's all the same thing. Use the term that fits for you, and be damned what anybody else thinks. The 4, you might think 3 branches of monotheism, but there is actually 4. The 3 main ones that you think of course, is Christianity, Islam, both of which splintered off from Judaism, or well, in that hodgepodge of that time, well, at least Islam might have, it come about. It doesn't matter. They're all sucking up to the same big dude. Doesn't matter if you call him God, Yahweh, Allah, same guy. They're all fawning over him. That's fine. Then there is the fourth branch of monotheism, and this is the one that we get confused with on a regular basis, and that is the Satanists. No way, shape, or form is paganism part of Satanism. It's real simple. Satan, Lucifer, whatever word you want to use for him, the devil, that is the big guy's tantrum throwing angel that didn't want to play by the rules that he set. So you can't have the devil without having the God, that he split off from. They're a package deal. It's as simple as that. If we don't suck up to, the monotheistic God, why in the world would we want to go and deal with one of his misbehaving angels? Leave it where it's at. Don't bring it into it. That ain't us. Somebody wants to say it, pat them on the head, say, well, you're cute, but you're wrong. There's some other things about paganism when starting out. And I've run into this on occasion. And that is, treat it with respect. It's not a hobby. It's not something, a fashion statement. It's not something to rebel against your parents with. It's really not even a religion. It's a lifestyle. It is something that appeals to you, and you feel comfortable following the tenets of whichever path you want to follow. It becomes part of you, to where after a while, after you've done it enough, every breath you take is part of you being a pagan. If you want to be some goofy little New Ager, D&D LARPer, Harry Potter, knockoff, fine. Take your D&D books and your spice rack that you think is all you need, just go away. Leave us alone. You cause us a bad name, and people don't take us seriously for that reason. Like I said, that's nice. Pat you on the head. Go away. And as far as I think that pretty much covers this part one. In that, the next part I want to get into some of the multiple paths. Paganism is an umbrella term. It covers a bunch of different paths, pantheons, religions. So I'm going to cover a few of those so you get some idea of things. When you're starting out, like I said, however, here's probably the best advice I could give you. Learn everything that you can from every source that you can. Take the stuff that rings true for you and use it. The rest of it, don't discard it. Remember it, because there's a reason why it didn't appeal to you. You need to be able to articulate that reason, because somewhere down the line, you're going to be able to help somebody else along the way. You say, well, this didn't work for me for this reason, but it might work for you. And after you've learned everything that you think you can learn, then comes the real interesting part. You get to unlearn it and then relearn it and continue that process for the rest of your life. There is no ultimate end that you can reach and say, hey, I'm there. No, it's a perpetual road that goes into the future. It goes beyond your mortal life here. It's, just, you got to be prepared for that. Also, if you ever think that you're doing it right, I have learned that the more positive you are that you are right, more likely you're wrong. So always have a little bit of doubt about what you're doing. Always be ready to change your opinions should it be necessary. So, and with that word, the prattle of those words of wisdom, I will end this part 1, and we will get to part 2, where I'll talk about some of the paths that you might consider along the way.
And so, if he wraps up early, I may need you there.
Turn this off and turn it back on, just like when they're doing commercials.
Yeah. Go.
They don't sit there while the commercial's going. They're taping the darn thing 5 seconds later. So I'm going to do the same thing. All right. Bye-bye, and then hi. And I'm back. Okay, when it comes to paganism, it seems like everything tends to default group to group, but that's the basic thing right there. Most Wiccans are in covens with a leader. Not always. They can be as solitary as anybody else. Same as with the witches. The witches are, they're in many cases solitaries. And again, it's not a religion for them. It's their calling. It's their craft. It's a vocation. So if somebody, if you're not a witch and you're not a Wiccan, well, that's cool. That's some of the other things we're going to cover. We'll get on to the one that I guess I could say I know the most about, and that is Druidry. That's because I'm a Druid, and I am, well, that's what I do. That's what I am. And probably the easiest way to define Druidry would be to say it's having a respect and a reverence for the land. Doing things that don't cause harm to the environment. It could be as simple as picking up a piece of litter. That could be considered Druidry. So you don't have to go through all the rigmarole. You just have like I said, a respect and a reverence for the earth, and you want to see it cared for, and you're, in whatever way is open to you, you are helping that along. There's several organizations that you could become a part of. The two largest, I should say that there's many solitary druids that have created their own little groups, and well, you find them where you find them. The two largest organizations, one is based in England, Order of Bards, Ovates, and Druids, otherwise known as OBOD. And in many ways, it could be said that's where the modern Druidism began. The other large organization, which I have been associated with personally, I'm not even going to try to do the Gaelic. It's the ADF, which translates to a Druid Fellowship. It's for me personally, it's a good fit. I like it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be involved in it. And but either one of the organizations can work out quite well on that point. Another, that's of the two bases. We'll leave it at that right there. You can look them up online and make a decision of your own on that. Some other related to Druidism would be any of the Native American paths, because in many ways they had a respect for nature that us white folks lack, and they have retained it. It's part of their culture. I would caution you in that if you were going to get involved in anything with Native Americans, you need to go to them. Specifically, if you're talking about following you need to go and find their medicine man and convince them that you want to learn from them. If you can do that, because the one thing you don't want to do is cultural appropriation. Just don't run off and start doing all of putting on feathers and dancing around fires and going woo 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 and all that stuff. No, that's disrespectful. One thing that the pagan paths try to have is respect for each other, so that we coexist. We have somebody that we can learn from. Their experiences could be very useful. Yours could be very useful to somebody else. But you got to be respectful. So if you choose to be doing anything with the Native Americans, go to them. And don't be a bozo. Some of the other things, another one would be shamanism. And that's almost always a solitary. The term shaman, or shaman, however you want to pronounce it, comes from the Mongolian, practitioners. Don't even bother going to them. It's real simple. For them, the shamanic path is hereditary. You aren't, if you weren't born into it, they're not going to teach you. But there's many ways of doing shamanic things. The Native American medicine men are very similar to that. There are people out there that have just been working on their own, and they could still have very useful information. So don't disregard that. Let me think what else. And of course, there's many multiple paths. There's such as those that might be interested in the northern pantheon, such as Thor, Odin, and that. Asatru is a good place to start. I will warn you that they tend to be plain speaking and rather brusque people, that it might set you back a little bit. But they have a very high respect for honor. It's woven into what they're doing. I wouldn't discount them just because they are saying things that aren't sugar coated. The biggest problem with Asatru and any of the northern paths is that you've got the racists and the white supremacists that are trying to co-opt it. Cultural appropriation again. They have no right to it. If somebody starts talking racist stuff, get away from them. They're not on the path. It's as simple as that. No matter what they think or how ardent they are, they're not on the path. There is no racism in Asatru or any of our paths, to be truthful on that. There are people out there that are following the Greek and the Egyptian gods, and those pantheons. There's many European paths that are coming back, now that they're not being picked on as much as before. Many are woven in with the cultures. You also have the Irish, or rather the Celtic pantheon. My heritage is Celtic, and that is what I pretty much follow. So I'm dealing mostly with the Celtic deities, but I won't get into that. That's for part 3, where I'm going to talk a little bit about the deities and magic. For the moment, I've prattled enough on this, giving you something. And a good place to go, the local pagan shop. It's a great place. It's a crossroads. You can network there. You can find out about things that are going on in the area. If there's not a pagan shop in your area, look online. You can find them there. Don't ever be discouraged. Don't let anything stop you from what you want to do. And that's it. On to part 3. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, on to part 3 here. Basically, this is a quick talk about deities and magic. I'll start out with talking about magic. It's probably one of the most misunderstood things concerning paganism, in that too many people think in terms of D&D, Harry Potter, and all that crap. Nice little fantasies and stories and stuff, but that is not magic. Not in the way that many of us view it. The term magic comes from an earlier Indo-European root word, magush, and it basically means to be able to do something through knowledge. And on that point, its Siamese twin is science. Believe it or not, science and magic are the same thing. I like to put it into the category of, well, I'll give you an example real quick. That example is, I'll talk about it in what I call Harry Potter terms, and then I'll talk about it in more mundane terms, and you'll be able to see the difference. Now, when it comes to doing things through knowledge, one of the things that I can do is that I can raise heavy objects into the air with just the wave of my hand. I also have lightning at my command. I can also make iron burn and flow like water. Now, if somebody was to make a claim like that to you, you'd wonder, okay, where's the butterfly net? This one's got to be put away somewhere. He's goofy. However, that's the Harry Potter terms. Now we'll take it from the more mundane terms. These are things that I did on my job almost on a daily basis. The first one, as far as lifting heavy objects with the wave of my hand, that's when I'm signaling a crane to move something. As far as lightning at my fingertips, yeah, every time I arc welded. As far as making iron burn and flow like water, that's when I'm using a cutting torch. You know, it melts the iron and it causes it to burn. Now, you might say, well, that's not magic. Yes, it is. The main difference between science and magic, I like to think in terms of, is if you see the nuts and bolts of the process, it's science. If you don't see the nuts and bolts of the process and something happens like magic, well, guess what? It's magic. But in either case, it could be the exact same thing, such as what I was just talking about. There are many other things that can play a factor. The main thing with magic is that you are patterning your mind. You're setting your mind. You have a mindset that you're putting in place so that you are in the proper state to do what you want to do. And once your mind is set for it, things will happen much more naturally. You know, how that depends person to person, it varies. But that's what I personally have found. If this kind of takes the fun out of it, we're hoping to, do something Harry Potter-ish. Well, I'm sorry. I guess I'll have to disappoint you there. Now, we'll get on to deities. There's a problem with deities in that because Christianity has been so pervasive for so long, too much of their context for a deity has bled over into paganism. Because they've got the infinite big dude, and of course, well, our gods have got to be really, huge too, which is not the case. The earlier context for a deity was to be greater than a human. If somebody is doing something that is impossible, or at the very least highly difficult to do for a normal person, that person has been at least touched by divinity. If they're not a deity unto themselves, then by damn, they've been touched by one. Many of the leaders of the past became gods, or considered as gods, usually after their death, where they have ascended to wherever they're going to. But you don't have to take it from that point of view. You can't. For this, my favorite deity to talk about is Thor, god of lightning, thunder, weather. He had the hammer Mjolnir that nobody else could pick up because it was just so massive. Nice little tale. And you can, I'm sure if you've read Marvel comics, you've got enough of the details, at least what they've done. However, there is a possibility that this could be something that happens in reality. The best example that I can give, like I said, is Thor. Now, because I'm in a living history group and we do the Middle Ages, I have the advantage of knowing that a little bit of information about weapons. Unlike what you see in the movies, the average sword that would be used on the battlefield weighs in at about 2-3 pounds. Maybe it goes up to 5 pounds. The really monstrous big blades like the Scottish Claymore or the Swiss Flamberge, these things topped out at 15 pounds. So, and it's like, is that all it is? Well, first off, try swinging 15 pounds worth of steel around and you'll find out it ain't as easy as you think. There's special muscle-bound people that would wield these weapons because they were the only ones that could do it effectively. Also, something that people today don't realize is when steel hits steel, be it, the weapon hits the armor or weapon hits weapon, sparks fly. It's just, I ain't going to go into the details of it, it's just that it happens. And of course, when a weapon hits a shield or armor, the sound, believe me, is thunderous, especially if there's a bunch of you out there in the field. You're bang crashing around, it gets noisy out there. So, we have the beginnings of a context for Thor, where there's a thunderous sound when he's hitting, sparks are flying, which could be considered lightning, and he's got a big, heavy weapon that only he can pick up. The problem is that even at 15 pounds, you're not talking about something over the top, because a person can, if they're strong enough, do it. But let's just say that the weapon, instead of being 15 pounds, weighed in at 100 pounds. Now you've got something that the average person is not going to be able to pick up and use. Mjolnir. Now all we need is an example of something that happened in the past, documented. And lo and behold, we've got one. In the northern kingdoms of China, there was a warrior who had a battle axe that weighed 100 pounds. He called it the hill chopping blade. And believe me, something like that, yeah, I think you could cut down a hill with it. Needless to say, if he hit somebody with it, they were through. Done deal. So if you've got one Chinese warrior, oh, by the way, he ended up in one of the reasons why it was documented is that there was a guy on the other side in one battle that had an equally large weapon, and the two of them, as champions, went at it on the battlefield. And it was, like I said, it was notable enough that, and of course, at that point, it starts to get spooky when you're talking about weapons that are that large and that lethal. You could put it in the category of saying, oh, yeah, I think we got somebody here. If he's not a deity, he's pretty damn close, so we're calling it as it is. This also puts, it also puts Hercules, who was half a god, a demigod, into the realm of possibility too. So don't disregard that. Also, when you're talking about the deities, again, there's usually magic or a magical weapon. We've already talked about Mjolnir, so let's get to magic again. Something that is attributed to them specifically. And it varies from deity to deity. They've all got their attributes in that. But the one thing that I like to cite is somebody that's not a deity. but he did use magic to save somebody's life. The magic was he took a couple of steps and sat down. Now, that might not sound like magic, but again, remember, magic. Doing something through knowledge. The person in question is the Islamic prophet Muhammad. He's sitting on the side of the road, and this guy comes running along all worried and he inquires with him what's going on. And the guy says, well, there's a band of, people after me, and if they catch me, they're going to kill me. And Muhammad told him, said, well, just continue on down the road. I've got this. And at which point the guy continues running down the road. Muhammad gets up, takes a few steps, and sits back down. A little while later, this band of people comes by, and they ask Muhammad if he's seen this person. What Muhammad said was, no one has passed by here since I've been sitting. They know him to be an honorable man, so they knew he wasn't lying, and he wasn't. So they headed off in another direction. It saved the man's life. There are multiple cases of this. Some great, some small. That's one I like. It's an amusing little one. And it puts magic into the category of where it should be, not Harry Potter, not D&D, and the rest of it. And so take a look at these. Take a look at a deity that you're interested in, seeing what their attributes are, and then you start to get an idea of what they're about. And this can be very, very important in some cases. Some of the deities you want to be a little careful with. They are subtle, and they are, in some cases, sneaky, and you probably want to approach them respectfully. They've been around longer than you. They know more than you. If you think you got the goods, they're going to ruin your day, or at least get your attention. Let's say. I could go on about that for hours, but we won't. And well, I think that covers the basics. If there's anything that I haven't covered that you think should have, and you have a question, certainly you can contact me. I'll do my best to answer it. And that's, I think that's it. So I will get out of the way and let the next teacher come on and talk to you. You all have a good day and a good night. And certainly I wish you the best on your path as you start. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, thank you, Colin, for that presentation. Sorry, guys. It was my mic. I thought it was muted. Then I tried to mute it, and then it affected it. Again, we're playing with some new things today, and it's fun. But thank you, Colin. He is in the comments if you have questions. It's a really interesting talk. All right. So our next up is Miss Dottie the Psychic. Dottie, how are you, darling? You look like you've gone into Wonderland.
I do. I'm doing an Alice impersonation. So I want you all just for a minute. Here in probably less than a minute, it's going to be 12:34. I want everybody to leave a positive comment, a heart. If you're on YouTube, please subscribe to the Rowan's Light Temple. And so just keep an eye on that. So I'm Dottie the Psychic, and we're doing Tessiomancy. I'm sorry. I've been ready to go. I have 3 teacups here and 2 teapots. So I've completely lost where I was. Okay, so the teapots. The best part of tea is sometimes the teapot. And this fancy teapot is not what you want because it's super fancy it has the, you can't see it in there. If you look it down in there, you can see that it has a strainer, which makes it very hard for the tea to come out. And it is 12:34, so y'all leave me some positive comments. You'll want the cheaper teapot that does not. And this one is actually a lot easier to see because it is white. Because it's a cheaper pot, it's better for this. Because you can put your tea in there with the water and swirl it around before you pour it. And that way the leaves are actually mixed in the tea. That's not always the best way to do it either. I think the best way is to go ahead and put the tea in the cup and pour the hot water on it. That way you can actually control how much tea you're putting on there. I have been practicing for this all week. I'm super excited to be on here. I'm so glad you guys are here. So I've got 3 cups, but I wanted to show you this one first because we can see we have to sip down the liquid just a little bit. See, there we go. See, because it's moving. If you look, it's moving, but the tea is able to grasp on the sides of the cup. So that's about where we want it. So we're going to take our tea cup and we're going to put the saucer on top and we're going to spin it in our non-dominant hand, which is our feminine hand. Most people, that's their left hand, but if you're left-handed, it would be your right. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to let that sit because it has to drain. There's still water in the actual leaves that has to drain out. So we'll go ahead and we'll look at it. We're going to look at what kind of tea we want to use. When you're picking a tea for your divination, you don't want to use just a tea bag for 2 reasons. Number 1, when you go to drink it, it's super fine and you're not going to be able to strain it through your teeth, which means you're going to be swallowing chunks of plant material, which is fine if that's what you're into, but I'm not a fan. It's a texture thing. What can I say? Also, you don't realize it until you go to open these bags. Well, you may. I didn't realize it until I started actually kind of experimenting with these tea bags, how much different the amounts are. And also because it swells up in the bag, you don't get as much of the actual tea flavor out of those tea bags as you do when you open it up and pour it in your cup, because whew, that was a strong cup of tea, let me tell you. And I still ended up, I'll show you the differences here. These have actually been draining for hours now because I was super excited. I got really overjazzed about this. But if you look, this is the one where I opened up and I'll point it like that. This is one where I actually opened up. Oh, look, you can almost see the phoenix in there. Like you see the face and the wings. So we'll talk a little bit about the symbolism in a minute. But there's a lot of tea in there. That all came out of one tea bag. This is the cup that I did that was loose leaf whole tea. Actually, it's jasmine. You can see the flowers in there. And I think that adds another dimension to it. So if I don't completely overrun my time or jack this up too badly, hopefully we'll have enough time at the end that we can actually kind of discuss the shapes in the cup. But this, so if you do decide to do this type of divination, just know that that is something to consider. Also, as funny, as fast as I'm talking, a big part of tea leaf reading is actually to slow down and to get to know who you're talking to. This particular form of divination, let me try that again, divination, is probably the closest to modern talk therapy that the 18th century could provide. You are having tea with somebody. You're not just reading their cup. There's a whole ritual to it that starts with talking to them. You don't just, you don't just slam down your tea and hand them the cup. And there's actually, not only that, but there's a lot of similarities between this type of divination and another form of tessiomancy that involves Turkish coffee. And it's funny because the grounds for the tea, you don't want to be too fine. You want to use the whole leaf. But the exact opposite is true for Turkish coffee. You want a super fine ground. If you look in there, you can see how different that is. if you noticed, when I've had the cup upside down for the Turkish coffee, I actually had my ring on it. And that's because I want to look into my love life. I want to learn more about my love life. So these are actually super short periods of time. They say that a tea leaf reading is only good for, I've heard different timelines, but depending on the source that you're following, it can be up to 6 months. But the standard is something like 40 days. So they're not long-term readings, but they're a good chance to sit down and really see where you are. So in these, and I didn't realize this, but if you look, this cup looks different than these other two. Like, these are blank, they don't have anything in them because you read them differently. You interpret where the grounds are only by how deep they are into the cup and like the pictures. But with this one, there are things to mark. You see that? Of course, each one of these symbols means something different. There's a letter. But you don't actually read this cup the same way you read these cups. And if I had to do it over again, I would totally go on Etsy and find some of the super duper fancy ones. They've got some that are like laid out like grids and then like the tea. So like this one would read differently than these two. But we'll start with this one. Something also to note is when you go to read the teacup of somebody else, the handle represents them. So that's where you start. And you would turn counterclockwise to start interpreting the symbols that are formed in the tea. Also, the closer to the rim, the sooner, the more imminent. And as you go down, that's when you would sort of go off and look into the future. And at the bottom would be your end mark. Yeah, that's right. What is it? And that's actually, I'm not going to get too much into the symbols in each of these styles because I think that's something that, of all the divination styles I've seen, tea leaf reading is probably one of the most subjective. Because you have to interpret, there's no set meaning for what you see. Because I've looked into them one time, like, there's just no, I don't care how in-depth your symbol book is. I have never yet seen an explanation of a platypus in a cop's jacket, which I did see in a cup. At least that's what it looked like to me. I don't know what that meant. It meant something to the person I was reading it for. They thought it was hilarious. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, Asen. I know I just sort of blew up when you let me on the live stream because I was kind of anxious about this. I've been all day.
Let's chill down. Take a breath. So, you were saying that all symbols isn't in there. What about when someone looks at their cup and it's like, oh, well, I see a dragon that is chasing a fairy. And then you hand the cup to somebody else and they go, I see a rabbit, same cup, eating a carrot. Where does that go to, Dottie?
It depends on whose cup it is. Obviously, because the message is for the person that you drank the cup. You have your energy on that cup. So inevitably, the message is meant for you. So what you see would be the one that you would go with. Like if I saw a jackrabbit jumping in a hole and you saw a eagle flying and it was your cup, we'd go with the eagle flying. Like, what does that mean to you? We'd start there because, like I said, this out of all the divinations I've studied so far, this is the most talk therapy one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's almost like
more clairvoyant usage too.
Yes, yeah, and it's a little more difficult. Like, at least for me, because I started out with tarot, which, you know, the cards, they have distinct meanings. Mm-hmm. They may not, even if the decks change a little bit or you see them differently, there's still some basis there. This is totally looking into the void in a way.
It is. It's very much a type of scrying. So when
Yeah, it is very close.
And you brought up something that this was the 18th century. Actually, this was probably up until the late 50s, a lot of commonality, because it was a great shadow way of doing it, of having ladies over for tea, which you're giving readings all day long, with the ladies coming over for tea.
Yes, it was, as a matter of fact. And actually, it's kind of sad because when I was looking it up, I wanted to get deep into the history of it, and it kind of stops where the English language stops. So that's about the 18th century. But you're right. It's actually still pretty common. I've actually talked to people I thought were, forgive the term, mundane. See, people I would not thought who were into that sort of thing. Tell me about learning tea leaf reading from their mother and palm readings from their mother, because it's something that's readily available.
Right.
People have coffee.
Well, and then there's some play into it, actually, too. If you look at tea leaf reading, what's your thoughts on the process of making the tea? Because I know some go into a lot of detail about, the person's got to choose their own amount of tea, their own water, their own sugar, their own cream, and then others go into it. No, I do that all for them.
Right. You know what, Ira? It's the same thing with every form of divination. Everybody has their own distinct ritual, and it's funny how something won't work for them because they don't believe it works for them. But other people, I know plenty of people out there are probably going to try this tonight and are going to have great success with just cutting open a tea bag and pouring hot water in their cup. But I do love the ritual around making
about
tea.
10 minutes.
Yes, and you have to drain it. And that's one thing I did show you all, that you have to leave just enough water in it so that the tea leaves are sticking to the side but still moving around, because any more and it's going to wash the cup out, and you're going to get just a little bit. Any less, and it's just not going to move for you. You're going to be reading one giant clump in the bottom.
Well, honey, sometimes our lives are a giant clump, so that makes sense.
I could probably write a novel on the giant clump that is my life, so you're not wrong.
Right. That comes up, and that's something that I think, since I got you on the line and we got some time here, I'm going to drag you into. Is when you look at something, it doesn't look like it's a good situation. Do you still tell the person?
I try to put it. Yes, I do. I've had moments, man. I've sent people away from my table crying because they need to know. If you are going so in depth, if you've already laid their life out in front of them like it's a novel, you can't pull punches when it's time to tell them how it ends.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had clients walk up to me, especially in the bar. It's not a great situation when you're drinking on a Thursday at night. Not something I'd suggest to people, but it's not a great situation to begin with. So a lot of these people, they needed to hear the hard truth. Mm-hmm. If you keep doing this, then this is going to happen. It's going to happen. Behaviors, cause and effect. And sometimes it was a warning. I'll never forget. I will never, ever forget. It was New Year's. I thought, okay, I'm going to sit down and everybody's going to want a reading and I'm going to make some money, and nobody sat down except for this one couple, and they're just not paying a bit of attention to me, and I'm reading her cards, and then suddenly the health card comes up. It's the caduceus. It's the medical symbol. And I said, have you been to the doctor lately? And she looks at me and totally breaks down, screams, I have brain cancer. I've got a month to live. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I don't see her way out of this. Right. I cannot give her false hope.
Right.
So instead, she asked me to read for her children.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so that I could.
Let's kind of go over the process again, because there seems to be some questions on that. Do you drink the tea with the loose leaves in the cup? Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, you drink it with the loose leaf. A lot of times I will put I had the stuff set up like 3 hours ago, which is why I don't have it to do right now. But you can put the tea in the cup, or you can.
We're going to have fun here. Let me page my assistant. I've got loose leaf tea in the house.
Okay. Well, you know what? Because I was thinking we could pick a cup and let everybody see what they see. Like, let people list off what they think of it. But basically, it's funny because, like I said, the tea ritual can be pretty precise. Like, some people are very concerned about when they put their milk in, when they put their sugar in. There's a whole book. I remember seeing a whole book of what to do with your spoon. Don't let somebody else stir your tea. Only put half a scoop in. I'm like, the rules of etiquette. People got very, very intricate with this very simple ritual.
Mm-hmm.
So you got tea coming?
I do. It's being made right now.
Oh, okay, I gotta tell you, like, the thing is, like, I'm sitting here, it takes about a half an hour for the full ritual. You probably won't have your actual cup of tea done in time because it has to drain. If it doesn't drain, then the tea leaves will keep moving around.
Mm-hmm. And changing.
So
we can take a look at that one right there. The one you just picked up.
Now.
Yeah, let's take a look and talk about the let's go left. That was the messier one right there.
Yeah, let's do this one because this is probably what people are going to get. So, yeah, if you all want to leave in the comments what you see, I think it would be great to participate because I'm always interested. I thought it kind of looked like a phoenix. I'm like, it might be that we're kind of into that right now. But see, here's the cup handle. So that would be me. Mm-hmm. And then we turn it. I've seen it go clockwise and counterclockwise, but we're going to go whatever direction this is right now.
Right.
There we go. All right. So yeah.
So what do you see?
I see a heart, a bleeding heart, or a weeping heart. What I call a weeping heart. It's basically like offset. It's not like. It almost looks like a leaf because it's kind of tapers out a little bit. So it's not a happy heart.
Uh-huh.
I'm working on it, y'all. This is my cup. I know I'm about to put myself out there. I also see a dragon, which to me, and I when I see dragons, I think of something a little differently. I always think of a powerful friend. Somebody who can bring force to your form in a way. They can help back you up in a situation that end up being, a powerful character in your life. And that is predominant over this cup. Like, I think it fills the cup. Like, I think, see, there's the tail, and there's the face, and there's breathing fire, which is probably concerning. But, it wouldn't be the first time I burnt myself to the...
Well,
it wouldn't be the first time I got burned.
Completely different. I see a whale, having a bunch of thought bubbles going on and being all scattered about them. If we look at the debris, so that's having a ton of ideas and options, but not really doing the follow through with it.
I'm working on that.
Uh-huh.
I'm working on it.
I know you are. So I have my
you know what? Okay.
Ones that I normally use for readings. I haven't done this in about 20 years, so this is a blast from the past. Yes, this is standard Corel ware. Nothing fancy.
I love that little cup. I love it.
Yeah. So we'll let it settle, and it'll cook for a little bit, and we'll pop back into this later. But what have been you talked about just a second of the Turkish coffee readings. Talk about that.
There is a lot of similarity between the traditional tea leaf reading and the coffee reading. This is Turkish coffee, which is funny. Like I said, the grounds are opposite. Like, you want a super fine ground for your Turkish coffee. You can use regular coffee, but it is not the same. Not the same at all. And again, there's this super refined. It's funny because these type of readings are direct reflections of the cultures they come from. And they developed a lot alike, but separately. So the ritual is a lot the same, and the interpretation is the same. The big difference is that if you look, it has... Let me get the light in here. If you can see in there... 2, 3. Well, it's harder to
towards you.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
There you go. There you are.
Yeah, you still can't see it down in there. It's much easier to see in person.
Yes. That is something to think about doing the readings. But what about if the grounds go onto the saucer? Do you read the saucer also?
I have not been, mostly because that's where the water is and it's hard to keep the still. But there is some validity to it. I've not actually seen any, and I've been reading on this. Because I'm planning on doing a big video. You know, Dottie the Psychic does Tessiomancy. It's supposed to be Alice in Wonderland, which is what the outfit's about. So I was going to do like a whole video on it. So I've been studying it, and I've not really seen anybody talk about the saucer.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because I have seen readers read that. That is what is the subconscious or the hidden or the non-informed. Because as you see, it's still changing. It's moving as the saucer moves.
You know what? That's a very valid idea. I may actually incorporate that.
Yeah.
Actually, okay, we got about 5 minutes. I want to make sure I do my plugs. Remember, this cause of the month is the Appalachian Ministry, and they are coming on at 4:30. So make sure you get a chance to watch them. I've been plugging this all month, so I don't need to plug it anymore since we're here. Also, I think they're doing a Charleston Pagan Pride, but I got to get the details on that.
Yes, Colin's on Charleston area Pagan Pride at his property. What are you doing? How can people get readings from you? What are you doing over COVID?
Right now, I'm doing I've been concentrating a lot. I've been trying to concentrate more on my videos on YouTube. So you can find DOTTIE, the Psychic, on YouTube. But you can also reach me on Facebook. I have a website that's perpetually in progress. So don't go there yet. But you can reach me on Facebook and you can reach me on YouTube. Those are the big places. And I've started doing these little TikTok videos. So while it lasts.
Yeah. Now we do have some questions. So in a tea leaf reading, the symbols you see in the cup represents the symbols, meanings are to you, or are they by the book?
You will very rarely ever see me pull out a book, partially because of the way I was taught. They taught me 2 symbols and said, go for it. It's subconscious. Mm-hmm. The big thing to remember, the point I always try to drive home, is that it's a message for you from your higher self. So if you need to go to a book because you're totally stumped, that's fine. It happens. But if you see something right off the bat, it's like taking a test. Your first answer was probably the right one. Don't second guess yourself.
Right.
Right.
Very much so.
I mean, you think about it, us readers out here, tell me, I know there's a few symbols that we all recognize like that, but do you have that book memorized? Because I sure as hell don't.
You know what I say, after you get the basics down, then that becomes a lovely bookshelf item. Or if my table's wobbly, it holds that up and straightens that out. Or it holds my monitor up. I mean, that's what I do with them. Read it once and store it. Your guides will take over.
Right. I know everybody's got that dictionary of dreams. Do you have the dictionary of dreams?
I don't. Because I actually work from a different medium on dream work.
It was like, I know that I've seen it in so many places, but you know the book I'm talking about. It's like this thick, and it's nothing but symbols.
Right.
And it was like, there's no way that in your mind you're going to be referencing that book the whole time.
Exactly. You're not going to reference the book. And I think that's a big thing about especially tea leaf reading. It's the conversation that's going on with it. It's the ability to go in there and hear it out, the intuitive. And just listen, because the tea itself will tell you something.
Right. And there's something to be said about like which teas you pick. Like what tea you're drawn to. also tells you what kind of mood you're walking into it. You know,
Very
apple
much.
cinnamon, a little spicier. You're probably looking more for romance. You know, black tea, probably thinking, you know, black sleepy time tea, you're probably in a darker mood, that sort of thing.
Right. Well, you know, like I'm having a lovely jasmine tea from Pup and Cup out of Ohio. They were nice to send it to the Psychic Coffee Shop. So, what would jasmine tea symbolize?
I always thought it was kind of a deep romance because it reminds me, you know, of Aladdin and faraway places, and it's a lovely scent. And people don't know this, a lot of this, but jasmine is actually like a night blooming flower. Random factoid there. I'm not really an herbologist, but I know this. So it's kind of a dark, sensual tea. And it's one of those teas that you have to be careful how you brew it because you can make it bitter.
Right. Or you can bruise it very easily. Okay, so we got a cup of tea drunk.
Are we running over anybody? It's 1 o'clock.
No, we're not running over anybody yet. Believe me, I know how to wrap up when we need to. So we have our cup of tea drunk. So what's the next step in the process? Was to spin the plate 3 times?
In your non-dominant hand. In your feminine hand, you hold it and you kind of spin it around 3 times and flip it over.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
Right. And then you're going to set it down and it's going to need to drain for at least 2 minutes. Like, that's the minimum. It's, because the fluid.
We've done that. Here you go, Dottie. Go for it, honey. Look at the camera.
I see a dog on a horse.
Okay.
And you know, this is one of the things I didn't bring up, but the difference between the tea itself and the relief, like the cup that is around it, because in the white space, I see a crow and a diamond. So I think of crows and diamonds. I actually think of fortune behind the dog and pony show.
Right.
So that you are actually looking for a deeper treasure behind the theatrical part of whatever it is you're working on lately.
Right. And that makes good sense. Very cool. Very cool. So you guys see that? Do you see how the difference is and how easy it is to pull it? And the interpretations. And then if we look at the saucer, now I can't tilt it up because it's got water in it. There you go. What's the hidden factors?
Looks like the chick from The Ring.
The chick from The Ring? Go for it, honey. What do you think about it?
It does look like, okay, it looks to me almost like something exploding out of a well. Like the sudden force. You try to draw something small, but you end up getting way more than what you bargained for, which can be a good thing or a bad thing.
Right.
Because it's almost overwhelming.
Well, and a lot of things can be overwhelming, but also when I hear that, it's you don't know what happened until you piss me off. And then it's like, oop, I ain't quiet no more. I ain't over here being nice no more. So that makes a lot of sense in that reading because, yeah, there's a dog and pony show, but it's, you're trying to get to stuff, but you want to watch because you don't want to pop out like Pop Goes the Weasel and attack.
That's true. And it's easy to take some small thing and blow it completely out of proportion.
Now, we are getting some comments in. That would take me so long to interpret. It does, Chrissy, because you have to kind of get used to it. Another comment is, I saw a thatched hat with palm trees. Needs a vacation.
Right. We all need a vacation, honey.
I haven't seen decades that I didn't work on.
You know what? I can't, because this is not my real job. I have, whether I like it or not, apparently a divine calling to work with crazy people like me. So I
will
have
remind you, the first part of the psychic is psych.
Right.
Okay, so we do
Well
work
put.
in that field. We may not be the ones going, now tell me more. And how did that make you feel? We may be the ones going, are you nuts? You've dated the same guy 5 times and you don't like him.
Oh my God. And then you know what? That is like the #1 read. Tell me how many times you get this. Have you heard this one before? Lady walks in. Should I leave my boyfriend? We've been having problems. And then they start to lay out all this stupid crap. And they've left them before, but they need your advice to leave them again. Like, why did you go back?
Uh-huh.
Why
No,
did you?
I've seen them date the same dude, just in different packaging. One's tall and thin,
Yeah.
and same dude, but he's short and whatever. So it's like, are you going to continue failing this lesson?
I'm just glad I learned mine.
Awesome. Well, thank you, honey. I hope you have a lovely day. I look forward to working with you again soon.
Thank you. Safe travel and much profit to you.
Exactly, honey. Same to you. All right. Our next up is our key feature. It's the Appalachian Witch, Byron. Hello, Miss Byron. How are you?
I am very well. How are y'all doing?
Good. All right, honey. I'll be taking care of your Q&A at the end of this. Okay?
Okay, great. You ready for me to start?
Yes.
I guess so. Hey, everybody. I'm Byron. I am coming to you today not from a hot park or a potentially raining park, but from my own living room, sitting in front of my own computer. It's still pretty warm here, just to be honest, but it's very pleasant. And I hope you all are situated in a place that feels good, that is pleasant, that is homey, and that is everything that makes your little pagan heart happy. So I was asked to do the keynote today, which to my way of thinking is always a little bit of a sermon. And, y'all are in West Virginia and I'm in Western North Carolina. So whether you are a believer in that way or not, we all grew up knowing what sermon time was. And I get accused a little too often of preaching. But I'll try not to do too much preaching today, but more talking about where we are and who we are and why this time is a particularly lucky time and a time that is full of great possibilities. So let's begin by thanking the people who organized this. And honestly, doing a pagan pride is as much like herding cats as anything there is in the world. So for all of the people who did that, thank you. And all the people who are running it today, thank you. We have been tossed up and down, put through the colander, and come out where we are now in the pagan community throughout the country. A lot of us this time of year have been traveling. I would have been on the road probably since March. But because of this virus, because of the situation around us, we have all had to take a step back and rethink who we are and what we are and where we're going. And that is no bad thing. It has given us opportunities to flex our courage. It's given us a chance to go deep into our own personal homely practice. And it has given us a chance to model for the people around us how one behaves in a crisis. And I'm going to talk a little bit about all of that in the time I have with you today. So first off, thank you to the organizers. And second off, thank you to all of y'all that are listening. And I understand this will probably be recorded, so you may be listening weeks or months from now. In any case, we are here. We all are here. And we have come to many crossroads in these last 6 months.
We have come to many places of grief, but we have also found places of joy. So for every time I open up social media and there is the recording of the death of someone beloved, almost immediately someone will post a picture of the new baby or the new grandbaby, or in the case of somebody this morning, their new great grandbaby. And the little babies look like little babies always look. They look like little wrinkled old men. And some of them look so grumpy, like I was in this warm, damp place and everything was taken care of, and now it is bright and it's cold and I don't like it very much. They all look like that. Babies, when they come out, it seems like it's such a shock to them. And I guess it is if you think about it. And that's been true for us too as communities. Sometimes when we come out, there is a shock to it. You might come out to your grandparents and they just go, well, I always knew you were a little peculiar. We may come out to somebody that we think is going to understand us, and there is no understanding there at all. And there is fear, and there is regret, and there's anger. But that can't stop us from being who we are in the world. When I am teaching out in the Midwest and up in the Northeast and all around the South, I always marvel at how we come together for one weekend a year or 1 week out of the year. And a lot of people take their week of vacation at a time when there's a big pagan festival so they can spend the whole week with people of like mind, because they may live in a place where they feel that people are not like them. And there's always somebody at the main gate, who will say, welcome home, welcome home. And for that time out of time, we feel like we can be exactly as we are, exactly who we are. And that feeling gives us a sense of security as well as a sense of belonging. But then comes Saturday, we're starting to pack up, getting ready to do the big pack and leave on Sunday. And you can feel the grief is palpable in the air. Well, I want to suggest to you that when you go home, when you go back to mundania, a phrase I despise, when you go back home, I challenge you to be just as magical as you are when you're away at the Pagan Pride Day or when you're away at the festival. I challenge you to go home and be fully the person you are. And whether you self-identify as a pagan or a Wiccan or a druid or just a plain old garden variety witch, be that. And don't feel like you got to announce your presence everywhere you go and piss off all the neighbors. Because here's a big old secret that some of y'all have heard me say 12 times. The secret is you don't have to walk through the world in a long black cloak and a pentacle the size of a salad plate in order to be who you are. You can be who you are, working at the drugstore, being a mama, being the delivery daddy, being a grandma, being a banker, being a lawyer. You can be exactly who you are, and you can re-enchant the whole world so that when the next generation of people leave this pagan pride event and they go home, they go, well, I met some new people. I bought some cool stuff, but I'm not essentially different than I was when I came. I'm just the same, and my community is just the same. So that's what I'm ostensibly talking about today, is the woven basket of community. But I'm going to start by introducing a few terms so that we're on the same page with things. The first one is I'm going to talk a little bit about tower time. And I know some of y'all may be sick of hearing about this from me, but I got to say it one more time. Sorry. And that is 20 years ago, more, I had this waking vision that we were living in times where these enormous top-down hierarchical systems were going to collapse, were collapsing, in fact, and that it was going to be incumbent on us to make the new paradigm, to put in the new processes, to create and activate the protocols that were going to give us the world that we want to live in. Because I kept having that vision, I started writing down what I was seeing and feeling. And that is, if you go to my website, which is myvillagewitch.com, you can go to the Tower Time document file. Or you can look at my book, which is called Earthworks, Ceremonies in Tower Time. And that has that whole file in it. That book, the first half of that book is all about essays about where we are right now and how we not only survive these challenging times, but we thrive in them. And the second half of the book is all ceremonies and rituals that you can do alone or with a small group or a great big community ritual. And you can get that book at all the usual sources. You can order it from my website if you want to. And I encourage you, when you are thinking of how we survive these times, that you slap some ritual or ceremony around it. I have found again and again, and I tell this to my tarot clients all the time, that if you can make a hard time into a rite of passage, if you can envision for yourself that this thing you are going through has value and meaning, and when you get to the other side of it, there will be a reward that you cannot imagine now. That helps us to set an intention about this hard time. And if you know anything about my work, you know I'm not going to spend a lot of time setting up a big fancy ritual when all you really need to do is ground yourself deeply, set your intention, and continue with your work. Don't need to grab a bunch of candles. Don't need to see where Mercury is in the astrological chart. If your baby is sick and you know this is going to be hard on both of you and on your whole family, then that's going to be a rite of passage about being a parent or being a caregiver or having faith or being in love instead of fear. So you slap a ceremony around it. And this is the ceremony of me sitting by the bedside of this beautiful, precious creature that I love and doing the things that I must do as a caregiver, as a person of spirit, and as the person attached directly to this person who is going through it. Does that make sense to you? I hope it does. We spend a lot of time in our pagan community talking about our ancestors and talking about how strong we are, and I've got all my weapons, and here's my big utilikilt, and I'm doing all this, and I'm doing all that. Well, I'm going to tell you right now the secret that we discovered up at Pittsburgh Pagan Pride a few years back, and that is this. It doesn't matter what kind of race of warriors you came out of right now, at this time in this place. We, me and you and you and you, we are the island of misfit toys. We are people who never fit into the dominant paradigm. We are people who maybe sat alone at the lunch table in the 7th grade. We are the people who learned through the University of Hard Knocks how to behave in the world. We did, and we're going to acknowledge that right now. And we're also going to say about that is our superpower. Because we never have to think about thinking outside the box or acting outside the box, because we were never allowed in the box. And because we never were allowed in, we learned all kinds of successful protocols for not only surviving a situation, but thriving in it and being resilient enough to pass that resilience on. So when you're feeling a little iffy, when you're feeling like your feet don't touch the ground in the same way, that's your superpower. That's who you really and truly are. And when we bind together, when we stand in a sacred circle, hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder and hip to hip, bumping butts like we always do, when we stand that way, we are more than the sum of our parts, but our parts are pretty darn strong. So we are in this thing that I call tower time. And I promise I will periodically look at these notes so that I don't get too far down and too far into a rabbit hole that I can't get out of. But we are in this thing that I'm calling tower time. And we can see it everywhere. We see it in education. We see it in government. We see it in religion. We see it everywhere. And this started long before COVID hit. And our economy was decimated. It's been going on for a long time, but right now it's writ large. So we can see easily these systems that we thought worked okay, that maybe they weren't completely messed up, it just there were glitches in it that could be fixed. We're seeing systems right now, like the healthcare system, that simply can't cope. We are seeing systems of leadership fall by the wayside, and we are seeing other systems rise. And I want to touch on that just for a minute, because we have always thought, here it is, here's how everything goes, it's a pyramid. Guess who's on top of the pyramid? Somebody. I'm trying to make that be more, there we go. Who's on top of the pyramid is somebody who's a strong person, charismatic person that either clawed their way up there or they were put there. And the only person that pyramid benefits is the people on the top of it. Now, we all know that. That's not, you're not having an aha moment here. We all know that. So when we can look at a setting like this and we can go, oh, there's some big problems here. There's big problems. What we're going to do is just replace this person on the top with a better person, and then everything's going to be okay. The problem is not just the person on the top. The problem is the structure. What we have to do is flatten that structure out. And we've got to look at leadership in a way that we don't look at it very much. So leadership is not one strong, charismatic person who does for us, who is on the horse in front, charging into battle. That's not what real leadership is. Real leadership needs to be shared among a group of people, so that when that one person is either found to be a liar and a thief and a reprobate, or that one person is martyred, or that one person dies, then everything doesn't get flustered and destroyed. We have to share, we have to rethink what leadership is and know that it is not power over, it is sharing power. And that when we share power, just as when we stand in a circle chanting together, when we share power, we are greater than the sum of those individual parts. Now, we don't see this modeled for us really anywhere. Even if we look at our legislative bodies, at the Senate and the House of Representatives, there are leaders there, and then there are little cliques of people that do other things. I'm talking about restructuring everything and doing it the way we do a simple circle, where there's somebody who facilitates, but they ain't the boss. There's somebody else who makes sure that the chalice is full. There's somebody else that brings whatever it is we're going to use for sacred smoke. We share the power and we share the responsibility. And that's the other piece of power and the other piece of leadership that we don't talk about very much. Because frankly, most of the people in power right now don't take any responsibility. They're just people in power. And they're generally speaking very wealthy people in power, so they never have really taken any responsibility. But we are regular people. We know that if we act in one way, then there may be consequences of that, and we are going to have to take responsibility for those consequences. Yeah, I know. Like a grown-up. Like, as we say here in Appalachia, like a grown-ass human being. You can do that because I've seen all of y'all do it. We can do that. But we have to give up being afraid. We have to give up being so bound up in our egos that the least little thing affronts us. And we got to get up on our high horse and we got to show everybody how tough we are and how smart we are, and how the worst of it is those clever, smart ass things that people say to each other that are profoundly insulting and hurtful, but wrapped up in this kind of jaded facade. We got to remember that the earth is our mother and we are all her children. We have to remember that we are bigger than the sum of our parts, that we can do anything, and I mean anything, because of the way we believe and the spiritualities we practice and the way our hearts are big and golden and our hands are strong, even if they are only metaphorically strong. Our hands are strong. We are people of the earth. We always have been, we always will be. We are people of the earth, and it is our birthright to be strong. Take a deep breath, deep cleansing breath. Now, right now, every time you turn around, there's a new calamity. I'm almost terrified to go on social media in the morning because I wonder what terrible thing has happened now that I'm going to have to grieve or get angry about, or whatever it is I'm going to do about whatever the thing is. So I'm gonna ask y'all to do a couple things. One of them is, if you don't have a regular spiritual practice, make one for yourself. And it doesn't have to be elaborate. It does not have to require a great big altar full of stuff that your cat's going to knock over, or your 3-year-old you're going to find him chewing on the candle. I'm talking about a simple practice that reminds you of who you are and the connections you have, not only with the planet you live on, but the connections you have with your community, whether it is a community that is right here with you on the place where you live, or it's a community that goes across the world. I've got community in New Zealand and South Africa. I got community in a lot of places. I also have community right here. And the weaving of that community makes a basket that will hold much of the kind of change that we need to make in the world. So that's what I have to say about leadership, that all of us are leaders. And we cannot sit back and wait for someone who is charismatic or smart or popular. We can't wait for that person to make decisions for us because there's just too much going on. So you wake up in the morning and now it's this thing and that thing over there and this thing over here. And what happens is we get overwhelmed with all that there is. It's like, some of y'all will be old enough to remember Bobo dolls. They were these blow up cones and they were weighted on the bottom with sand. And usually on them was painted a clown figure, and you punched it and it went down and then it came right back up in your face. And that's the way the news feels today. Like, oh, well, I got that Bobo doll down. Well, the French Broad River's not filthy anymore. And then bam, up comes the Bobo of pollution in the river. None of us can be successful in changing the world if we're trying to change all of it at once, because we just get overwhelmed. We can't do it. I can't do it. You can't. None of us can do it. I mean, we do have superpowers, but that's not one of them. So in addition to listening to the news, which some of y'all have already turned off, you don't listen to the news anymore. In addition to listening to the news, you're trying to keep your family housed and fed. You're trying to keep your job or get a job. You're trying to make sure that the sick people in your life have some healing or some comfort. You're doing all of those things, and here I am asking you to do another with a regular practice. But make it something simple. What I suggest to people is have something to drink. Like right now, I've got some of this fizzy lemon lime water. Take something to drink. Light a candle. Doesn't matter what color. You don't have to dress it with oil. None of that stuff. Just sit down with a candle and drink your drink and watch the candle burn. That's all. Don't try to clear your mind. Don't try to make sure that your thoughts are appropriate. Just watch the candle burn. Drink your drink. It's really nice first thing in the morning if you can manage it. Depends on if you have children and how old they are. If you can manage it to just sit in the morning with your cup of coffee or tea and light a candle and just sit there and breathe and drink some coffee, breathe. It'd take you 5 to 7 minutes out of your whole day to reconnect to the land, to reconnect to yourself, to kind of, I don't know, repair, tape up some of those ragged edges of your soul that came from the day before. So consider that, something like that. I always joke with people, we used to say a daily spiritual practice. You should always have a daily spiritual practice. Well, with all that we have to do, I've changed all that to a regular spiritual practice. You know who can have a daily spiritual practice? The Pope, the Dalai Lama, because you know what else they don't do? They don't figure out what they're making for supper. They don't cook supper. They don't wash the dishes. They don't diaper no babies. They don't do no laundry. They don't do dusting. They don't do any of that stuff. And all of us have these full active lives that we want to integrate some spiritual peace into. So I encourage you to do that. The other thing I want to encourage you to do is something I call pick 3. So when those Bobo dolls are flapping up in your face, I want you to take a minute and think about the 3 things or the 2 things or the 1 thing that really punches you in the gut when you hear it. So you are looking at Facebook, for instance, and there's this thing, oh, that's terrible. There's this thing that's terrible. And then you go, that thing right there. Oh, this makes me so mad. And you feel the hair stand up on the back of your neck and your stomach clenches up. That's your thing. And I don't know what that is. For everybody, it's different things. So I call it pick 3. So pick 3 things if you can. And if you can't pick 3, pick 2, pick 1. And let that be the thing that you focus on and let the rest of it roll off. And it's going to require you to do something that's a little bit tricky. And that is to assume and to have some kind of faith that other people are taking on the other things. Because you can't take them all on. You can't. You can't be effective with it, and it will burn you out. And we need you to not be burned out, especially if you are a magic worker in whatever way you identify. If you call yourself a witch or a wizard or a necromancer or whatever word you use for it. But if you use the energy and the power of the earth and the universe to alter reality, we need you to be really good at that. We need you to stop reading books about it. Though I have books and I want you to buy them all, by the way. Stop reading books about it and start practicing it. Something that I have learned over the years, and I've been doing this many, many, many decades. What I've learned is the way you learn magic is by practicing magic. And most of us learn magic by trial and error. So try it. If you think something might work, try it. I promise you, I promise you are not going to get hurt much. Maybe your ego gets a little hurt. Eyebrows might get a little bit singed. But you're not going to get hurt, but you're going to learn. So the more you practice, the better you get. So don't wait for that book that's the silver bullet. that's going to give you all the magical answers. Because here's what magic is not. It is not pointing a wand and saying some garbled Latin. That's not what it is. And you all know that. And I'm going to do a class at 3 o'clock about Appalachian folk magic, and I'll talk a little bit more about that then. But I need you to be adept at it, which means I need you to practice it a lot. So we've talked about having a regular practice. We have talked about picking 3. We have talked about these times that we live in, which are the times we were made for. I mean, look at us. I hope y'all are all wearing your festival gear. I wish I could see you. I hope you're all wearing festival gear and a whole lot of bling, and I hope you got, you know, swirls on your faces and lots of glitter. There's no glitter for me. I'm not a glitter person. I hope y'all have all of that and have entered into the mood of what it means to be together with people of like mind in a beautiful place. I'm going to read a little poem to you that talks a little bit about this idea of us being the island of misfit toys, and about the strength and power of the challenges that we face and that our ancestors have always faced. And then we're going to segue into talking about ancestor stuff, so hang on. The council has been called for tonight, this night of all nights. The council has been called, and we must wipe our mouths. We must clear our minds and wipe our mouths. Best robes are shaken out, are aired out. The smell of cedar and old wine is everywhere on the wind. Who will listen? Who will speak? After the pleasantries and the formal welcome, after the deep cups of wine, someone will be first. Someone will be first to slam fist to table, to crash spear on shield. Someone will challenge, someone will curse. No tears will fall. That is my cue to rise from the far end of the table. I rise silently, swiftly. I rise and cast my hood over my face, fury held in check, boredom at my elbow. Again and again and yet again, I mark the sorrow, an endless cycle of fury matched and overmatched by fury. And one must stand early on. I must stand early on to speak the words of dark counsel. I never raise my voice. I never raise my fist. My tone is hollow and cold as springtime. The tables rustle into silence, eyes averted. The end is near, as it always is. The end is but a season, a secret I know and keep. But there is certainly doom. There is doom above and below us. I speak the seer words of dread and take my seat, knowing it is only the doom of apples, destined always to bloom again. So now we're in it. Now we're in tower time, and there is much to be done. I talk about the idea of circles on the ground. What that means is creating groups of people that have a particular intention of things to do. And I talk a lot about relocalizing everything. There was a radio story a few weeks ago about relocalizing, and what they were saying was that at the beginning of the pandemic, we saw crops being plowed under while people were hungry, and we saw farmers who were slaughtering animals and burying them or burning them because the market had collapsed, and there was no place for them to send the animals to be slaughtered, and that was heartbreaking. Remember, for all of us, when we were saying, well, why can't Why can't gleaners go to the field and take that lettuce and take the tomatoes and take whatever? Well, of course, there are reasons for that. And some of those reasons are that we are the most litigious country on the planet. And if somebody fell on a tomato, then they'd probably sue the farmer. But the other reason is this, is that we have made our economy so broad and so thin that when it breaks catastrophically. Whereas it used to be, if you didn't, to go back to the question of slaughter, if you didn't slaughter your own animals, there was an abattoir that you took them to. There was that feller that everybody took their pigs to, and he did it swiftly and humanely. There were people who knew how to do all the things that needed to be done. We need those people again. Now, I don't know how it is where y'all are, but here we have an awful lot of people who are learning old skills, relearning old skills. A lot of them are real young people that are learning things like animal husbandry. They're learning how to work a forge. So they're learning to be smiths. There are so many people canning this fall that you can't buy a canning jar for hundreds of miles. And all the people that have been hoarding canning jars are like, well, I'll trade you some quart jars for some half-pint jelly jars. And it's this wonderful little barter system that is going on. And I'm here to tell you, I think we can do the whole thing like that. It's going to take courage, and it's going to take stepping out. And what it's going to do is it's going to make us stronger. And it's going to make some people in the community not leaders on top of the big pyramid. It is going to make people the nexus point of community. And y'all have one. We have some too. I mean, y'all have more than one, but we have those that it's that person that seems to know everybody in a community. And if you need something, anything, you can ask that person. And if they don't have it, they probably know somebody who does. And they act as a nexus point where everything can filter through. And you may be that person. But we all need people in the community to interact with each other in a way that is healthy. Because a lot of times we interact with each other, but it's not very healthy, is it? Because we are quick to spoil for a fight. We are quick to criticize somebody else's work when we're not willing to do that work ourselves. We are quick to want something we may not be willing to work to get. And that is the human condition. That's not us as pagans and heathens. That's not us as southerners. That's just the human condition. We want it to be easier than it is. And the way it gets to be easier than it is if you work hard to make it easier, which sounds crazy. I know it does. But that's what that's about. Checking my time. So we're going to talk about
your time. You keep taking us right on up the circle.
Are you talking to me? Because I can't hear you if you
are.
I am.
What I was saying is, don't worry about your time. You keep taking us to circle, because what we're getting back in feedback is someone feels called out. It's a good wake up, their wake up routine.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and good people are saying that this is where they needed to be at.
Oh, good. Well, then let's go on to ancestors and do that for a few minutes. Okay. And I'll finish up. Do you want me to finish up in time for question and answer?
Yeah, finish up.
I know I can't hear you.
When you're finished, we'll take question and answer. We wait for the ladies.
Oh, all right. Thank you. So I want you to think now about the land that you're on. Think about it. Think about who was there before you. And I want you to be specific about where you are right now. Are you sitting in your living room or sitting outside maybe in your yard? I can't do that yet because there's still too many mosquitoes. But think about who was on that land before you. Are you living in the house your parents owned? That's cool. Or did you move to this area from somewhere else because it's just so darn beautiful? Maybe. But think about who was there before you. Is it a 50 subdivision with those cool, funky brick houses? I live myself in an old 19th century mill village, and I live in the superintendent of the cotton mills house, by the way. So I'm very fancy. I hope you realize that. So think about who was there before you. And then I want you to go back a few generations and think about those people. So what European people settled your area? Did you have a lot of Scots-Irish, Irish Scots, German, English? What you got? Polish, Hmong? Do you have a lot of Spanish-speaking people that have come up from below the borderland? Who do you have? Who has come to settle there? And now I want you to go back a little bit farther and think about who was there initially. And for me, where I am, and probably for where you are too, we were part of that vast Cherokee Nation before it was crumbled up. But before the Cherokee Nation, there were other nations here. So if you will write, because I can't see what you're writing, I don't think. Oh, it's because I didn't touch on that. There we go. So tell me who it is where you were. So before the Cherokee, who were here? Who were there? I remember doing Pagan Pride downstate in North Carolina in Catawba County, by the way. And I said, so what's the tribal group here? And they just looked at me like I was funny in the head, and they said, the Catawba. And it was like, oh, well, of course. So go back. And before that, there were migratory people who moved through here. There were the mound building people. We have had so many layers of people who have come to be in these old mountains. Now think about them. Now think about your people. Whether you've been where you are for a billion generations like I have, or whether you have just moved to the area last summer and are having your first full summer here. Think about your ancestors. I want you to think first about your immediate ancestors. And let me define ancestors. Yes, your mother and father, if they're still alive, they are your forebears. But ancestors are people who have died, who are in your bloodline. So it's dead people. So if your mom and daddy are dead, as mine are, they are ancestors. Grandparents, ancestors. Sadly, for a lot of people, particularly in Appalachia, for a lot of people, some of the dead around us that inform us are also descendants, because we have a lot of a lot in Appalachia that I'm not going to touch on in this, but there are very many reasons why all of us should think in terms of not only the beloved dead who came before, but some of the beloved dead who came after. So when you think about your ancestors, and how many of y'all work with ancestors? That's not exactly a new thing in the West, but we are coming back to it, which is really, really good. Think about your ancestors, and if you are connecting with ancestors, hey Donna Donovan, if you are connecting with your ancestors, listen to them, because they are going to tell you, they're going to whine, number one. They're going to whine about how hard life was. And they're also going to fuss at you because they will guarantee that their lives were harder than yours. And if you come from a long line of Appalachian people, I guarantee their lives were harder than yours. And I don't even know how hard your life is. But the life of a subsistence farmer or a mill worker was extraordinary, or a miner was extraordinary hard. So when you are connecting with those ancestors, let them be not only an inspiration to you, but also let them remind you that working hard is not something to be ashamed of. That working hard is something we can all do, whether we are working with the strength of our backs and the strengths of our hands, or if we are working, sitting at a keyboard, working with the strength of our minds. That working hard is a privilege, and we can all work hard at what needs to be done. So here we are in Tower Time. Here we are with our ancestors behind us and beside us. And if your ancestors are like mine, they will get right in the bed with you and kick you with their hard old boots and go, are you really going to sleep till 8 o'clock in the morning? Because did you know you're missing the best part of the day? Do your ancestors say that? Because mine do. It's like, I can't believe. And I'll go, but I was up really late. I'm really tired. Oh, are you? Well, okay. Then why don't you go back to sleep, you weak, soft thing, and somebody else will take care of it for you. Don't worry. Somebody else will take care of it. So when your ancestors stand with you, when your divines stand with you, when the spirits of the land stand with you, you cannot be stopped. You cannot. When you are willing to work hard, when you are willing to love hard, when you are willing to have faith in things you probably should never even have any faith in. Like that is not anything that could even remotely happen. That's when you also tag in a little bit of magic. So when it feels like the luck hadn't quite shifted, you shift it. And we'll talk about that when we talk about magic at 3 o'clock. So as a community, or as a community of communities, I want to say this. We're talking about creating these circles on the ground. So here's the little circle of people who have decided they are going to help with a food pantry. And here's a little circle of people who have decided they are going to grow extra and make sure that goes to hungry people. And here's this little group of medics that are going to make sure they always have medical supplies. And here's this, and here's this, and here are all these little groups. And y'all know as well as I do, this link in a chain is strong enough. But when you add this link to that chain, it becomes strong, very strong. And when you add a third link and a fourth, and when we link it all together, what we get is chain mail, which is heavy to wear and protective. And sometimes what we choose to do is going to be heavy to wear. It's going to be hard to carry, but it's going to protect our community. And we, all of us, get called to do the work of our hearts and our hands and our souls. So as we move into this place of newness and new beginnings and possibilities, we're looking to the past, we're looking to our ancestors, we're looking to old skills, primitive skills. I'm putting in a root cellar. Come on now, we can all do it. Whatever those things are that are calling to you, remember that you not only do it for yourself, you do it as a link to a community. And you do it in love, and you do it in spirit, whatever your spiritual piece is. And I'm going to talk one more thing about community, and I'm going to try to let y'all go. We discovered here, and people will say to me, oh, Myron, you're so lucky. You live in a strong pagan community. Oh, that's so lucky. Let me tell you, it's not luck. We spent a quarter of a century building community here, brick by brick. And before that, we made the bricks. So if we can build community here, y'all can build community anywhere. But it requires you to be stubborn and tenacious and to not give up. And to figure out when a fight is worth fighting and a hill is worth dying on. Because 9 times out of 10, they're not. 9 times out of 10, they're not. So I want you to think bigger than you. I want us to think bigger than us. And I want you to think of fun ways that you can begin to relocalize everything. There's little brown children in cages on the border. And every mama I know, and some of the daddies I know, our dream is we're going to steal a fleet of school buses. And we're going to drive to the southern border. And we're going to jailbreak them young'uns. And we're going to put them on the buses. And the thing that stops us is not the laughable idea that we could steal a fleet of school buses and that those school buses would actually get to the border. It's the thing that stops us is not that we would be facing ICE and federal agents that are armed to the damn teeth. That's not what stops us. What stops us is the idea that you would have hundreds, maybe thousands of little children whose language you probably don't speak, who are going to need to be fed, clothed, housed. They're going to need to see doctors, and then you're going to need to find their families. That's what stops us. So if you, like me, see things that you want to fix so desperately, but there's simply no way you can have agency, then I want you to pull it home. I want you to think about home. Are there little brown children in your community that can use your help? Are there little children in your community that can use your help? So bring that home, bring that to a small group of people where maybe you and 5 of your buddies decide you're going to do a spaghetti supper, COVID style, where people just drop their money in a jar and pick up a plate with spaghetti in it. And you're going to give that money to somebody. Well, if you pick a local cause, that money is going to go farther than it would if you just send it to the Red Cross. So relocalize your effort on everything and start at home. Because when home is safe and nourishing and nurturing, then from there we grow out. From there, it ripples out like a still pond that a pebble has been dropped into. It's our time to be the pebbles. And it's also our time to be the tiny waves that move out in the world. And we can do that because, remember, we're the island of misfit toys. Nobody expects us to do the right thing or the proper thing or the thing that high-class people do. Nobody expects that of us. So we can get away with doing all kinds of things that are going to change the world around us. Because I guarantee you, we don't have the agency to change the great big world. But if you change the world one person, one piece of property, one creek at a time, and all of us are doing it, then we change the world. And then Tower Time becomes not a cataclysm that will have us put another strong man up on the top of the pyramid, but will have us collapse the pyramid down, build a great big organic garden, and have the biggest damn tomatoes you ever saw, and enough of them to give away everywhere. So I'm going to say one last blessing, and then we'll do some questions, if that's okay. I always love to finish with a blessing. I have to tell you, I never was a Baptist or a Methodist. I was, as they say, unchurched. I'm waggling my eyebrows at you. I was unchurched, but I do love to do a benediction. May this glorious season bless you with strongest desires well met, with delicious encounters well timed, with space for love and play and home and good tilled earth. Blessed be the season and the harvest, and blessed be all we. Thank you all so much for your attention. Now I'm going to look over here and see if there's questions I need to answer.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have a question for you. You spoke about the 50 years that y'all guys spent building community. What was some of your hardest challenges there?
Oh my God. We had several big covens. And it was the witch wars of the 90s. And some of y'all are old enough to remember those. They just went through like wildfire. What we discovered, we held a series of meetings so that we could find out what we could actually do together. And it was like doing the seating plan for the Montague Capulet wedding, because this person couldn't sit by this person couldn't sit across from that person. And we finally got everybody together for 3 meetings, and we discovered that we could not worship together, that was really the sticking point. But we could do other things together. So out of that grew the idea of we do a Pagan's night out, or we did before COVID. Once a month, people can come and they just talk about stuff, and it's great for new people because they can find out what's available in the community. We created an organization called the Coalition of Earth Religions, and do things like street cleanups and creek cleanups and things like that. So the big sticking point for us was the whole worshiping together, because we got all, well, I always start calling from the east. I don't know why she starts from the north. And that was the stuff that kept messing us up, but we could clean up a street together.
Right. You definitely can clean up a street together. You can do monitored ritual. You can do different things.
Food pantry. You can do all kinds of service stuff.
Right. All right. Well, thank you so much. And
thank you. I'll see you all at 3.
See you at 3. All right. So I'm going to be bringing on the panelists for our 2 o'clock. Let me pop her off. And I've got to fix a clerical error. No, it wasn't a good time, and unfortunately, we still have it there. And there's still some old strife there. All right, Lady Gwen, you come on over. There you go, honey child.
Hey, everybody.
And Mo will be back in her chair in a minute. There is our Tommy the our moderate for the panel is, of course, Techie Joe from Mystic PC. And Mo, I'm sure, will be hopping back up in her seat, and I'll bring her on.
Okay. Well, before we get started with today's pagan panel, there's a few things I want to talk about. Number one, I put out there that anybody that we have lost in our community, I wanted the names so that we could honor those that we've lost. I did get 2 responses back, so I want to read off a little bit about them and maybe have a moment of silence for the ones that we've lost. So I'm just going to go right into that. Hey, Mo.
Hi, guys.
Hey. So some of you may recognize the name. This is from the Charleston area. Belladonna Millahan. She passed away in late March, suspected COVID. She was into horror movies, coming to events, and most important was her daughter. So I don't know if anybody knew or this person or not, but a life lost is a hole in our community. Another member shared somebody that we had lost in 2018. His name was Herman Nelson. He was creator of Elk Singer Tarot. So if anybody has seen that deck, he was a true sage, and he oversaw 3 covens as high priest. So in honor of these 2, I'd like to take a moment of silence. With true rising of the phoenix, we may have had death, but we've also had rebirth. Had a couple babies born in the community this past week even, and one our artist of the year that did our logo, she gave birth to a little baby. He's our little dragon, and so we're happy to welcome him. He's got a long road ahead of him, so keep these babies in our thoughts and prayers. So On to the good stuff. You ready? Announcing this year's Pagans of the Year, Asen Knight and Mo Cabot Cummings.
Well, Mo, you go first, honey.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Hi everyone. So I wanted to thank everyone for this beautiful and wonderful award. Such a great honor. And I wanted to just say a few words. Do not worry, it will be short and sweet. So having said that, I wanted to talk a little bit about when I discovered I was a witch and what that meant. And I remember the first biography I ever read as a young girl. It was a book called Diary of a Witch by Sybil Leek. Her words and life experiences felt like a conversation with my own heart and soul. Hearing the crone wisdom that she recalled in those forever sealed my wish to work toward and one day achieves that similar understanding for myself. And though I'd been living a magical life, this was the first time I'd had a word for it. I'm a witch. Being able to put a name on the feeling I carried felt like I'd finally come home. Looking back at a distance filled with the harsh judgments of many, which I know we've all felt at times, and much hard work, which I know we've all put in, I felt humbled by the honor my peers have chosen me for. And looking forward, I hope to continue voice to what I believe to be a community and fulfilling lifestyle. Thank you, everyone, for this. It means more than you know.
All right. And I got mine, and thank you guys so much for this honor. It has always been my goal to bring this community together tighter. When we hit tower times, we work harder. So thank you. All right. So Miss Gwen, you're up. You're still up.
Yes. It is now time for our pagan panel. This is where you have people from various backgrounds. I would like to continue to do this every year. I think it's great to get information out to the community, and especially for the newcomers who may not know exactly where they fit in, but might have something that they can connect to you, and maybe you can guide them to where they need to go. So take it away, Joe.
Alrighty. Well, I think probably our best option is to just go around the group and let's go ahead and introduce ourselves and what you're bringing to the panel. Asen, start with you.
All right, I'm Asen Knight. When we look at my path, I've technically been trained in three different paths, but that would technically make me eclectic. But you know me, I'm the super overachiever. So I was raised Romney, trained in Alexandria, and then got tired and wanted to take a respite and trained in another tradition that is Gardnerian based. And then I said, okay, that was cute. And my community needed me back. So I rejoined the pagan community as an eclectic. And now I teach Wicca and all around Wicca.
All right. And Mo.
Yep. So I was actually born and raised in a Muslim tradition, but I never kind of felt that fit me. And so quietly, I practiced witchcraft. And my mom was very forgiving. She kind of knew what was up, and she was a huge hippie herself, so she was cool with it. And then later in life, I decided I wanted to see what was out there in the vein of formal training, even though I'd read many books. So I decided to join the Cabot Kent Hermetic Temple, which is a witchcraft order based out of Salem that was established by Lori Cabot. And I still belong to that. I'm a priestess of that order and very proud to be so. And I also try to help mentor and guide people who are finding that like this is a path that they are walking, and maybe kind of being someone there for those who, like me really felt that in themselves but didn't always have a tool or a place or a person to go to talk to. So I try to, as much as I can locally around where I live in Morgantown, be that for them.
All righty. And last but certainly not least.
Father, can you hear me? I don't know.
A little light on the sound.
Okay, give me one.
There we go. Getting better.
Father Tom Artist, I am very eclectic to say the least. I pastor Holy Sacrament Catholic Church in Chapmanville, also the high priest of Coven of the Eternal Logos, Circle of the Eternal Logos. Grew up with grandparents that were powwow doctors, but we didn't claim that because we were Christians, so we just called it, using the power of God to do things. Kind of trained in Gardnerian Wiccan, kind of more leaned toward the path of just Christo-paganism, kind of opened myself up. Went the route of the Pentecostal church for a long time because, that let me lay hands on people, that let me pray for people, that let me, you got to use all the power that you had, only you were doing it properly within the confines of the church. And then finally, I just said, fuck all that. It's time to be who I am. So now I walk my path and I try to teach and let people learn. And I'm just proud to be part of the pagan community in West Virginia. Finally, after 40 years of hiding most of it from most people, I can now just be who I am and nobody can say nothing. And if they want to say something, oh well.
All right.
I love it.
Okay, so we are taking questions from the audience about the different paths and different things that occur in paganism. And I'll go ahead and throw out the first question. What makes your tradition or path different from what you see out there?
I'll jump on that first if I can, because mine's probably the most diverse and the most different. As a Christian or as a Christian community, we have used magic since the great magician Jesus gave us the power on Pentecost to do so. And we've used it long before that because in our belief, God is a supreme being who is known by all names. I believe, of course, God and Goddess are both the same, just male and female version of the same person. So the power has always been there. But for us in our path, we have to fight a lot of stigma. We have to fight a lot of, we all do, but particularly in the church because, you're kicked out. First thing you bring out a Ouija board, you're gone. You tell them, oh, the tarot card said, no, you're gone. But what I try to do, especially in teaching, is just let people know that to me, witchcraft is not a religion. Witchcraft is a practice. Witchcraft is part of who I am. It's inside of me. And if I can use that to your good, use that to help you, bring your power out. Be who you are. If you don't want to call yourself a Christian witch, call yourself a Christian. If you don't want to call yourself a Christian, call yourself a witch. In my tradition, whatever you want to call yourself, just be who you were created to be and use what you've been given to use. And that's going to start making a better world.
Okay. And coin flip, I'm going to go to Asen.
All right. I am How does mine differ? For me, it's different lenses. If I'm using straight old-fashioned Romney, it's a lot more down and dirty. And less ceremonial. However, if I'm using Alexandrian and working at Alexandrian, there's a lot of ceremony behind it. And there's a lot of, dress it up, fix it up, make it right. There is order in this, and you have to do it right in that order. And if not, you have to back up and start over. I have been in ritual for 4 hours before because someone couldn't remember that the East is called first. And that, and then in the eclectic Gardnerian tradition, the difference was that we didn't do East, we done North. But then I saw so many similarities through the paths. What about you, Mo?
So for me, I know with the Cabot tradition, we look at witchcraft as science. It's a science that is understood by the same set of principles as other sciences, which would be proof and trial and error. But the proof we use is the laws of Hermeticism, and trial and error. Well, that energy takes the least resisted path, and if you direct and what you see, what you are focused on is where that energy will go. So training your brain through meditation and practice with that helps you grow your power. And so that's what we do, and I know a lot of other traditions do that as well. But then to compare it to outside traditions such as Eastern practice believes that enlightenment needs to be achieved over a period of several lifetimes. And I did a lot of small study and trial and error with a lot of different places and religions, and I believe that I learned more from magic than I did from any other practice, because it's like pouring rocket fuel on the energy of your body and the enlightenment and knowledge that you can achieve. It's like a current that you get, and once you have it, you can pass it to others. But it is nonetheless a huge responsibility and power. You always have to be very careful what you say. You have to be very careful how you say it and what you are thinking of when you say it. And it's a balance. So there's that. But I love magic, and I love just being a witch because it offers a freedom to put your own fingerprint on your working, because everybody can do magic. They do it every day. And there are so many different traditions and practices because there are so many different people, and everybody has their own unique physiology, which is like your fingerprint, like your DNA. And so what may work really well for me, you being just as talented, if not more powerful in your own way, practice, and it's not as successful if you do it my way. You have to do it your way. I love to know that it illustrates and pulls out that individuality in people, because people need to feel that. They need to feel special, and they need to feel that the power comes from them, because otherwise it doesn't matter where you're aiming and what you're doing, there's going to be weakness in your magic.
Okay.
So.
And we do have our first question. I believe, Father Tom, this one is meant for you specifically, though if anyone else wants to jump in afterwards. Is powwow medicine still in use today?
Absolutely, especially among the Pennsylvania Dutch. It also incorporates itself and has found its way into Appalachian granny magic, Appalachian traditions. There are still people, especially in Heartland, Pennsylvania, that I know that are open practitioners that have offices that practice. But a lot of families that came up in it still practice. They just, like I said, some have gone the route where that's not what we're going to call it, but we're going to do it because that's. But yes, it's still very much alive today. not like it used to be, not as grand as it used to be, but in this area, especially this region, yeah, it's still very much alive.
And I'm going to chime in on that one. You'll see the influences of powwow magic into any folk magic, because I got some training in powwow magic when studying some traditions, and I went, hold it, I know this. I've used this. I learned this back when I was, working with Grandma and working with Romney Works, and I know where they got that from. Like the brick dust thing, and yeah, I make jokes all the time. I need a thicker Bible for the next person who comes and tells me they're cursed. So yeah, I think powwow is still very much practiced. I think it's in a lot of our roots in all the occultic traditions. Is there's powwow in there? It's just what shade of the quilt piece are you?
Okay. All right. And our next question is, what is the main thing to remember when doing rituals?
I'll chime in first if that's okay. With rituals, you have to remember, so it does vary depending on whether you're doing a ritual for the turning of the wheel or you are calling a magical circle for doing a spell. The main thing to remember is to directly state your purpose. Also, you can do rituals just as an honor to a deity that you personally feel connected or work with. And that you should always make sure that you research and know what sort of things that particular deity might like for their offerings and what sort of words. Words are very important. Magic is inside the words. So that's always an important thing to remember. And definitely just do what you feel compelled to do. It's really important that you put your own personality into everything, believe in it, and know that it's accurate, correct, and it is so. You have to be very sure of yourself. A very developed sense of, I guess, self-esteem is really important for any witch.
I think I would just to throw in one little thing, echo kind of what you just said. Intention, intention, intention. The most important thing in ritual is intention. If you're not putting intention into it and you're just going out there doing something to be doing it, what in the world are you releasing? Intention, intention.
And I will remind every pagan and witch and anyone else unless it is a second degree initiation ritual, the gods, and even then, the gods will remind you, you are human. You will work 3-4 months planning out this detailed, oriented ritual. And I promise you, within the first 15-20 minutes, the gods will go, oh, you got this down pat, do you? Zap, complete blank screen. And if you don't laugh and at least go with it, you're going to get there. But if you're sitting there all serious and worried about you, if it's the or than or the or though or whatever, they will crack you up to remind you that magic moves freely and that you are human. You have not been promoted to deity.
Okay. Our next question is, do you incorporate astrology?
I'll simply say no. I do not understand astrology. I wish I could figure it out, but it's like math. I failed math in school. Astrology is way over my head, unless it's written in the newspaper and then I read it and say, okay, that's good.
Okay. And we'll go to Mo.
For the purpose of planning certain things, I prefer to use astrology because it might be that I'm a woman, it might be that I, am a type A personality, or maybe a combination of both. But for myself, I find if I know that planetary aspects are correct, and that the energy that I'm calling on is particularly powerful for that moment because of the way the planets are lined. I will definitely make sure that I especially the moon, you know, but always other planets too. I will definitely use astrology and their positions within what I'm doing. Yeah, I do.
And I heavily follow astrology, especially planetary hours, moon phases, sun phases of the astrology, because like Mo said earlier, magic follows the easiest path. Let's make sure that trench is wide and deep.
Okay. And from being in your classes, or anyone who has been, it does come up with the planetary hours. And it's more so, as if I understood correctly from that, is more so understand what you're working within. Don't necessarily focus on the perfect moment to do something. Just understand what you're working in. All right. And what has been, our next one is, what has been the most difficult part of being pagan priests or priestesses? Asen, we'll go back to you.
All right. My hardest part is I'm very opinionated. I'm very focused and very much, I will do what I say. But when the God said, hey, you, shut up and do it, or your path is now going left. You thought that was nice. You went and studied whatever, that's nice, but we need you over here. I think the hardest is letting that self-will step out and go, okay, you got to follow the divine.
Okay.
I think, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Father Tom.
I think the most difficult part for me would just be to keep everything in focus and everything on track. We live in such a scattered world that, when you're maintaining jobs and you're maintaining your priesthood, it's just time and energy. That's the most demanding part. I wouldn't trade it for anything on earth, because my nature is to help, so I'm going to be a help any way I can, but it gets tough sometimes.
All righty, and Mo. I think Mo may have had a little internet stuff there.
There she is.
There she is.
I got it. No,
Yeah.
I got it. No. So, for me, I feel like it's mainly because the nature of how people do tend to expect miracles. And if you don't understand that it doesn't matter what level of learning you're at, you can always learn more. And it doesn't matter what level you're at, you can never do miracles. And so that's difficult. And also taking the time out, because so many demands, like the Father said, so many demands on your time, and to try to parse out the ones that that you can certainly help, and then the ones that that you have to take a break and have some self-care and recharge your batteries, just because you cannot help everybody and have enough energy left for yourself and your own health. And that's been really, because I'm a Cancer, and my natural thing is to just do everything for everybody, because I feel very deeply with everybody and their plights, and I don't ever want to fail anyone, but sometimes I just have to learn to say no, I can't right now, or that's not something, that expectation might be a bit high. That's been really hard. It's kind of like not at all, but like the best way I can illustrate it is, say you're a doctor and you have to say, hey, I know you wanted this result, but you're getting this result because this result's not going to happen. And so that's a hard thing to have to say to people, and it breaks my heart when their hearts break. So for me, that's very difficult. That's probably the most difficult.
Well, and that's something that really fits in with the powwow. Is the powwow we'll call it, well, tradition is they never say I can't. They'll say I'll try,
Right.
and that's something to be
I
very
need to learn that.
Alrighty. And next question is, do you follow deities? We'll go back to Father Tom.
Yes. And I'm going to commit the cardinal sin of paganism right now. I am a monotheist. But saying that, I believe the source is all that we need. I believe if we follow the Greek gods, we're following the source. If we follow the Norse gods, we're following the source. Personally, in my life and in my teachings, I follow Father, Son, and Holy Spirit as the masculine and Mother, Maiden, Crone in the feminine. I follow both sides. I'm comfortable praying to both sides because sometimes we need Mother, sometimes we need Father, sometimes we need Crone because God knows we got to deal with so many people that she has to kick ass and take names. So yes, I follow deity, although in my path, it's one supreme being, but it's expressed in all 680,000 Hindu deities, to me, are just the expression of who we need them to be as the one source of all. So yes, I do.
Okay. And Mo.
So I agree with Father Kevin about source, but for me, I think I definitely need the gods and the goddesses. So I follow them from across the board, different pantheons, because I feel like they are the cognizant part of source. Source itself is just an energy and a creational energy that once its job is done, it's there, it's a link, but it doesn't have sentience, so to speak, that we can understand. That's just my belief. So for me to speak into the ether and harness energy, I need to talk to this god or goddess, or this god or goddess, and I have those that I feel very personally attached to, and I tend to work with those the most. But you'll find that you'll gather a little like, for myself anyways, I have a stable of steady deities that I work with, gods and goddesses that I work with, that they correspond through other so like through other pantheons. There's their same mirror in other pantheons, and so it's more the aspect of the consciousness that is I'm speaking to help me and guide me, and then that's who I thank and give offerings to.
And I've always seen it kind of, speaking towards Father Thomas's thing, is I've always kind of seen it like departments. That, source is the whole company, but I don't need to talk to customer service. I need packing and shipping. Or I don't need to talk to merchandising. I need this area. Personally, I'm very much a son of the Morgon. I'm very much great friends with Hecate. I'm very much a good worker with Bridget and Bree. And if I really have to go for it, I will go to Shiana and be like, hey, Ramen Mama, come here. I need some help because I've done messed something up.
Okay. And so next question is, do you know how close is Crowley's path to Hermetic? And we'll go
back. Sorry.
No. Jump in.
It's just the basic. It was the basis of his practice. Everything that branched out from there followed that that line of consciousness. And what's interesting about it is everybody understands the Hermetic order as Hermes Trismegistus. However, another aspect of him and was Thoth. Thoth also, the psychopomp from ancient Egyptian pantheon, same person. So he likes to visit. He's very much a student of understanding for the way that energy works on this planet and this plane. So I do believe that that was Crowley's base. Yes, if you read any of his books, it's shot throughout. Yeah, especially pendulum theory and things like that.
Okay, and Asen, I'll let you go ahead and go. I just saw the hamster just kind of fell off the wheel for a minute. Like, I don't even know where to start.
Well, it's because I have probably what is called an unpopular opinion of Aleister Crowley. He is famed, and so popular media likes to make him the beast, the most evilest man in the world. He really wasn't. What he was, and from my viewpoint, is he was the experimenter. He was the one taking this supposedly dead scripture, supposedly non-active, haven't been used in 100-year spells, supposedly dead techniques, and going, all right, let's see if this will work. Does this still work? Does that still work? Does this work? Does that work? And if anybody has ever been an experimenter or to experiment, you don't want people in the room if you're going to see if actually bleach and ammonia mixed together kills you. So, of course, you want to paint yourself as Mr. Evil, terrible, evil person. When it's like, no, I just don't want people around me so I can go and see if, this deck of tarot cards will actually predict the future, or if I can see if this technique will allow me to control that human.
Okay. And Father Tom.
I think they did a great job. I tend to, I don't know, Crowley he's still a mystery to me. I'm still going there, still learning, so I can't say much there, but.
And I do want to add in here that the house that he done most of his experiments in are still seeing activity. So that tells us that something he done that maybe didn't go right is still producing effect.
Excuse me.
Well, that's got to add a whole dimensional layer, or could it also be the interconnection of all the things that were done? Mm-hmm. Like you've got layers there.
Mm-hmm.
And is it the interaction between the layers, or could one figure out like the one thing? Sorry, I'm just adding in questions now.
Well,
good point, though. Very good point. Yeah. It's like when you take your soda cup and run it down the line. Like, what is that going to taste like?
Yeah, really.
All these magical things in this one spot. What is that going to do?
I kind of visualize it like taking a cauldron and just going through the fountain drinks and just get all of them. And like, okay, let's see what happens.
And then adding magic.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, while we're between questions, I just wanted to acknowledge Donna Donovan over there real quick. Setting boundaries is key. That is the key to life, sweetheart. Oh my God. I have had to learn, and I'm still learning to set boundaries. I still have people come to my window at 2:00 in the morning, knocking on it, needing something. No, baby, I'm asleep. Go away. Thank you. And yes, Mo, I agree. That is the greatest lesson to learn in life, is set boundaries.
Hey, Father Tom, tell him to come see Night Shift.
Yeah, we get upset when you knock on the door at like 10 a.m.
So that I can have boundaries.
Okay.
All right. Our next question is, what is your favorite magical tool to work with? And I think we'll start with Asen. Like, I'm seeing thoughts. I see thought bubbles. Like, I can't pick.
Well, because I'm sitting here with what's on my table, because my altar and my desk are the same. Yeah, I'm not that set up. My favorite magical tool to work with is probably one that's losing favor because I haven't seen it in a pagan store in forever, and it's my oil lamps. You got a problem, you go into the lamp, or you go into the cauldron and then get put in the lamp after you've been burned.
Okay. All right, and Mo, let's go to you.
The bell. I really like the bell. I think ringing a bell at my altar with my statues and just giving an offering kind of just calls attention and lets them know that, I'm acknowledging them for the day and I'm giving them something. Sometimes I go around my shop and I ring my bell just to get rid of anything like the sound is so huge that just not the sound of a bell, but sound in general, vibration in general. It's what the world is made up of. And so I feel like that is like the chalkboard eraser sometimes for stuff. You just ring your bell and that clear bell will kind of just clear the space or draw attention to whatever you want to call in. And so I really like the bell.
Okay.
This question is kind of like asking the fat kid which donut he likes in the bakery. Wow. My favorite, that's it. But I can't narrow it down. Has to be tarot cards. I'm going to say myself is my favorite magical tool, but tarot cards because you can have fun with them, but it's also serious. You're also working, but sometimes I just mix them up to see what's going on, and sometimes I just like to blow people's mind by just letting them see what's there. But that would probably be my favorite tool so far, aside from myself, because we are the greatest magic tool there is.
Very great point. Our next question is, why do you think all gods or deities allow so much pain and suffering for us? Or if you don't believe in God, is it because of human suffering? So I think let's just go ahead and agree we're going to go with deities in general, plural or singular. And let's go back to Father Tom.
This is a question that spans every religion there is. I'm asked all the time, why does God allow suffering? I don't think God so much allows suffering as we choose suffering. We're human beings. We have free will. We control our destinies. Bad things happen. We live in a beautiful world, but a shit world. I believe God helps us, but I believe God or goddess, the gods sometimes have to teach us something. And it may not necessarily be something bad, but as a human, we perceive it as suffering. Yeah, there are things out there. There's tornadoes, there's disasters, there's children locked in cages at the border. Those things are because of human evils. Simply put, humans have the capacity for the greatest evil and disaster there is. And I believe sometimes gods just say, hey, I gave you the choice. Now you made it.
Okay. And Mo.
So I agree with what the father said, but I also think too that it's really a matter of going back to the fact that everybody is doing magic, whether they know it or not. And so if you're speaking things aloud with a certain direction in mind, or you don't necessarily know what you're asking for or doing, you're getting exactly what you're asking for. Say you were wanted to study magic and you said, I wish I just had the time to study magic. Be careful. You may not have meant that to be a spell, but now it is. And whatever is easiest for the universe to do, for your energy to flow through, will be what happens. You'll get what you want. So say you said, okay, I wish I could study magic, but I just don't have the time. You could lose your job. And then all you have is time. You could go to jail. Then all you have is time, you know? So I don't think people are understanding like that they have to choose their words carefully, even when they don't realize that they do. And so most of it is brought on by just careless words, careless thoughts, and careless actions. It's always the person who has the closest, like it's kind of like Occam's razor. The most obvious solution presented is the one that is probably true. And the most obvious solution is not that the gods are like singling you out because they hate you or you piss them off, which sometimes they do, but only if you're working with them and you don't do what they do what you promised them you would do. And especially in like African traditions, like, hey, I did what you wanted me to do, but give me my offering, that kind of thing. But for most people, it's just that they are putting out an intention without knowing, I think. And it's just getting back to them in the quickest way, the easiest way, because it was not focused properly.
And I have a different viewpoint than both. I have the viewpoint that we all came down here to learn something. Sometimes that learning something and teaching, and we're also teaching something. And sometimes those lessons are hard. So yeah, there's pain and there's suffering. But that's us either learning a lesson or teaching a lesson, because sometimes the best teaching is to show someone how to do it. And then the other side of that is we don't always get that lesson, so we get to repeat that lesson a few times.
Okay. And I'm having to... Oh, no, actually I don't. I know someone who did a blood binding spell to keep someone bound to them. Can that person be the only one to undo it? So we'll start back with Asen and work our way around.
Blood binding spells. These are a little bit of a... Oh, great, you got into it. One of the two has to do it. Either the person that's chained to them or the one that chained them. But no, it doesn't have to be the other side. Okay? But when there's been a mix of that, you have to question the practitioner, how it was done. It's like looking at exactly what it is, which is rope. They've took rope and tied the person to them. How do you undo the rope? Is what you're basically asking us. Mo, you want to hop in?
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's like a Gordian knot. If you don't know how it was done, you can't unpick the knot. And the other thing is, like, the one thing I would differ from is another powerful magician could get involved, a witch could get involved, and as long as they knew how it was done, and if there was some tangible, like, relic of the spell, which normally those sorts of spells will have something, like something buried somewhere, something hidden somewhere. If you find that and get rid of it in the appropriate manner, depending on how that spell was worked, you can definitely break the spell if you're not a party involved. Aside from that, it has to be one of the parties involved. But it also can be exercised by extreme focus and the use of magic, like certain herbs and different practices and rituals, and that can get rid of these sorts of things, because they're against the natural order. It's against the natural order, and most witches will tell you that they will not do spells that force someone else's will. It's not natural, and it does take enormous cost on everybody involved. So, yeah, it can be undone, but it's difficult.
Okay, and Father Tom?
I agree with Mo. I have actually had to undo for a couple of people And it's the most draining thing you've ever. Oh, it can be scary sometimes. But easiest way, of course, is the one who cast or the one who is involved. But like she said, yeah, it can be undone. But if you don't know what you're doing, don't play with blood magic, please, unless you're sure of what you're doing, because that can ruin someone. That can kill someone. I mean, we have that power. It can be undone, but it's going to be a hell of a lot harder to undo than it is to do. So be careful.
That brings up a really good point, so I'll add that in as a background and just jump in as you feel need. Because Father Tom brings up the point of don't do it unless you know what you're doing. So when would be a situation that would be an appropriate route to go?
So can I field that for just a second?
Sure.
Blood magic in general can be very beneficial. I know I myself have used blood magic in my plants and growing plants. I've used blood magic to help to heal. There are positive because blood is life. So if you say you're growing something, you take life from the earth, you should appropriately thank the earth for giving blood back. Now, being a woman, that's easy for me. But for some of us, it's not, but using your own blood. Yeah. But, and things like that. But there are appropriate uses for it. But again, it can be very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. It can not only kill the person you are doing the magic for, it can kill you. It can kill you.
Right.
It can kill you slowly and grossly. Trust me, it's not fun.
Well, and I'll hop in there on you and chime in with you. If blood magic is one of those higher level magics you shouldn't be doing, unless you know what you're doing. And binding spells, I know people pass those around like Tic Tacs, but can we stop that? We don't need to be handcuffing people to you, because that's what the practitioner is doing, is handcuffing that person or that energy or that situation to you. And so no, that's not something to play with. And I saw in the comments that the person that asked this is actually the one that's been tied up or cuffed. Go see a practitioner, a real practitioner, like trace their freaking training or lineage, and they can work you through it. But very few will listen until they're sure you want that done. Because again, it's going to be hard on both of you. Because it's like tree branches. If you tie them together, they'll grow together.
Yeah, and my only thing with that is when the proper time to use it. I would view that the same way I would view. Oh God, I'm coming from the backside of it here, not the good beneficial side, but the backside, coming from like a capital punishment kind of mindset. That would be the only time I would use something that strong, is if I am 100% sure that is the only way I can accomplish what needs to be done, and I've exhausted every other source. And then when my hands are tied to that point, then that's when I know it's time to go a little beyond. I don't like that kind of magic per se for other people. I work things for myself. I'd rather do things for myself that could bring harm than I would someone else. That's just me. But, I think it's kind of one of those, this is the very last straw. This is last option. But now on the beneficial side, like I've made blood oaths within religion and within my context of commitments to God. So, the good side, I'm okay with what you're doing. If you're coming around the back door, know where you're at and know why you're there.
Okay. All right. And the next one is hopefully an easier one, but then again, favorite tool, it could be in the same boat. So what is do you have a favorite pagan author? And we'll go back to Father Tom and start that back around.
You know, I'm the typical. I think my absolute favorite that I have read so far is Adler. I love Adler. Margot is wish, but you know, I like anybody. I like to read anything. So if I'm browsing through the bookstore or I'm looking through my Kindle and somebody, I'm gonna give everybody a try, and then I'm gonna look at them and say, okay. But I think probably Gardner and Adler and Cunningham. I have to say I like most of Cunningham's stuff, but then again, their authors is very niche. It has to be something you like, or else you're not going to agree with them, even if they're a good author.
Okay. All right, and Asen.
Let's see. Of course, Dorothy Morrison, love her work. Lori Cabot, yes, I know I stole that from you, Mo. Love her work. But I also love a lot of the work of her founders. You know, Gerald Gardner, Alexander Saunders, Maxine Saunders. I always mess her name up. It's Gerald Gardner's second high priestess. A lot of people put her as the first high priestess. She's the one that formed the unicorn, the unicorn thing. And it's hard to get her works right now. It's been hard to get her works for about 30 years. High priestess of the Brick of Rock Coven. Anybody jump in and help me out here?
Crickets. We have crickets. Crickets.
Give me a minute. I'll have to pull it.
Okay. All right. And Mo.
Definitely Lori Cabot, which, by the way, since she's also a founder, one of the only originals living still. But Lori, and I really love Morgan Daimler, and I really love DJ Conway, and I do enjoy Cunningham somewhat. And also there were 2 books written. Now I don't know if he's written other books, but and they're not necessarily books on witchcraft per se, but they're books on how energy works. And it is Drun Velo Melchizedek, and he wrote this 2-volume set on harnessing energy and using the light body, which, you know, is awesome. And they were called The Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life. Those were great ones. And then the last one I really think I enjoy is, oh my gosh, now I just forgot what I was going to say. I can't remember. Oh, well.
Doreen Valiant.
That was your author?
Yeah, that was the author, Doreen
Awesome.
Valiant, the writer of the Wiccan Raid.
There we go. All right. We are, I believe, running low on time. So right now I'm going to just kind of pick one at random. And that'll probably close us out, I do believe. And let's see. Well, no. What is your platform? Do you have a cause? And we'll start with Asen.
My current cause is to bring the witch wars of the 90s to an end in the state and bring this community back together as one pagan community. We can agree to disagree. We don't have to like everybody. We don't have to like everything they do in their practice. We can look at them and think they're a fluffy bunny or the darkest evil. And believe me, I enjoy the title Voldemort. I will gladly keep the title. But we need to stop this and start coming together as a community because no one else is.
Okay. And Father Tom.
Do I have a cause? Wow. Yes. My main cause, you know, I work two separate ministries that are combined. So, you know, I have to feed the hungry, clothe the naked. My main cause is to let people know paganism is not evil. There is nothing wrong. There is nothing anti-God about what we do. My biggest cause is education. let's let people know who we are. Let's stand up. Let's be proud. And then that's when, we're going to start coming together more and more. When we have people that are understanding, we can come together. So the biggest pagan cause I have is getting the word out there. Hey, there's nothing wrong with us. We're not different. We may be a lot better than most of you, but that's beside the point. But yeah, it would be education.
And because I've learned so much from the women in my life, including that you always let the lady have the last word, Mo, your turn.
My cause is much in the line with the rest of the gentlemen on the panel, and probably every other pagan and witch I know, which is, just to give support to each other and one another. But mainly, it's really interesting. So the Masons have this thing that they say, the Masonic temple, which is, if you want to be a Mason, ask a Mason. And that seems so easy, but for a really, really long time, we did not have anyone to ask when we decided to walk this path. And so, like I earlier stated, I just want to be that person and allow an open door policy for people to come and learn in any way they feel wrong. Like, I don't think I want to apply the word wrong to what we do, because we're probably the only people that don't do that. We give everybody that trust that they will take the teachings and do their best, and do a good job. And so if people want that teaching, I want to be the person that they can come to, feel comfortable, and know that they have a community that is healthy and whole. And I want to continue to build that. Not even like a community, but I would go so far as to call it a family. And I try to make everybody meet everybody where they are. And so that's kind of my platform. I just really want no one to feel alone because they chose to be a witch. There's that got people killed for hundreds of years. Just that social isolation. And I don't want that to ever be the case, even though I know it's still very much alive today. Just having one small place where you can go where you're safe and understood, and you can have a conversation where nobody looks at you like you have two heads. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, we are currently right on schedule for our next event. Yeah. So, Asen, back to you.
Thank you, Father Tom, and thank you, Mo, for joining us, and thanks, Joe, for coming in and moderating, because it's like we can't do both. Hopefully, I think we'll see Father Tom later, and Mo, of course, you are a Earth Magic. For anybody that wants to reach out to you, please check her out there, and y'all guys have a great day.
You too. See you in a bit.
All right, so now we're going back to Byron with her topic today of what did Grandma know?
And what a terrific panel that was. Thank you all for that heartfelt and important discussion. I think one thing I would praise the pagan communities across the board for is that we're willing to talk about a lot of stuff that scares other people. But the other thing is sometimes we're not so good at listening to other people talk. So that was really good. Big appreciation for that. Well, I am going to fix my do-rag, and then I am going to tell y'all a bunch of stuff you probably already know. So this is, I'm going to spend about an hour talking about the general principles and history of Appalachian folk magic and healing as I practice it. So the caveat for that is that this is and has been for a long time an oral tradition. It usually passes down through families, so that the way I do it and the way my family did it and the people in my cove did it may be somewhat different than the way you have experienced it or the way people in other places have. But I've done a lot of traveling teaching this in a lot of places in Appalachia, and the differences aren't great, but I mean there are some differences that are interesting. And as I recall those, I will pass them on to you. I'm going to start with a poem. I had a poem in the middle last time. I'll have a poem in the beginning this time. And it's called Bone Sister. And y'all are going to know her. Some of y'all are going to know her. Here she comes again, looking like the twisted pages of a paperback trash novel. Yellow and sharp, but still some crumbly, too. Bone Sister rides a nice car. One of those sleek and silver Lexus things with black leather seats. The turn signals work good. She don't use them. She don't like people knowing which way she plans to go. Your way, my way, her own way, that is for sure no lie. Bone Sister wears a nice coat, a long black leather one. She got it at the fine thrift store downtown, and it fits good, but she don't button it. She likes to feel the sharp wind on her ribs and the way the sides flap behind her as she goes. Your way, my way, her own way. That is for sure no lie. In the hill country, in the hard country, we call her Bone Sister. We call her White Mamaw. We call her Plum Kilt Woman. We call her, but she don't come till she wants to. I bet y'all have known her for a while. So we're going to talk a little bit about rural poverty, but maybe not too much. I guess I'll start out by saying the reason I call this Hill Folks Hoodoo, which gets me in a lot of trouble for any of y'all that are on Facebook groups that are discussing each other's work and other people's work who aren't actually theirs work. I get a lot of flack for using the word hoodoo. I'm going to tell you this. I call it Hill Folks Hoodoo for two reasons. I call it Hill Folks because I don't like the word hillbilly. Now, if people in my culture refer to each other that way, I'm okay with that. So if I was to say to Don Donovan, oh, that is some hillbilly hat you got on, girl, I'd be liking that. That's one thing. But when somebody outside the culture uses that word, I know what they mean. And it's pejorative. They mean that my culture is less than their culture. That means that they can mock my culture with impunity, that they can look down on me and think badly of me simply because of where I'm from and the way I talk. So I don't use that word, and I don't like anybody using that word outside the culture. And if you use it in front of me and you happen to be from, oh, I don't know, Brooklyn or Montana or Texas, then I'm going to get ill with you. And that's just as simple as that's going to be. So that's why I use the word hill folks, because I didn't want to use mountaineer because, I don't know, I just didn't like it that much. So I use hill folks, and I use hoodoo because my cousin Dina and I, who grew up together, she used to do this little funny dance, and anytime something would come up about the family gifts, she would do this little dance and go, oh, it's that hoodoo that we do so well. So that's why I call it hoodoo. And that's why it's called Hill Folks Hoodoo. And its proper name is Appalachian Folk Magic. And beyond that, it doesn't have a name. So there are going to be plenty of people who are trying to sell you a book, probably one of my books, and they're going to call it Granny Magic or Granny Witchcraft. And I'm going to tell you why that's not what it's called, except by people outside of it that don't practice it. Because it's not all grannies, number one. And because an awful lot of people coming out of this culture would not ever use the word witch, and they would never use the word witchcraft. Because these practices, and I'll talk a little bit about the history of them, these practices come firmly out of a Protestant Christian tradition. And some of them are okay with the word witch, like Methodists are okay with that sometimes. Baptists are not okay with that at all. So if somebody says to you, oh, so what you really practice, as someone said to me one time, like I didn't know what I really practiced. Well, that's really called, it's not called Hill Folks Hoodoo. It's really called Appalachian Granny Magic. It's like, screw you, I practice it, I know what it's called, and it ain't called nothing. And that is the truth of the matter, that any folklore practice like this didn't have a name because it was just part of the culture. So you didn't go to the witch, or you didn't go to that woman in a little crazy dark house that lived under the bridge, and you called her a witch and she was going to practice witchcraft. You went to the healer in your community, and different healers did different things. So when I was coming up, women, of course, cotched all the babies and took care of all that woman's stuff. Men didn't do that. But when I was coming up, men were almost exclusively the water witches. They were the ones that were the dowsers. Now, I've talked to other people in other places, and they go, no, where I was from, the women were always dowsers. So that's a little cultural difference depending on what part of Appalachia you grew up in, and depending on what part of the culture you come out of and what the influences were. So that's kind of where I am about what I call it and how I do it. I've been doing it obviously a long time. I've got 2 books out right now about it. The first one is Stobs and Ditchwater. The second one is Asphodity and Madstones. I've got a new one coming out in February next year from Llewellyn, and that is called Roots, Branches, and Spirits, the Folkways and Witchery of Appalachia. And that's got a lot more than just sort of magic and healing practices. It talks a lot about foodways and talks about music, and finishes up with a bunch of ghost stories, which I love to read and I love to tell, but I've never written any. So that new book is coming out, and it'll have ghost stories in it too. So look for that when it makes its appearance in February. So a lot of you are going to know what I'm talking about today because either you practice it, or there's somebody in your family that did it. A friend of mine contacted me yesterday and said she'd found out about a great-great-grandma who was said to be very powerful, and that furniture would move when she was in the room, and she was obviously a woman of great power. And so this has started my friend on a really deep ancestral quest to find out what it was her great-great-great-grandma knew. So I hope that this will remind you of things you knew before, or may trigger some memories for you of something when you were a child. But there is so much to say about this that I know what have I got, 45 minutes left. I'm just going to touch the tip of the iceberg. And I mean, Appalachian people the stereotype about storytelling is not a stereotype. We really do tell a lot of stories. And bless your hearts, if you hang on for the next 45 minutes, there's no telling what I'm going to tell you that you'll go, well, what did that have to do with anything? But I'm hoping it'll at least be a decent enough story that'll keep your interest. So several years back, maybe 10 years back, I got invited up to a local college, and it's a Baptist college, and the teacher there, the instructor, was doing a class on women in magic. Women in religion. And because I'm one of the founders of a goddess temple, she wanted me to come and talk about what that meant and the history and all of that. I was very happy to do that. So here I am with a big group of students, and over here on this side, they are, everybody's sleepy because it's first thing in the morning. They're making some notes and they're checking their phones and doing whatever. But the ones over on the other side are a bunch of, best description I can give you is bunch of big old corn-fed boys. And it was obvious they were very local. I would bet that for a lot of them, like me, they were the first generation of their family to go to college. And they were stout, and they were unhappy about what I was talking about. It it felt sinful and wrong and blasphemous, and they just didn't want to acknowledge it. They kept looking down like this, like the devil's come out of my eyes and jump on them. So bless their hearts. So I focused on this other group and told them about how you know, the process of becoming a church and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then the teacher said, but now that's not all you do. You also do traditional folk healing. And I said, yes, I do. And then I lost that whole side over there. They were done, because they weren't interested in any of that old country, that old weird country stuff. But these big old corn-fed boys over here perked up. And I started talking about the burn spell. I started talking about blowing fire out of a burn. I started talking about removing warts, and they all perked up. So the class was over, and the folks on this side filed out to go to their next class. And the big old corn-fed boys all came up around my table, and they said, my grandma used to do that, or I've got an aunt that does that. Have you heard about this thing? Have you heard about blackberry jelly? And they just spewed out all this extraordinarily rich and beautiful folklore that I bet they'd not had a chance to say to anybody on that campus the whole time they'd been there. So even though the religious piece of it made them terribly uncomfortable, the folkloric piece, the cultural piece, made them feel like there was something there, someone there who was going to understand who they were and where they were coming from. So it is a deeply rooted set of practices in this culture. And in many instances, we have set that aside. And I'll tell you why. Because when people came out of these little hill subsistence farms and they came into town, and maybe they got a job that paid money in the mill, or they got some other kind of city job, they wanted to set aside all those old country ways, because it made them feel lesser, and they felt some shame. A lot of people did it. A lot of people are still doing it. I'm going to tell you one more quick story. Being in California, and I was there for PantheaCon, and I was sitting in the lobby at this little table having coffee, and this young woman came up to me and she said, "Are you the Appalachian woman?" And I said, "Well, I'm an Appalachian woman, yes." And she said, "Well, can I sit down?" And so she sat down and she basically introduced me to the concept of the Appalachian diaspora, because we are everywhere. We are everywhere, because living here has been so hard for so long. There are not opportunities, and people just get up and go. And sometimes the people I talk to in all of these places are the grandchildren of the people who out-migrated. And so they hold their grandparents' memory. They hold it like holding a physical object. And the parents who got out of here, whew, they are so glad. Now they have a good job and a house with a good roof, and they got Wi-Fi that works all the time. They got all that stuff. But what they don't have is that sense of place that a lot of us carry with us all the time. A sense of place that we almost can't get away from. I've tried to leave here, I can't tell you how many times. And where's my sorry big behind? It's still in Western North Carolina. So we have this deep, I like to think of it as a gnarly connection to our roots here that a lot of people don't have. And some of it is because we are so connected here because it is hard. If it was easy, anybody could do it. But we stuck it out. And when people write books, and I'm not going to call the name of the book, but y'all probably know which one I'm talking about. When people write books that belittle this culture and continue to send it down as far as it can go, they do a disservice. I mean, we're broken in many ways, but they do the culture a disservice by mocking it and by making money mocking it, Jeff Foxworthy. So that's my sermon on Appalachia, and I'll throw more of it in as we go because I'm very passionate about it. About 100 years ago, a little bit more, some folks came into the Southern Highlands, and they heard traditional ballads singing and traditional Appalachian music, and they realized that that music was right out of the child collection out of Great Britain, and had remained almost unchanged for hundreds of years since the migrations, which we'll get to in a minute, which will require a lot of waving of hands. So they called themselves song catchers, and some of y'all will have seen the movie or read the book about song catching. Well, what I've been really interested in is figuring out the roots of the folk magic. So I've been calling myself a spell catcher. And periodically, about every 2 or 3 years, I go over to Britain, to different parts of Britain, and do field research and talk to people on the ground that are also folk magicians. I was very lucky in Edinburgh to spend time with some collections that people had done over the years. So I've been doing, it is a good movie. So I've been doing a lot of that, spell catching where I can. So I'll share a little bit of that as I know about it too. But I want to talk, I guess I'm going to start with the burn spell. And the burn spell is one of those things that, no, I'm going to back up. I'm going to start with where this stuff comes from, and then we're going to get into the spell work. So in doing this field research and in doing this study and tracking things back, I have discovered that there are 3 main sources of the kind of folk magic we practice down here in the Southern Highlands. Maybe a little bit different where y'all, because you're up in Central. But I'm going to tell you what I know about this magic. And please forgive me, those of you who are hardcore Scots or hardcore Irish or hardcore English, because I know we get pretty tribal and territorial about that. But one of those 3 main influences is the British Isles and Ireland as one. The other is the Pennsylvania Dutch, the Dutch people. And the third primary influence down here, of course, is the Cherokee. Now, that's not to say there aren't other influences, and I'll get to some of that in a minute. But those are the big, big influences about this kind of magic. So I'm going to talk a little bit first about the Scots-Irish, because I am one. There's a group of people. All right, hang on, because y'all have heard this before. There's a group of people called the Border Reivers, and they were the families that lived along the Anglo-Scots border and still do live along the Anglo-Scots border. So you can look them up, Border Reivers. There's several good books about them. And they lived in this no man's land between 2 powerful warring kingdoms. So when Edinburgh declared war on London, they tore through this no man's land. They burned everything. They killed people in their way. And the reverse was true. So when London declared war on Scotland, off they went, tearing through there, burning fields, burning barns, all of that. So as a result, these people lived as their Celtic ancestors had lived for 1,000 years. They lived by raiding and stealing. They had no respect for any kind of government. They didn't have much respect for religion. They didn't trust either one of those. Certainly didn't trust either one of the governments that were bent on destroying their way of life. They only had faith of any kind in the leader, the head of their family, and the leader of their clan. And sometimes the head of the family and or the leader of a clan was also a woman. So they were much more egalitarian than we might give them credit for. But they also didn't understand the concept of the border, because it seemed to them they all were intermarried. They all knew each other, all related to each other. So I could be on one side of this invisible line, and Donna could be on the other side, and we could be second cousins twice removed. And so now we're at war. And we could just be standing there talking about, oh, I heard there was a new baby. Oh, yes, there's a new baby. It's a little girl. Blah. And then we would hear we'd hear a horse coming. And then we'd start fighting like maniacs. How dare you tread on my land, you filthy Scots maggot. And as soon as that fancy person rode away, then we'd go back to, well, are you coming to us for dinner on Sunday, or are we coming to you for dinner on Sunday? And then it just continued like that. So this put me in mind so strongly of my relatives in Madison County and Haywood County, because they're exactly the same way. They didn't trust anybody. You never called the law. All of that. Just like these border reavers. So here's what happened. Queen Elizabeth I died without heirs. And there was a big kerfluffle about who was going to rule the kingdom. And they ended up taking James VI of Scotland and cleaning up his act, because he was not who we think he is, and bringing him into England and uniting the kingdoms under James I. Now, he's the feller that brought us the King James Bible, that beautiful version that so many of us are familiar with. But he also united two kingdoms that had been at war and frankly continue to be at war to this very day, giving us for the first time the United Kingdom that we know. One of the first orders of business was to clear up these lawless rebels along the borderland, the border reavers. So they killed a bunch of them. Some of them became mercenaries on the continent. Some of them were sold into the Caribbean. And most of them, however, were pulled up by their filthy, scruffy little necks, and they were transplanted in the plantations of Ulster. So we tend to, unless we are Scots or Irish, we tend to think the Scots and Irish are an awful lot alike and they get along fine. But the reality is that's not necessarily the case, and this wasn't the case now. So these nominally Protestant Lowland Scots, Yorkshire folks were tossed into Ulster, which was still a fairly wild place. So the wild part worked, but the rest of it didn't. So after just a few generations, many of these people who were now referred to as the Scots-Irish, the Scotch-Irish, which we also hear, and sometimes they're called the Ulster Scots, made the decision to leave the homeland that they'd not been in very long and to come to North America. A lot of them came in through the port of Philadelphia. And when they got to Pennsylvania, they encountered the second big influence on the folk magic, which are the Dutch people, the Pennsylvania Dutch. And I have likewise spent some time with those good, wonderful people. Shout out to Rob and Michelle and all of you good folks. And did some research with them there. So they stayed there not very long, the Scots-Irish people, but they learned a lot because the Dutch people were like them. They were transplants and immigrants who had left their home. But unlike them, the Dutch people really were settled farmers. And these folks had never really been farmers in any real sense of the word. So they kept going across Pennsylvania. They took I like to think of it as a hard left. And they went down the valley of the Shenandoah. And then they peeled off at different places along that long valley. And then my people ended up here in the fastnesses of the Southern Highland. And there they encountered probably the first real civilization they'd ever known. And that was the Empire of the Cherokee. Because by that time, and we're talking about pretty much the early 1700s, the Cherokee were a settled empire. They had pretty much conquered all the other small tribes or absorbed them. And they had a written language. They had a deeply evolved spiritual practice and deeply evolved economy and political culture. They were referred to as at the time as a civilized tribe, which means they had all the stuff that white Europeans understood to bring civilization. Now, I don't want to imply in any way that there were not enslaved people here, because there were. Unlike the rich plantation lands south and east of us, there was not critical mass, though, of enslaved African people. So there wasn't enough to have a really big impact on the folk magic like you will see down in Gullah Geechee country, down throughout the low country, down through Savannah and all the way down. So I don't want to imply, I don't want to whitewash that, because there were slaves here. And the Cherokee, I believe, kept slaves too. But there's just not a big influence on the folk magic where we are. The biggest influence really was the Scots-Irish stuff and the English stuff, some little bit of German, and the Cherokee. And they lived together pretty peaceably for a while before the removals, and shared a lot of information like people do, so that even now among the Cherokee on Qualla boundary, you're going to hear Scottish names and Irish names, because there was a lot of intermarriage, and still is, actually. So those are the big influences on what it is we do. And what it is we do is healing in as many modalities as we can manage. And we do folk psychology, I guess, too. Because some of the stuff I'm about to tell you about, it works, but it doesn't work why we think it works. And I'm going to start, I said I was going to start with a burn spell, but I'm not. I'm going to start with catnip. So when I was a child, it was believed in the cove that I grew up in, that when a baby was born, if you did not feed it catnip tea, then hives would break out on the inside of the baby's body, and the baby would die. So everybody fed their babies catnip tea. Everybody, because nobody wants your baby to die from inside hives. Well, hives won't break out on the inside of your body, period. They won't. But catnip tea is a soporific. So if you have a fussy little baby and you've got an exhausted mama and tensions are getting higher and nobody is sleeping very well, and those of you who are mamas know exactly what I'm talking about, then this calming tea does two things. Because the baby gets it like on a little dummy, like there's some fabric that dips in tea and you squirt it in the baby's mouth so you can drink it. Or maybe the baby gets it on the edge of a spoon a little bit. So the mama is doing all that. The mama has the baby in close physical contact, which was not always true on these subsistence farms, because there was just so much work to do. So she's got the baby close to her body. There's good body contact. And in between giving the baby little drops, she's having some drops. So everybody starts to calm down just a little bit. Calm down. And the mama's milk comes in better, probably, because she's less stressed out. They've got that wonderful physical contact. And everything just relaxes a little bit. Now, it doesn't have anything to do with hives, but it has everything to do with the nature of that particular herb, catnip, which calms people down. So that's an example of the kinds of things that people did, and it worked, but it didn't necessarily work for the reason we thought it would work. Another one is the silver dime, a mercury dime. And when I was coming up, you would find those, and we had one in our community with a hole drilled through it and a little string around it. And it was believed that the silver dime would help when a baby was teething. Now, we know now that silver, actual silver, does help with a variety of things. But I don't know that this ever helped except psychologically, because the cry would go up as soon as some poor little teething young'un started screaming. the cry would go out up through the holler, who's got the dime? Who's got the dime? And it would get pulled out of a drawer somewhere, probably a kitchen drawer, and it'd go around the baby's neck. And I swear to you, I don't think the string ever got changed. I remember seeing it when I was about maybe 9 or 10 years old on a little cousin, and that was just the nastiest little string you ever saw. But it helped. They believed it helped every single time. And I'm going to tell you a tiny backstory to that, or a tiny side story. So look out, we're going down a rabbit hole. So I was in Kansas at a festival, and I was telling the story of the silver dime with a hole in it. And this woman in front of me she burst into tears. And she couldn't stop. She was wiping her eyes, and she was wiping her eyes with her shirt. She was doing all this stuff. And I said, are you okay? And she just went. So I just kept going. And as it turned out, her grandmother was from West Virginia. And when her grandmother died, all the family came in and just basically like vultures and cleared out her house so that there was just nothing left. And this woman and her grandmother had been very close. And I mean, she didn't want the furniture or any of the valuables. She just wanted something to remember her grandmother by. So one of the people who'd cleared out the house said, well, there is something left. I mean, if you think you could work, you would like to have that. We've got her old spice rack. And this woman said, yes, I will take that. So she got this little old wooden spice rack, and I know y'all have seen them places. And in the bottom were 2 drawers. So she was thrilled to have this spice rack because her grandmother had taught her how to cook. So that had special meaning for her. And she was feeling like, you know, y'all have all the rest of that. I've got the thing that really matters to me. And then she opened the little drawers. And in one of the drawers was a handwritten recipe from her grandmother. And it was something that her grandmother had taught her to cook. So that was so beautiful. She just couldn't believe it. The other little drawer had a silver dime in it with a hole in it. But she didn't know what that was for. She didn't have any idea at all. So here I am doing my shtick about Appalachian folk magic, and she suddenly knew what that dime was for. And it made that whole thing complete for her. So when you want to know more about what your family did, I'm going to give you some advice. Don't ever use the word witch or witchcraft. Talk to them about, now, what is that weird stuff our family used to do? You know, when they lived out in the country, when they lived out on the home place or at the farm, what are those things that they did? And you'll be surprised at the stories they'll tell you. And they'll tell it to you like, well, this is the weirdest thing you ever heard, but this is what they did. And then they will tell you something, and chances are you'll be able to look at that and immediately go, oh, well, that's just witchcraft. That's just magic. I understand what that is. And an example of that is this, and some of y'all will have seen that in the kitchen at the home place, maybe. You may even have one in your kitchen at home now. And it's a mason jar that is no longer good for canning. It's maybe got a chip out of the top or a little crack or something. And it's in the window. And in it are all manner of pieces of broken colored glass. And whoever's kitchen that belongs to will say to you, well, I mean, you can't leave that out in the yard because the kids they'll get cut on it or somebody get bad hurt. So I just pick it up. I just put it in there. I didn't know what else to do with it. And my mama used to have one of those too. But it's pretty, isn't it? Look how the way the sun comes through that green glass from that 7-Up bottle. Isn't that pretty? It's like stained glass in a church, isn't it? Well, I'm going to tell you where that comes from. That is a protective device to keep baleful land spirits from coming in your house and messing stuff up. And it's a Scottish tradition. And they did that because these little mischievous spirits, it was believed that they could not go past edges without stopping to count them. So if you've got all these little broken pieces of glass with all these different edges, they have to stop in the window of the kitchen, the heart of your home. They've stopped there, and they've got to count all the edges. And here's the big secret, though. They're not good at counting. So they 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14, 17, 3, 2, and so they never finish counting, and sooner or later they give up and go away. So that is an old folk tradition that came out of the British Isles and is practiced today, but people don't know why they do it. They just know that it makes sense and that maybe their mama or their grandma did it. Now the burn spell, I'm finally going to get to the burn spell. The burn spell changes depending on where you are. So the way I learned it was like this. Come 3 angels from the north, take both fire and frost. And you say it 3 times while running your hand above where the burned place is, clockwise with the sun. And you say it 3 times. Come 3 angels from the north, take both fire and frost. So I teach it like that. Then I was in northern West Virginia, and a friend of mine up there said, oh, well, that's interesting. We say it as come 3 brides from the north, take the fire and leave the frost. Oh, well, that's interesting. So many places where I have taught this in Appalachia, people will come and go, oh, but now, no, we have that, but this is what we say. So you can see that these things change from place to place, but the idea of it, of removing the heat from the burn, is something that is universal. But here's an interesting tracking thing that I'm not sure about yet, but I've got it in my notebook to figure out more about. So at the point where it switches from being angels to brides, then we have to look at the bride, which is another name for Bridget. So does this, in fact, go all the way back to Saint Bridget and possibly to the goddess Bridget as a charm of healing for a burn, because Bridget, as saint and goddess, has control over healing. So it may go all the way back, way beyond where we had been. Isn't that interesting? 3 ladies, yep. Donna says brides, yep. So much of this stuff comes right down to us, and some of it, I'm checking my time, some of it seems to just travel along family lines, and it's not about saying words, and it's not about using herbs. It is about something, it's about a deep knowing that some of us have. That seems to come down a lot in Scots Irish people. And I'm going to tell you, oh yeah, I'll do that, the blood verse in just a minute. But that last part isn't accurate anymore. I'm going to tell you why that is too. Lucinda, remind me if I don't talk about that to bring it up. I'll just talk about it now. Is that all right? Are y'all okay with that? So there is a verse in the Bible, in Ezekiel, that is supposed to stop a flow of blood. And it does. It does. And I can call that verse for you, but I think most of you probably know. So the Ezekiel verse was something that my grandfather did. Now, he was my step-grandfather, so not a blood relation, but he was my grandfather nonetheless. And anytime somebody in the family got a cut, a terrible cut, they would call him and he would say, tell me your full name. And then he would repeat this verse and the flow of blood would stop. Well, what I have learned as an unchurched person who practices this craft is that some of the superstitions that come down to us about it are just that. They are just superstitions. So we have been told that certain things have to pass male, female, or else they are lost. And I'm here to tell you that for the most part, that is not true. So you can learn to stop a flow of blood, either with the verse or without, because all of this is about your connection to the earth and your use of earth energies to do the work. I know that may be hard to understand, but it's not about the male female thing. It's not at all. And I'm not sure where that comes from. I'm likely to think that's a Protestant thing where somebody had to be bigger and smarter and fancier than somebody else. But it doesn't have to be that way. And here's what happened for me is that I was up in Delaware visiting some friends, and I got to go to the New Alexandrian Library. And they were very kind to me. They had a new sign. They kind of cleared the pathway so that I could walk in like a little queen and look at this beautiful library. Well, when I walked in like a queen to the library, there was a fella who had a bloody nose, and he was just like this. And so I did this stopping blood, and that worked. Well, I've also done it on women too. That's your family's version, Brenda. I get that. Yeah. Some people. All right, Joseph asked me that in just a minute, okay? So we think this comes down through the family lines. And certainly when I was 7, 8 years old, maybe a little older, they told me that when I became a woman, when I started bleeding, that I would be given a gift. And it was going to be something that one of my relatives already showed. I mean, they already did, so I would know what they were. So it would be wart removal, hands-on healing, overlooking, precognitive dreaming, all that stuff. And I had a young woman come in to get a tarot reading from me one day, and I said, like I always do, so what can I do for you today? And she sat down and she said, you can tell me whether or not I'm crazy. And so this young woman, and you take one look at her, she's got that milky white skin like this, and she had that kind of strawberry blonde hair. And I said, well, that's kind of beyond my pay grade, but you want to tell me what's going on? She said, well, I have dreams that come true. I can put my hands on a sick animal and heal it. And I know things I shouldn't know, and I hear dead people's voices talking to me. And I said, oh, honey, I don't know if you're crazy, but I'm gonna guess you're Scots-Irish. So where are your people from? And she said, McDowell County. And I said, well, before McDowell County, where were they from? And she said, oh, my people are all Scotch-Irish. So she had all of those profoundly helpful and beautiful gifts, but she had been told over and over again that they were a pathway to sin and a doorway to Satan, and she was in danger if she practiced any of them. So that's something that as communities, and especially as magical communities in Appalachia, that it will be a good thing for us to be able to model how it is you use those skills that have come down to you, if you have those, and how we can express to people who may be deeply layered in one of those fiercely Protestant traditions that what they do does not make them crazy, and it does not make them dangerous, and it does not put them in danger. It is skills that have come down to them from their ancestors, and they are valuable skills. My daughter had warts. My gift is not removing warts. So I couldn't do anything. We did all the over-the-counter stuff. We did all the other stuff. We did the duct tape and the aspirin. We did it all. I took her to a dermatologist, had the warts removed. They all came back. Finally, she was in college up at App State in Boone. And she went to, the school nurse person about something totally different. And the nurse noticed her warts. And she said, oh, you want to get rid of those? And my daughter was like, yes, I'd love to get rid of them, but I've had them for years. We can't. And the woman laughed and she said, well, my great aunt, she could. Well, my great aunt could too. And she would do this thing where you came to her and you had a wart. And she would hold your hand. Let's say the wart was on your hand here. She'd hold your hand. She'd rub it with her thumb. And she would go, "Oh, honey, I don't know why people come to me about this. I do not have any power over this at all, but it is so good to see you. How's your daddy doing? Are his feet better?" She'd have this whole conversation, and then you'd go away, and she'd probably send you with a piece of cake home, and then 3 days later, the warts would fall off. Now, we don't know if there was something in the chemical balance of her oils of her skin that removed the warts. We don't know why. We just know that it did happen. I didn't get that. So the school nurse said, yeah, that's something. It does happen in some families, but I don't know anybody that doesn't. And she said, but have you tried bloodroot tincture? So that is the other side of Appalachian folk healing, is that if you don't have somebody who can rub that wart off or will buy that wart from you or whatever, you can make, or I guess you can buy bloodroot tincture, and that will remove it. And that's what removed my daughter's warts, I believe, forever and ever and ever. All right, let me check. Joseph, what was your question? You know, that sounds, milk toast sounds exactly right. And I am guessing it's German. It feels German. It feels like a Deutsch thing. But I tell you what I'll do. I will contact my Deutsch friends and see what they know about that. And then I'll post something on this page. Would that be helpful, do you think?
That'll be perfectly helpful.
I love watching him talking, not hearing him.
That's okay. I'm just
little
about
Hungarian. What?
I said I'm just about 30 seconds away. It has to reestablish the connection with the mall. What about teapots?
Yeah, buying warts is a big thing. Okay, I'm going to wait for you to speak. I love that you gesture, though.
What about teapots?
What about teapots?
You know, always keeping a teapot with water on the stove. Always have to have a silver teapot in the house, or silver always being kept in the house.
Oh, that's interesting. What part of Appalachia are your people from?
My original people are from the New River Gorge area, but my family is neither Scotch nor Irish. We're actually Romney.
Oh, well, yeah, no, because I was going to say a silver teapot doesn't sound right, but that's definitely a Roma thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's fascinating. All right, let's see. What else do I want to tell you all about? So if you want to know more and more and more about all this stuff, you can read books. And of course, I am going to always tell you to get my books. But you can also just talk to people. But what will not help you is if you go up to traditional people and you say, would you tell me all about Appalachian folk magic? Or, I really want to know about this Hill Folks hoodoo. Or any of that stuff, because you're not going to get any response that is helpful at all, because they will shut down. Donna just said something about hospitality, and that's a huge thing for us. And I'm going to say this in general about hospitality. I think it's the only commonality that all the world's religions have. Because they keep saying, oh, it's the golden rule, it's the golden rule. Well, I don't have no golden rule where I'm from. I don't. But I do have the notion that you welcome in the stranger. And the thing about that is it's biologically based. So if you have your kind of clan family and you're all more or less related to each other, getting some new blood in there to marry into the family, or at least bring some new DNA into the family, is a good thing. So hospitality always, everywhere, is important. And we would do well to remember that. There was a time when hospitality was the law of the land just about everywhere. But we are seeing less and less and less of that, and fewer people that feel safe enough to really practice it.
We've had you a couple times, and we had you for the last one of this one. Will you please tell us about your 3 books?
I guess I should do that, huh?
Yeah, and what lectures you're giving or anything else you're doing?
Well, I'm doing a class, 2 classes for Witch Lab. They're in Columbus, Ohio, I think. Those are going to be online. One is next weekend and one is in September. Even as we speak, through the power of the interwebs, I am also teaching on the West Coast at Fairy Worlds. I'm teaching how to step across the boundaries and into the realms. So look for me doing different classes on at festivals and conferences online. I'm about to offer, I was kind of waiting to see if COVID was going to stick. I'm about to offer my online Appalachian Folk Magic class, my Hill Folks Hoodoo class, which lasts about, I don't know, I'd like to say 6 weeks, but then we get into it and it goes on for 8 weeks, and sometimes it goes on for 10 weeks. But look for that on Facebook. You can reach me at Facebook. I'm Byron Ballard, but I'm also Village Witch A Wanderin', which is my professional page. You can find me on Instagram, Byron Ballard, and on Twitter, Byron Ballard. You can find me, send me email at my website at info@myvillagewitch.com. I have 4 books currently. 2 are on Appalachian folk magic, Staubs and Ditchwater, or as I like to say, Staubs and Ditchwater. And the funny thing about that is that I spelled Staubs the way I pronounce it, which really isn't the way it's spelled at all, but Staubs, Staubs and Ditchwater. The second one is Asphodity and Madstones, and that has a lot more herbal stuff in it. So if you're really into the herbs, herbal healing and magic, the second one is going to have more of that in it. My third book is called Embracing Willendorf, and it's about loving your body and getting healthy, which, you know, most of us in Appalachia could stand to do. And my fourth book is Earthworks, Ceremonies in Tower Time. And that is about, it's the first part of it are essays about where we are culturally, politically, spiritually, and how we can thrive in these times. And the second half of the book is all ceremonies and rituals that you can do. I have another folk magic book coming out from Llewellyn, like I said, in February, which is Roots, Branches, and Spirits. And then next late spring, early summer, I have a book from that's coming from Red Wheel Wiser that's on animism. And right now it's animism and permaculture and the deepening of your spirituality by deeply connecting to the earth. That at this point doesn't have a name, but we've been calling it the Book of Days. So that's 2 more books next year. And I'm working on a book now that I would love all of y'all's help with that is called The Ragged Wound, Tending the Soul of Appalachia. And that is not a magical book. That's looking at what is wrong with our region and figuring out how we come together collectively and fix it and not wait on the ARC to do it or wait on a governor to do it, but we do it ourselves. So if y'all have ideas on that, send that to me in the email, info@myvillagewitch.com.
Right. And
Any more questions? Donovan, you making me you sending dirty phone calls to me? What?
And I'm going to go ahead and share out your link to all our destinations.
Thank you. And thanks, Brenda.
What would you like? What would you like out of that? Are you looking for emails of stories of the communities and what's happening, ideas to fix it?
Here's what I think the problem is. I mean, yes, there's a problem with the economy. There's a problem with leadership on the state level and regional level, all of that. We have been under the thumbs of people who don't give a damn about the people of Appalachia for far too long. And we have been trusting that somebody from outside the region is going to come in and fix it. And they just aren't. They are not going to fix it. If it's going to get fixed, if we're going to address, really seriously address the opioid problems and not depend on people working themselves to death like Donna Donovan does to get that solved, we're going to have to take it on. I mean, really take it on. And I believe, in spite of what all these problems look like, I think it's a spiritual problem. I think we have lost contact with the mountains, and I think we have lost contact. However you define God, we have lost it. And we are expecting God to fix us, and God ain't going to fix us. Because as y'all know, here I go. I'm going to quote some scripture for you. The Lord helps those that help themselves. See, lightning didn't strike. We're good.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but I love that one because it doesn't define whose kingdom you're dealing with.
Mm-mm. Not at all. And that is the big thing I've found out again and again in practicing this. Mama Star, and some of y'all know Mama Star. I was going on her podcast one time, and she had booked, somebody had booked me. I don't think she had. And she called me up and she said, well, are you Christian? And I said, no. And she said, well, then you can't practice what you practice. I said, well, you should have probably told me that 45 goddamn years ago, so I wouldn't be doing it. And she just laughed. You know, to her credit, she just laughed. It was good.
Yeah.
So that's what I've learned, that this is all about energy, and it's about this place. These are some of the oldest mountains in the world, and two of the oldest rivers in the world run through here, the New River and the French Broad. This is old, deep stuff, and we need to tap into it. We need to be part of it. We need to use it.
And we need to capture it. Because
we need to let it flow through us and do the healing that we need.
Right.
Our people, we need more than another polluting industry that's going to give us the kind of jobs that kill us.
And we need something more than a mind boss and mind boss mentality.
Absolutely. And that is going to require us healing ourselves and our families. And man, it is so much easier to walk around with my big old giant pentacle and say who I am and what I do than it is to talk to my hurtful family and go, you're wrong. You're just wrong. And you're killing yourselves. So it's hard work. And again, like I said earlier today, it's hard work and it's going to take courage to get it done. But if we're looking not at this generation, not at the one that comes after, but the third and the fourth and the fifth and on down, if we are going to have healthy people in Appalachia, we're going to have to take it on. Nobody's going to save us.
Yeah. And we're going to have to go back to the mountains.
That's right. Tag, we're it.
Well, thank you, darling, for doing both classes.
Thank you. And thank you all so much. I had such a good time. Donna, I miss you like crazy cakes. She and I would have already been at 3 festivals together by now. All right. Love y'all. info@myvillagewitch.com. If you know how it is, we're going to save the region.
Yep.
Thank y'all. Have a great rest of your fest. Bye.
All right. God, I love her. Just got to meet her today. Love her energy. All right. So next coming up is Miss Brandy, and she's going to be making dream catchers for us. Hello, Brandy. How are you?
Hi. I'm doing good. How about you?
Doing great. So how did you get into dream catchers?
It just happened to be a spiritual thing. I'm really big into dreaming. I used to have nightmares as a kid, and it just happened to be like a research thing that I did on, how to stop nightmares. And, well, as a little kid, if I can say the word, impressionable, just fell in love with dream catchers. So they became a hobby of mine.
Cool. And what are you going to be doing for us today? What are you going to be
Yes, I will be showing you how to make a small little dream catcher. I am going to touch a little bit on a little bit of a backstory on dream catchers because they are from a Native American culture. So let's go ahead and get started, and I apologize for any stuttering. Gwen, I'm calling you out. You've put me in you've brought me out of my comfort zone. So just bear with me, guys. But anyway, so dream catchers are from the Native American culture. And whenever I make my dream catchers, I'm obviously not Native American. So I do try to put like little disclaimers that the dream catchers that I make are not authentic Native American dream catchers, because I kind of, they're sacred to their culture, their tribes, and I try to respect them by not taking ownership of the dream catchers that I actually make, because they're art inspired, they're craft inspired. So I try to separate, that my dream catchers are not authentic dream catchers. But that aside, there are many stories. There's much lore about dream catchers. One that we are all familiar with is that they catch bad dreams. The story that I particularly like, whenever it comes to dream catchers, is a Native American lore. The dream catcher represents a spirit of the Native Americans. She is called the Spider Woman. She is a spirit that is supposedly known to control the buffalo and protect the children of the tribe. However, once the Native Americans started to spread out across America, it became hard for the Spider Woman to visit the bedside of children and protect them from, nightmares, evil spirits. So the grandmothers, they would weave webs representing the spider to protect their children. So it began when the children were babies. They would weave webs and hang it above their headboards, and they would place a single feather in the center, and that feather would represent, like, today's mobile. It would entertain the baby. That feather also had a certain significance. It represented air and breath. It was also supposed to, the intention behind it was to supposedly teach the baby the lesson of good quality air, to breathe good air. So I've got my notes. Like I said, I'm nervous, guys, so just, like I said, bear with me. Let's see. Okay, so the feather, resembling the feather in the center, like I said, it resembles air. It also had a gender role in Native American culture. Now, if there's any Native Americans out there and I am naive to any of this information, please let me know, because I am highly interested in this stuff. So if I'm getting any of this information wrong, please teach me. Please. But for the babies, if it were female, a owl feather would be placed in the center, and that represented wisdom. If it was male, an eagle feather would be placed in the center, and that would represent courage. And that was pretty much it. It was just a round hoop, spider web, and the feather, and it was to protect the child. There were no beads. There were no gemstones used. That wasn't really, used in the older Native American culture, supposedly. Again, if I'm wrong, please let me know, guys. That was more, the gemstones were more implemented by the Western nations because the government forbids the sale of the sacred birds. Feathers. You can't go out, you can't buy eagle feathers, you can't buy owl feathers. So what we did to kind of compensate for that is we ended up adding gemstones to our dream catchers to represent the 4 elements, earth, fire, water, and air. So in today's modern dream catchers, not only do we kind of stick by the same concept of them, we hang them on our headboards, and that they catch our bad dreams. There is also another thing that we do is they kind of represent good luck. So it doesn't really matter that it's not on your headboard. I've got a huge one hanging downstairs in my living room. Literally just for good luck, to pretty much negate any negative energy that enters this house. So what happens is the negative energy gets caught in the web, just like anything that gets caught into a spider's web, and it supposedly allows all the good energy to flow down through the beads, through the feathers, and into the house, or if you have it over your bed for nightmares or dreams, it allows those good dreams to fall down through those beads and feathers and allows you to dream well that night. So that is my favorite story of the dream catchers, the Spider Woman, because, you know, she protects the children, she protects from evil. But I am also going to be teaching you guys how to make dream catchers. So I unfortunately cannot get my phone. I figured it'd be easier to use my phone because I've got to flip you guys around since we're crafting. So it's going to have to be vertical. I apologize. It's the only way I can get my phone to stand up. So just bear with me. Let me get you guys flipped and I'll show you just a basic dream catcher. Okay. Maybe. Alrighty, let's get. All right. So if you guys have seen the post on Facebook, I believe that there was a list of supplies that we had posted for you guys. So as you can see, you know, we've got our scissors, we've got super glue, we've got a ring here, and we've got some thread, and we got beads over here, and some feathers. Okay. So I'm going to be showing you how to weave a web. So what I like to do is, now these rings can be just about anything. This is, like I said, mine are not authentic. Usually authentic, you know, dream catchers from the tribes, they're made from willow, you know, something from the earth. Mine is, like I said, they're craft, they're inspired. They are not authentic. This is a bangle, a child's plastic bangle. It's a closed ring. You know, you can't open it. This is what makes it, you know, easy to weave. You know, you don't want that crack at the top, you know, that the thread kind of, you know, goes through. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our string and we're going to kind of wrap it around just to kind of measure it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now we're going to go ahead and cut it. So now you're going to take this edge of the string. Go ahead and get that out of the way. And you're going to loop it. What we're going to do is we're going to attach the string to the ring. So you're going to loop it, put it behind the ring, and you're going to grab the rest of the string and pull through. So if I can work my fingers through. So see, you're going to pull this string through. Okay. So now I'm right-handed, so I like to have my long string over to the right. So I'm going to put this up here at the top. And this is where your super glue kind of comes in handy, because you can take it and you can put just a little dab of glue there to hold it in place. Let's see if I can open it up. There we go. Well, okay. I'm just going to kind of smear that on there. I'm not afraid to get super glue on my fingers. I've done it so many years, it's ridiculous. Okay, so now that we've kind of got this secure, see, it's not moving anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere. we are going to start weaving. So as you can see, my string is in front of this ring. And you know what? Let me lay down a white cloth. You guys might be able to see that blue against. There we go. There we go. You guys might be able to see that better now, hopefully.
Okay, unfortunately, I think we lost Brandy for a moment. I'm going to try to get her to come back in. All right, well, we're going to wait for her to come back in and see how that works out. Just make sure everything kind of rolls itself in. We'll pop. Here she comes. And it stabilizes. It did. Awesome. Hello.
I'm sorry.
Honey, this happens.
Well, all right, so let's try this again. Hopefully you guys can see the ring a lot better on the white. I wasn't really thinking about that, but I'll flip you guys back around here.
Okay.
There we go. All right, so we're back. So, okay, we're up against this white background now, so hopefully you guys can see me a little better. So, like I said, I work right-handed, so my string that I'm going to be weaving is to my right. The first, let's see if I can bring this in a little closer to you guys. So what you're going to do is it's above the ring, okay? It's not underneath, it's above the ring. So what you're going to do is you're just going to kind of grab this right here, and then you're going to take it back behind the ring and bring it up through the loop between the ring and that string that you're holding. Okay, so you're just wrapping it around that hoop. And then that is the beginning part of your web. Okay, so you've got this string right here. And that's pretty much all you do around this entire ring. Now you can, make them as small as you want. Obviously, if you make them smaller, the web is going to be woven. It's going to be a lot tighter. If you make them a lot larger, you're going to have a relatively large and open web. So it's very customizable. You can just kind of just get a feel for how you want it, and just make it any size you really, however you feel like, just whatever size you want. I like it right about there. So I'm going to leave it. Now you want to try and make sure that each time you loop around, it's about the same length. So we're going to do it again. It's over the ring, under the ring, and through the loop there that's made. You're going to pull it through. Now see, that's just a little bit longer, so I'm going to kind of shorten it up a little bit. That's a little too short. It doesn't have to be perfect, because these things can be made, they're for you. This is a project, where you can put your imagination into it. It's fully customizable. You can use whatever colors you want, whatever beads you want, whatever feathers you want, whatever color feathers you want. You can just make it simple. You can make it super elaborate, which I will be posting pictures of dream catchers that have been custom ordered. I've had several dream catchers, people ask me to make certain ones, be it to fit a certain house theme, such as a kitchen with apples or wolves. Surprisingly enough, I actually had a person ask for me to make a dream catcher with the theme of John Deere. Yes, John Deere as in the tractor. And I did put a tractor in the web. So after my little presentation here, I will be posting some pictures of those in the actual Pagan Pride Facebook page where this event was, advertised. So you guys can kind of have a look and see, kind of the stuff that I've done. But you just keep on going around the web. Always make sure that you're holding that last knot. The last knot that you did, if you hold it, it keeps everything else here tight. That way it doesn't fall back or collapse. Now, if it does collapse, you can always maneuver it back. Like this here, I've got it caught on that first knot. There we go. So, say for an example, you're not holding this tight and all these kind of come back all the way around, So for an example, it would do this. It would come all the way back here. Okay, so see, you got that little teeny tiny thing. It's nothing to worry about. Your dream catcher obviously is not ruined because, you can still manipulate the string. You can bring it back out and then you can work it back into where you need to go. Okay. Now, as you'll see, you're going to have a little gap from where you're ending and to where you started. You're going to want that. You don't want it to come up all the way back over here to the very top, because then you won't have, well, you'll see here, because instead of using the ring now, you're going to attach this string to this string. So instead of wrapping this string around the ring, you're going to start wrapping it around the actual string that you have created by wrapping it around the ring. Okay, so it's the same process. Okay, you're going to have it go, you can, and it is the same process for me. So what I like to do now is bring this underneath, because I like to push it up through here. Okay, you're going to push it up through the loop. And then well, if I can grab it, there we go. So here's the string, the last knot, here's the string, and I've pulled it up between the ring and this very first string, the very first, part of the web that we made. So it's between these two right here. You're going to now push it down through that loop and just pull it, okay? So now you're wrapped around that string. And you can sit there and bring it right to the center, like so. Now you're going to hold that tight. You're going to hold that knot. Always hold the last knot to keep everything in place, okay? So now we're up here to this string. You're going to do the same. You're going to just push it right up through. Okay. And then you're going to push it right down through this loop. Okay. And then you can bring it right back down to the middle. So this is a repetitive process. You just work your way all the way around the ring till you get to the center. Okay. Now I'm going to put just a little dab of glue right here because I'm going to lay this down for a second, because I'm going to show you guys how to weave in your beads as well. So I'm just going to put a little glue there so I don't have to hold it. Okay. Now, if you're working with beads, now I've got two sets of beads here. We've got these little beads right here. And I've got some purple ones. There we go. You guys can see them. So we got some purple ones. And we got some of these multicolored ones. Okay. So obviously, as you're working around, your web's going to get smaller. So that's what these purple beads are for, more or less, is to be more in towards the center, or else your bigger ones are more out towards the outer ring. In order to easily thread your beads, I recommend taking your string and adding some more super glue to it. because that's going to harden up that string and make it a lot easier to thread through those beads. You're just going to rub that glue in, and you're going to twist it until it dries. And now you've got a hard end that you can thread through these beads. That makes it a lot easier. You don't have to worry about your string fraying. So let's see if we can find the hole. There we go. So see, it's just like putting a needle through. And all you have to do is pull through. Okay. So now when you're working with beads, it's the same concept. It just gets a little bit more complicated because you got to pay attention to where it's at in your web. Now, once you get the hang of beads, I usually string all the beads that I'm going to use on the string. And I'll show you an example here. So that's just one bead. I'm going to go ahead and string 2 more on there to kind of give you an idea of how I do it. So we're going to thread 2 more on there. So now we got 3 beads. All right, so the way I work it is this next one is going to come up here to the center of this string here. So I don't want to include these 2 beads. So I'm going to bring those down. So I want this bead to be right here. Okay, so I'm going to, usually I pinch that knot if we haven't glued it, that, you know, I'll be holding that last knot, and I'll be using my middle finger to hold this bead back. And then drop that back down because we were coming through the back. So you're going to do the same thing that we have been doing. You're just going to weave that web. You're going to push up through, and you're going to bring those beads up with you. So those 2 beads that we don't want, we're going to push up along here with us. There we go. Now push them up. That way they can slide back down. And then you can also use them kind of as a counterweight to drop them down there. See how they just kind of drop down in there? Makes it a lot easier. You can use them as a weight to help you get that string through. Then you can center it. And there's your first bead. So you can weave your beads on there, or you don't have to. You know, this, again, I can't express it enough. This is definitely a project for you to express your own creativity. You don't have to have beads. You can have as many beads as you want. You can, like I said, you can be as elaborate or as plain as you want. So I don't want another bead here. It's just how I'm feeling. Don't really care to have one there. So I'm just going to leave those 2 beads there. I'm going to still pull up through. Push them through. And then you can use them as a weight, like I said before, to drop them down through. And it's always best to go wide. It's so much easier to pull this string back and come to the center, okay, than it is to, you know, say you're doing it here and you can't pull it to the center. So whenever you've gone too far, just let go of your string. That loop loosens up, and you can work it back this way, tighten it, slide it back to the middle. Okay, and there we have another part of the web done. Now I'm going to add another bead. So middle finger is going to hold that bead right up against my thumb here so it doesn't drop down on the string. I'm going to shove that string right up through the center here. Push that bead through. Use that bead to drop through. And bring it back to the center. Like I say, you just repeat over and over and over until you get to the middle and you can't really do anything else. So now we're coming back to where we ended. So this is where we started. This was the last knot we made on the ring. So this is where we started threading the web on the actual web itself. So we are back at the start and we're just going to keep on going around. So instead of up here, you're going to go here, 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 and here. So I'm going to push this up through and I'm going to leave that bead there. So I'm going to grab that with my middle finger there. Then drop that down through the loop. Grab it. And bring that to the center. Okay. And there you have beads. You've got about 3 beads there. Now I'm going to go ahead and throw in one of those little ones just to kind of give you an idea how they look. So let's pick up one of my purple ones. Okay, hold that. Again, it's just going to go right up through that loop. See, right up through that loop and down through the loop you're working on. Just to wrap yourself around. Bring it to the center. Now you kind of want to match up the knots. So where this knot is up here, the knot is down here. That kind of gives you that, you know, that perfect web look, you know, the diamond shape. So now we've come across a string with a bead. So if this is our top, okay, we're going to turn around and look up here at the top. Here's this bead here. Here's the knot we're at, the previous one. And here's this string. So usually I mean, as you can see, you're wanting that string right in the middle. Well, as you can see, this bead is, you're going to have a little bit of a hard time trying to get that knot in the middle of this string right here. So you need to choose, because as you can see, as you pull this knot down, it creates that, you know, the hole right here. You need to choose if you want it up on the upper hand part of, it's going to pull it like this, or you can bring it down and it's going to, you know, position that bead like that. So it's up to you. You just pay attention as to which side of that knot you want that bead on, based on how your dream catcher's hanging, because like I said, here's the top. So I'm going to move this up because this is kind of naked right here. So I'm going to move that up. So let's turn that back around. Here's that last knot we were working on. So I'm going to move it to the left, up through. Keep that to the left. And you're going to drop that down through that working loop. And you're going to pull it tight to the middle. And you see how it kind of locks that bead right there in place? And see, now if I would have moved that bead to the right, it would have been here. So if we put that back, there we go, upright, where this is up at top, it would have been right here instead of where it's at. So hold that knot and then just work your way around. Now, due to the fact I've only got about 30 minutes, I'm not going to add any more beads to it. I'm just going to go ahead and start finishing up this web. Like I said, it's just a rinse and repeat of your knots. So we're kind of bare here, so I'm going to pull that right, or to the left. Sorry, dyslexia is kicking in now, isn't it? So, and you can go down in if it works better for you. Now, you don't have to, you know, like how I've been doing it. You know, I go up through that loop and then down the working loop that I'm working through. You can do that, or you can go about the other way. You can go down, if I can get it to go down. You go down and you can come back up like this. It does not matter. It's still just so long as you're looping it around that thread. That way you can get your web. Okay. So see, that works the same too. You can go down and then back up if that works a lot better. So we'll just go ahead and do that. So I am going to, yeah, I'm going to move it again to the left there. And I'll show you here again. We can go down as well. Down, and you can push it back up through the loop here. See? Turn that tight. And you know what? I think I might do at least one of these to the right so you guys can see that. So we're going to hold that knot as tight as we can. Gonna go ahead and dive down in that loop there. Now, as you can see, it's going to get a lot harder to weave because these things are getting a lot tighter. Now remember this, what I'm using is a little child's bracelet. I do use, you know, 6, 12, 24-inch diameter rings. And I'll show you some of the rings that I use here after a bit. But just make sure whenever you're working and you want that bead to the right, make sure that your knot is to the left of the bead. So you're gonna pull it like so. There you go. See? Then just keep on going around until you're comfortable. I'm probably only going to do 1 or 2 more weaves. As you can see, it is getting harder. The string is starting to fray. You just got to try to keep it all together. Oh. It would help if I would grab the right string too, you know. It happens.
Yeah. So, Brandy, how would you tie it off when you're done?
Well, I'm about ready to show you. Like I said, I'm just going to do a couple more weaves here to kind of get this string up off the bead. That, you know, that way it's free to move like that. So I'm going to probably do 1 more here to kind of finish it off.
Have you ever coated the wax? Because I know in quilting, when we have like multi-threads, we use like an old candle and coat the string with it. Have you ever tried that with it?
I have not, actually. Let's see. Okay, so there we go. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right there. All right, so as we got this knot here, I still like to kind of keep that pulled tight. So I'm going to hold that. And now you can tie this knot off anywhere, okay? So you can tie it right where I'm crossing this knot here. You can pull it down if you want, which I probably will. You don't want to pull back, because if you pull back, that knot's going to slip back to this knot. Okay, so this one right here is going to be the off limits, essentially. It's gonna slide back. So you can either tie it off up here, so your center can look like this, You can tie that knot off here, and that's how that center will look. Or you can tie that knot off right there, which I think that's where I'm going to tie that knot off. So instead of, going on these strings like how we have been, we're going to be working with the knot that is beside this bead right here. Okay, that knot, if you guys can see it, that knot right there. So the knot here is connecting these two strings. So you're going to come right up here into this loop. You're essentially just going to grab a hold of that knot. Okay. And you're just going to do the same exact thing. You're just going to come back up through. As if my string cooperates. Now about here, you can also, my string's long. I can cut my string off. Maybe. Kind of shorten it to kind of help with, it not getting so tangled. But okay, so as you can see, we went through and under that one knot that we're doing there. Okay. So hold that tight. Okay. So now we're going to, since we went over and under, we're going to go right to left. So drop that down in there like that. Now, as you're dropping down to the right side, you're going to want to keep this loop right here. Okay. You're going to want to keep that loop there. Don't pull it all the way through. And then you're going to come up the left side. If you guys can see, I'm sorry, I'm not on camera. I'm working up high. Let's try that again. My apologies. Okay, so like I said, as before, we went down in the upper part of that knot, and then we came up on the lower part of that knot. We are now going to go down on that right side. We're going to keep this loop right here. Okay, so the loop that forms here, you don't want to pull it all the way through. You're going to come up the left side. See if I can grab a hold of it. The glue on my fingers aren't really letting me cooperate. So you're going to come up on the left side. So here's that loop I told you to keep. Okay, so here we're coming up on this left side. So this loop here, you're going to put your fingers through, you're going to grab it, and you're going to pull through that loop. And it's going to wrap that knot right around that knot above it. And then you've got your tied off web. Okay, so this is also where I like to put just a spot of glue. I like to put a spot of glue on both the knot that I just created and the knot before it to hold it in place. So we got the knot before it and the knot we just created to tie off the web. And kind of dab that in there just a little bit. And then you can take your string and you can snip it right off. So there we have a dreamcatcher web and wing and the ring. So you got the ring, you got your web, and you got your beads. Now some of you will probably want to add feathers. Now you can, I've got some feathers over here. I got real fluffy feathers. They're white. Now I'm going to go ahead and take away this white background so you guys can actually see the white feathers. I know it's kind of complicated. I'll put those beads away for a minute. There we go. And hopefully not drop you guys on your head. So for those of you that want to tie a feather to your dream catcher, you're going to just take a little bit of string. Okay. And here's your little loop here. Okay. And you're just going to pull those strings through that loop like so. Okay. So now you have your string attached to your loops. Now I like to add beads to my feathers because it helps a lot with attaching the feathers to the actual string. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to find an edge. There we go. All right, so let's get my beads back out. So as you can see here, this is where we're going to be attaching our feathers. So I'm going to add a small bead and a large bead. Okay, I'm going to throw that up out of the way. Now, I've got a medium-sized feather here, and you're probably like, okay, how do we attach this? So what we're going to do is, the very tip of this feather, you can see that there's a little bit of a headspace right there. I'm going to take some of these feathers here, and I'm actually, some of you may not like this, but I'm actually going to rip those off. So, and you rip upwards, okay, to kind of clear out more of a headspace. So you see how that creates just a little bit more room for you to work with. So now you got this feather with a workable way to attach it to your dream catcher. So now you're going to want to also take your scissors and you're going to want to cut at an angle. Don't cut across. You want to cut at an angle because that's going to create a sharp point to your feather. Let's take a little bit more off there. All right, so see there we go, maybe. As you can see, that's relatively sharp. It's at an angle. And what we're going to do is we are going to take our dream catcher and slide that bead right down over that feather. Okay, and then you're going to add just a little bit of glue to it there. Just to the string here, to the end of that bead. Kind of let that dry for a second before you cut the string. Or you can leave the string on if you like. If you like a lot of frilly stuff to your dream catcher, you can leave the string on to add some color to it. But as you can see here, now this second string here you can add another feather to, but I'm not going to because I'm running out of time with you guys. But you can add more beads, more feathers, to your liking. But that's pretty much how I make my dream catchers. Just a heads up though, there are people who do not like feathers. I have an aunt that despises feathers, and she wanted a dream catcher, so we actually compromised and made tassels. Tassels are relatively easy to make as well. And just a quick demonstration for you guys. All you do is you just take just a bunch of string, kind of fold it over. Okay, so you got all this string. You take another string that you've cut. Let's go ahead and cut this one in half because it's quite long. And just as you have been attaching the string to your dream catcher ring, you're going to attach it the exact same way here. So, you got your loop, you're going to come down and you're going to grab those two strings and pull it through. Now you're going to take one of these strings and you're going to work with it. So pull this other string down with the rest of the strings you've been working with. And you can sit there and you can wrap this around if you want to kind of secure it. So wrap it around that end. Again, bring it up close to you guys. See, you can wrap it around. And then you're eventually going to just tie it off. So see, I've wrapped it around my finger here. I've created a loop. I'm going to drop it down inside that loop. Let's see if I can get my fingers to work. So drop it. And then you're going to let your finger go, and it's going to create a knot right there. Okay. And then all you have to do is take this bunch, snip it, and then you've got a tassel that you can hang off your dream catcher. You know, like I said, this is for, you know, if you want it, or if you have people who don't really care for feathers. You know, there's many different ways to create your dream catchers, and I'll show you here. I'll show you a couple of them that I've got real quick before we go.
And also, do you have a Facebook page where they can get in contact with you if they really just want you to make it for them?
I do. Yes, I do. Like I said, I will be posting pictures of some of my work in the Pagan Pride on the Pagan Pride event page, so you guys can see what I've done, and you guys can reach out to me there. But let me go ahead and I'll throw one of my bigger dream catchers. This is a 12-inch diameter dream catcher.
Wow, pretty.
That I've done, and I'll go ahead and get in close so you guys can see some of the beadwork. Now there are times that I do add charms here to the middle. It can be anything, literally anything. I've had wolves, I've had horses, I've had angels. I've made resin centers. You know, it can literally be anything. So as you can see, this ring is obviously a lot thicker too. Now this ring is a ring like this. Okay, it's just wrapped in a bunch of yarn of the color, you know, of choice, which was this brown. But there's many ways to do your dream catchers. Like here's one that I haven't quite finished yet. It's relatively small. If you don't really care for a really thick ring, there's beaded work as well. I don't know if you can. There's beaded rims that I can do as well.
Very nice.
So there's a bunch. There's a bunch of ways to do things.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you for coming and sharing and teaching us how to do that branding, and look forward to seeing your pictures.
Yeah, thank you. It's definitely, like I said, out of my comfort zone, but hey, it's an experience.
And it so fits in with being mindful and taking time to really think of the energy you're putting in there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a lot of it's very peaceful for me to actually make these things. You know, it's just one of those things that I can kind of just be in my own world and enjoy just being creative. Like I said, these things can be as elaborate. Like I said, I am not kidding. I made a John Deere tractor dream catcher, and I will post that in the page so you guys can see it. I did add a little toy tractor along the rim, the bottom rim of this dream catcher. And I've had some weird requests, but yeah, they're always fun. They're very interesting, and like I said, they are fully customizable. Everything down to the color, down to the bead, down to the charms, anything you want in them. But like I said, just keep in mind, like I said in the beginning, that these are not authentic Native American dream catchers. That these are only inspired by the Native American culture, and I have thrown my own flair into them. And I have, you know, obviously, you know, if somebody wants something in particular, you know, I work with them. I've had pig dream catchers, I've had tiger dream catchers. Look, whatever your fancy, I work with you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, darling. You have a great day.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So next up is Appalachian Pagan Ministries, Darvalvan, and
Hi.
Hello, Donna.
How are you?
Oh, having a great time missing in the wood, being out in the sun. But other than that, it's been a great day today. So tell us what happened, in case people don't know and are first discovering, because we got listeners now all across the country. Tell us what Pagan Ministries is and what they do.
I will. Going to give you a little spiel here. So, hi, my name is Donna Donovan, and I'm the founder of Appalachian Pagan Ministry. We are a pan-pagan ministry devoted to building an engaged, passionate, and spiritually fulfilled community of people from all backgrounds and faiths. We are devoted to engaging and impacting one another and others, believing it is our responsibility to set an example of service. This is where we come to walk our talk and educate by example. It is the desire of this ministry to show that pagans of all beliefs and faiths can work together to serve the greater community. You are what you do, not what you say you'll do. Young, one of my favorites. Appalachian Pagan Ministry was founded in April of 2015. At the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, we were working on-site monthly with pagan who were incarcerated in 23 facilities, including death row in 3 states, West Virginia, Arizona, and Ohio. Appalachian Pagan Ministry goes in monthly and holds moots with the heathen inmates, services with the Wiccan and general pagan inmates, services with the Satanist and Luciferian inmates, as well as offering several correspondence courses to kindreds and covens and facilities around the nation. We also facilitate various rituals on site for the facilities that we serve in. We hold memorials for those inmates who have passed and help with resources and such upon release. The courses we offer, due to the recent current events, are now a bit limited. We now offer study of the heathen paths, like Satru, Odinism, ancestral ways, etc., Wicca, Celtic paganism, and then Satanist and Luciferianism. The request for our presence is growing. According to the Pew Research Center's Forum on Religious and Public Life, pagan/earth-based, Native American, and other non-Abrahamic religions are growing in our prisons nationally at a combined rate of 71%. Study after study is showing the effectiveness of spiritual and religious programming in prisons on the reduction of recidivism rates. It is our goal to continue and grow a pagan prison ministry that will be able to address the spiritual needs of all pagans that are currently incarcerated. There are other programs we as ministry get involved with. However, our main focus at this time is the prison ministry and our work in the reentry and recovery community. And I'll be happy to offer resources afterwards to anybody wishing to discuss recovery. I myself was once incarcerated by the state of West Virginia, then went on to work for that same state that incarcerated me in a psych facility on the forensic unit. During my own incarceration, there was no Okay, I just lost my place, and I'm horrible about this because I'm trying to read and not look like I'm reading. During my own incarceration, there was no facilitation of my personal spiritual path. It is my strong belief that everyone has that right. Per the RLUIPA, the federal government also agrees. In addition, it is a huge forward step for pagans to be recognized by a government body, which would be diminished if no one actually came forward and fulfilled this role. It can be uncomfortable and tiring at times. It takes up your time, but it's also a rewarding and humbling experience. It certainly makes you appreciate the small things that we take for granted. We have our freedom to read the books we wish to, buy any paraphernalia or anything clothing we wish to, and can afford both in person and through the internet. We are able to connect directly with nature, if only with a window box or walk in a city park. These small freedoms become appreciated and viewed very differently when the effects of the denial of this is seen firsthand. Paganism practiced as a nature religion is probably the most difficult path to follow while imprisoned. Often prisoners discover or rediscover their pagan spirituality while imprisoned, and it is important to them that they are able to express this and receive support and assistance in following their chosen path. You often hear the phrase, someone found Jesus in jail. Well, it's no different for other spiritual paths. If an adult incarcerated is of a mainstream faith, spiritual support systems are in place, as stated above. Paganism is a recognized religion. So why is it happening that in some cases, many cases actually, pagans are denied the same access to services? Ministry in prisons can pose challenges that many are not used to. We must deal with the demands of high security, limited resource options, and an audience overwhelmingly made up of those whose minds and bodies bear the scars of long years of drug and alcohol abuse. You face men and women of every background, people who have committed every conceivable crime and others which are inconceivable. These are people who have made a string of poor choices and have seen the worst of life. For many, they have hit rock bottom and they don't have any expectation of anything better. For them, this truly is the end and there is no hope. The problem is that there are too few willing to come inside to accommodate the needs of these people. Many adults incarcerated have long sentences and some have committed unpleasant crimes, often addiction related, and having been judged by society are often also alienated from family and friends. It is not our place as ministers to go in and judge them a second time, but to support and ensure their rights to practice their religion is protected. The positive effects on these folks themselves of being able to discuss their path with another person is important. So, what are the misconceptions that the general pagan community has in regards to pagan inmates? The first one is that it's a quote, a waste of time. These inmates are dishonorable, or even the bigger one, this doesn't affect me. Well, it does affect you. 95% of those incarcerated will be released. Think about that. 95% of people who are incarcerated now will be coming home to your neighborhoods, to your stores, to your drum circles, to your festivals. You know, they will be in your community, at your festivals, drum circles, your jobs, etc. It behooves us to help these folks come out of prison better than when they went in. Are they dishonorable? Well, when they committed their crimes, if they are guilty, the majority of them definitely were, and they will tell you that. However, many come to their chosen paths during their time of incarceration. You've heard the phrase, again, like I said before, you found Jesus in jail. Yes.
Unfortunately, we've had an error. We need to move to our second stream. If you will give me 5 minutes, I will pull you back in.
Where'd I start at?
Where do you start at?
Where'd I stop at?
You stopped at the 95 coming back out, and I think
Gotcha.
that's a very key point, but we will be back on live stream.
Okay. Got to sit here?
Yep. And pay attention to Messenger.